Chapter 476. Yang Fan bypassed a few flowering trees and saw 5 to 6 shuzhou mat embroidered with fish and lotus flowers on the soft woolen carpet among the fallen petals. Flowers were in full bloom, and there was a flowing spring beside them. Taoist Shifeng, who was dressed in a Taoist robe and had white hair and beard, old Nun Jingguang, who had a fair complexion, and old man Mole, who was dressed in clothes, accompanied Shui Huai, who was bare-chested. Yu Haoren, Chun Dong, the right minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Yuan Jinggang, who were sitting in the lower seats, were talking and laughing loudly. Seeing Yang Fan coming, Shui Huai said, "Good disciple, the banquet has begun. Why did you slip away to the side? Sit down quickly and punish yourself with 3 cups of wine first." Yang Fan bowed and smiled. "Master and the 3 immortals, please forgive me. Yang Fan is busy with mundane affairs and is impolite." Old Nun Jingguang smiled and said to him kindly, "Yang Longzhong is too polite. Please sit down quickly." Yang Fan was born to be popular with women. Towards this young, handsome, refined, and well-mannered young man, old Nun Jingguang also found him very pleasing to the eye. Therefore, although there were many high-ranking officials and nobles that the 3 of them interacted with, old Nun Jingguang was self-conscious and disdainful towards most of them, but was very kind to him. There was an empty seat under Jingguang, Shifeng, Huai, and Mole, which was the seat of the master. Yang Fan cupped his fists and smiled to everyone, then lifted his robe and sat down. Like the servants brought by the others, Anu quietly stood beside the flowering tree behind them. The banquet was very sumptuous, and all the dishes were commonly seen in the high-class banquets of the Great Zhou Empire, such as bright prawn roast, Red Sea roast, Zhu Shengnu, Guifei Hong, sweet snow, Jade dumplings, immortal wan, etc. There were only vegetarian dishes placed beside Taoist Shifeng and old Nun Jingguang, but they were all cooked with great effort and were extremely delicious. Yang Fan borrowed Princess Taiping's manor and invited the 3 immortal masters to enjoy the spring scenery. These dishes were prepared by the famous chefs of the Princess Palace. Although Taoist Xifeng and old Nun Jingguang boasted that they could abstain from eating grains, and old Nun Jingguang boasted that they could not feel hungry by eating only 1 grain of rice a day, it did not mean that they could not eat. Since it was a banquet, they did not do it to fill their stomachs, but to satisfy their appetite, so they could still eat some vegetarian dishes. As for meat, it was an indispensable part of the banquet. In the banquet, there were not only steamed pork with rice flour made of pork shoulder, white dragon made of Chinese perch shredded, 5 kinds of ingredients of beef, pig, beef, bear, and deer, 5 kinds of raw marinated 5-course plate, as well as onion and vinegar chicken, civet, frog chicken, and even water-refined calves simmered slowly with calves, which were fresh and delicious. Wu Zetian's ban on slaughter had little impact on the officials' families. They only pretended to stop eating meat in the first few days after the imperial edict was issued, and then reverted to their old habits. The only impact was that it was inconvenient to eat meat in public, and because meat had become smuggled, only some unruly people who were bold enough to break the law dared to transport meat into the city. The price of meat had increased several times, but it was just a drop in the bucket compared to their wealth. But for the lives of the common people, this order had really caused great harm. Many traders who made a living selling meat had to change professions in a hurry, and they suffered huge losses. The common people who made a living by breeding or hunting animals had completely lost their source of income. The farmers had no land, and the craftsmen did not know any skills. Some people who had no way to make a living could only sell their children and themselves, and become slaves of the rich and powerful at a low price. They were willing to become lowly slaves just to have a meal. The common people were already full of complaints about this. 3 days ago, Chu Kuanga and Miss Xiaodong got married. On the first night, Yang Fan pulled a cart of chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and a net of fat fish that had just come ashore from the White Horse Temple and delivered it to them. On the day when Auntie Huam married her daughter and looked for a son-in-law to marry into the family, there was actually fish and meat on the banquet. This became the most glamorous wedding among the families that had recently attended. when the cooks in the streets were frying and frying, and the fragrance of fish and meat filled the streets. It was unknown how many people were drooling. Bad luck, Huaminglei, Basho, and Su Mohan smelled the aroma and rushed over. Huaminglei's face darkened. He pointed at the pig that the cook was pressing on the chopping board and fiercely chopping, and asked sternly, "What's the matter with this pork? Who allowed you to kill?" Pasta's mother, who was helping in the kitchen, smiled and explained, "We didn't kill this pig, and we didn't buy it from the market. Last night, a wolf came down the mountain and killed a fat pig raised by a farmer." Erlang and his teacher, Master Huai-yi, saw this with their own eyes. Huaminglei's face was stiff. He glanced at Yang Fan, who was sitting at the head of the table, and asked in a deep voice, "Then this mutton," Pasta's mother said, "it was also killed by that wolf. Not only this pig, the sheep, but also the chickens, ducks, and geese were all killed by the wolf." Su Fangzhong pointed at the fat fish that had just been oiled and asked, "Then what about this fish?" Pasta walked over from behind his mother and answered mischievously, "It was also killed by a wolf." The commoners attending the banquet immediately burst into laughter, but Huaminglei and Su Mohan didn't seem to think that this was ridiculous at all. They nodded seriously, and their anger turned into joy, and said, "Since it was killed by a wolf, then it's not a crime to kill it. It's also right to stew it and eat it." Then the two of them took out red packets and handed them to Annie Hua, and sat at Yang Fan's table with saliva dripping from their mouths. As they waited for the meal to start, they flattered him. How could they not know how ridiculous the saying that the fish was killed by a wolf was? But since Pasta said it, they believed it. Pasta said this because the common people who were angry but dared not to speak out used their special way to vent their dissatisfaction. The two low-level officials were very stupid to be deceived, and also expressed their dissatisfaction with this unreasonable and absurd decree. Naturally, such an absurd government decree had to be treated with an absurd attitude. But the basis of all this was because of Yang Fan sitting at the top of the table, with Yang Fan and Yang Fan's master, the famous unreasonable monk Huai, supporting them. They dared to end this routine interrogation in such a ridiculous way. If there was no such background, who dared to openly violate the imperial edict? Only the privileged class. These people sitting in the luxurious manner of Princess Taiping were the privileged class. As the cups crossed, at the invitation of Master Huai, Taoist Shifang showed a little of his skills and performed a magic to reconnect the broken cloth. He cut a bundle of white silk into pieces, and when he put his palms together, the broken cloth was restored to a bundle of intact white silk, which made Shui Huai click his tongue in amazement. Because of this magic, the topic naturally turned to the stories of the necromancers who cultivated immortality since ancient times. Right compliment, Yuan Jinggong's mouth was a little smelly. Logically speaking, an official who could reach his position should be someone who said what people said and what ghosts said. He shouldn't have said anything that was taboo. But no matter how he said it, all he said were swindlers who used illusions to deceive people, such as Su Fu and Shinigaki Hei, Taoist Shifang, and the pure light old nuns' faces became more and more ugly. The barbarian Moliai did not know these ancient stories, so he blinked his big blue eyes, but did not understand anything. No one noticed that before Yuan Jinggang spouted his nonsense, Yang Fan had secretly shot him a glance. Haha, Yuan Buke's words are wrong. Seeing that Taoist Shifang's face had turned the color of pig liver and was about to explode, Yang Fan suddenly said with a smile, "It is because the magic of immortality is hard to find, and people all want to become immortals, so there are villains who take advantage of it. In fact, there are real immortals," Yang Fan said with fervor and assurance. For example, immortal Guang Qingzi, who lived during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, was 1,200 years old. This is recorded in the historical records. Another example, during the reign of Emperor I of the Han Dynasty, the father of the river once wrote the annotation for Laozi's Tao Te Ching, was 1,700 years old, and achieved immortality on Tiantai Mountain. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Taoist Shifang and the pure light old nuns' faces became better. They thought to themselves that they were immortals, and it was really not worthwhile to argue with a common person like Yuan Jinggang. So they smiled happily and nodded to Yang Fan with approval. Yang Fan said again, "As for Su Fu, Shinigaki Hei, and the others, the reason why they succeeded was not because of their clever means, but because the emperor was too greedy and blinded by greed. For example, Emperor Shi Huang, books were the same as literature, carriages were the same, and he established the foundation of the world. He had made great contributions, but he was greedy and wanted to live forever, so he was used by Su Fu. However, Su Fu was also a wise man. He used the excuse that he had to go out to sea to find the elixir of immortality for Emperor Shi Huang, and finally escaped. He led 500 children and 500 virgin girls and lived a free and happy life. Shinigaki Hei, on the other hand, was much more stupid. He found someone to carve the 4 words longevity of the emperor on a jade cup and said that it was a gift from an immortal to Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen of Han was also a hero among the emperors of his generation, a virtuous emperor who created the rule of Wenjing. In his later years, he also became greedy. At that time, his father-in-law on the river taught him the way to rule the country, and he used Huang Lao's knowledge to establish the foundation of the Han dynasty. This was already a great contribution, but he also wanted to live forever. He couldn't get the celestial method from his father-in-law on the river, so he believed Shinigaki Hei. He actually trusted this nonsense that was full of loopholes. Shinigaki Hei gained a lot of benefits. If he had left earlier, he could have had a good death like Su Fu. However, his greed was insatiable, so Prime Minister Zhang Tsang and Yanwei Zhang Shiji monitored their actions. They found out the craftsman who carved the words on the jade cup, and in the end, he ended up with the tragic fate of the 3 tribes of Yi. When the pure light old nun and Taoist Shifang heard this, their expressions became a little unnatural. Yang Fan raised his wine cup and smiled. But the emperor and the 3 immortal masters of our dynasty are different. Our emperor became the emperor with the body of a woman. This has never happened since ancient times. How can such a woman belong to the mortal world? Of course, she is an immortal who descended from heaven. And we have seen the supernatural powers of the 3 immortal masters with our own eyes. They're the real immortals, just like Guang Chengzi and Father on the River. Mo Lei was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Yang Longzhong, you are a knowledgeable person. The pure light old nun and Taoist Shifang's expressions became relaxed again, but Taoist Shifang's eyes were wandering. It seemed that because of Yang Fan's words, he had faintly thought of something. Yang Fan saw his reaction and was secretly happy. This Taoist is not stupid. Looking at him, he was indeed moved by my words and had the idea of imitating Su Fu. I was afraid that you would act recklessly. Since you have the idea, then I'm not afraid that you won't work for me. That young Master Jiang, who is hiding in the gutter and pretending to be a ghost, will never think that the person I am going to use to deal with him is actually a fraud. At this moment, a neigh of a horse suddenly sounded behind a cluster of flowers. The strong horse neighed and galloped, shaking off a few more petals of the flowers on the branches. Then, a minister of justice dressed in black appeared in a hurry against the falling petals. He turned over and got off the horse, walking quickly to Yang Fan and whispering a few words in his ear. Yang Fan's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 477. Several fast horses galloped out of the Golden Grain Garden, heading straight for Luoyang. Something had happened in the capital. The series of actions against the censorate finally made the ruthless officials of the censorate realize that the recent actions were meant to deal with them. In recent months, the ruthless officials who had retracted their claws, lowered their tails, and pretended to be obedient dogs, once again revealed their sharp fangs. The first strike of their counterattack was on the Political Affairs Hall. As for the details, Yang Fan was not clear. The messenger only told him that Prime Minister Su Weiwei, Chui Yuanzong, and Zhang Shichuan had been arrested and thrown into prison. It was an unprecedented spectacle for the Prime Minister of a country to rise and fall so frequently. The Prime Minister of Wuzhou was sitting on the mouth of a volcano and could be turned to ashes at any time. Looking at the frequency of the prime ministers of the Wuzhou dynasty, it was far more frequent than the Japanese prime minister's ouster, which became a farce in the world's political arena. Moreover, most of the prime ministers of the Wuzhou dynasty were imprisoned, hanged, exiled, or demoted. The brutality of the ouster was rare in both ancient and modern times. Yang Fan galloped all the way to Luoyang. He thought to himself, the position of prime minister is so dangerous, so why are there so many officials still scrambling for this position like ducks? If it were me, I'd rather stay down there peacefully than take up such a dangerous position. Yang Fan lost his family at a young age and wandered to the southeast. Although he had studied since he was young, he could not compare to those scholars who had studied hard for 10 years. Naturally, he did not understand how attractive a name that could be recorded in the annals of history was to them. Not to mention that being the prime minister might not necessarily lead to the destruction of one's family. Even if it was really dangerous, there were still countless people who were willing to risk their lives and charge forward. Yang Fan and Chun Dong arrived at Luoyang. Chun Dong returned to the Ministry of Justice first, while Yang Fan went straight to the palace. He wanted to go to the Political Affairs Hall. The Minister of Justice, Dolu Qinwang, and the Assistant Minister of Justice, Tao Wenjie, were both there. The messenger at the Golden Grain Garden said clearly, Prime Minister Li is furious. Minister Dolu invites Lang Zhong to go to the Political Affairs Hall immediately after returning to the city. After entering the palace, Yang Fan quickly turned to the Political Affairs Hall. Not far from the Political Affairs Hall was the Hall of History. Wan Er's room was in the Hall of History. If Yang Fan went there at this time, he might be able to see Wan Er. But at this moment, of course, he had no time to talk to the beautiful woman. After entering the Political Affairs Hall and asking for the location of Li Zhaoda's office, Yang Fan hurried over. A hastily drafted edict fell to the ground as Li Zhaoda angrily roared. Fool! Truly, truly a fool who can't understand. Wang Xiaojia mobilized an army of 200,000 soldiers to plot against Anxi, and he spent an enormous sum of money on supplies, armor, and weapons. The imperial court has never been able to keep up with the expenditure, and based on your method of supply, just transportation alone will cost more than half of the army. How could the Phoenix Pavilion be filled with such fools? The one being scolded was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Gu Zili. The Phoenix Pavilion was originally the Hall of Governmental Affairs, one of the 3 provinces of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Minxia and Shangshu. In a broad sense, the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion was also a prime minister. For this prime minister Gu to rise to such a high position, he was normally an extremely revered figure. But being treated in such a manner by Li Zhaoda, he could only blush like an old hen that had just laid an egg. Gu Zili's face was red to the ears as he explained, Prime Minister Li, it is not that this lowly official is incompetent. It is just that the 4 garrisons of Anxi are located in a remote area, and they have been lost to the Tubo Empire for many years. The original fields have all been abandoned, and the local tribes have all been plundered by the Tubo Empire. Right now, we are only relying on local supplies, which are not even a tenth of our military needs. I don't want to hear it. Li Zhaoda's spittle sprayed on a Prime Minister Gu's face like rain. Anxi Road is far, and the sand is deep. Long-distance transportation costs are enormous. If we continue with this method of yours, when the 4 garrisons of Anxi are recovered and the country is under control, the costs will be unbearable. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't solve the problem, what use are you? Go back and draw up a better plan. Gu Zili had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He bent down to pick up the draft edict from ground. Prime Minister Gu was thin and weak, but his movements were inflexible. Probably because of some illness in his legs, he could not bend as he wished. When he bent down to pick up the edict, he could only stick his chin up high, looking very unsightly. Li Zhaoda had a bellyful of nameless anger because of the imprisonment of the 3 prime ministers. Seeing him like this, he loathed him even more. He scornfully rebuked, when the court selects officials, they must pay attention to one's character, words, books, and judgment. Looking at your thin and weak stature, Your vulgar speech, your lack of wisdom, your lack of talent, your stubbornness, your cowardice, your movements slow, you're like a frozen fly. I really don't know how someone like you became the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion. Even an insignificant official would be angry if he was humiliated like this, let alone Guzili, who was the current prime minister. But under Li Zhaoda's influence, he did not dare to refute. The higher one's position, the more scruples they had. Although Assistant Minister Gu's heart was filled with hatred, he did not dare to offend Prime Minister Li, who could cover the sky with one hand. Gu Zili was so angry that his lips trembled and his vision went black. With great difficulty, he picked up the edict and panted heavily. For a moment, he was unable to take a single step away. Hearing Li Zhaoda's insults, Gu Zili's body swayed, and he almost fell. The supervising imperial censor Chen Liegio, who had also come to the political affairs hall to report, saw this and quickly helped him up. Chen Liegio helped Gu Zili steady, but when he saw Li Zhaoda glaring at him, he quickly withdrew his hand. Li Zhaoda scolded, "Look at the two of you. Gu Zili is thin and withered, with no flesh on his cheeks, but you are as fat as a ball with a round face and big eyes, just like a pai xiao. The court's standards for selecting officials are getting worse and worse. What kind of people are they using?" Pai xiao was one of the names for pandas. This Chen Liegio was short and plump, with a round face and big eyes. If one looked closely, he really did look like a panda. The little servants in the two rooms couldn't help but cover their mouths and snigger. Chen Zhaoda was also someone who liked to give people nicknames. After today's matter, with the big mouths of these little servants spreading the news, the elegant nicknames of Assistant Minister Jellyfly and Imperial Censor Pai Xiao would probably spread. Being scolded by Li Zhaoda, Chen Liegio's plump face also turned red. Li Zhaoda waved his hand in disgust, saying, "Get out. All of you get out. Looking at the two of you makes me annoyed." Gu Zili and Chen Liegio nodded and were about to leave when a little servant came into the hall and said to Li Zhaoda, "Master Li, Minister of Justice Yang Fan wishes to see you. Let him in." Li Zhaoda gave the order in a bad mood and sat down on the couch. Because Li Zhaoda's administrative hall was a building in the palace, it was very different from the yamen outside. This was a palace building. Li Zhaoda's residence was a main hall. On the left and right side of the hall, there were 8 huge hall pillars. On the 2 sides, there were side halls forming a courtyard. Yang Fan stepped into the hall and saw Li Zhaoda sitting angrily on the seat of honor. He didn't bother to look at the people beside him and quickly went forward. He crossed his hands and bowed, saying, "This lowly official Yang Fan greets Prime Minister Li." Li Zhaoda snorted and glanced at him coldly. He said in a strange tone, "You, a plague doctor, are so idle. As the head of the Ministry of Justice, you don't do proper work, idle around, let down the emperor's expectations, and do wrong to the people. To think that I have always looked at you differently. I didn't know that you were so useless." Yang Fan was startled. He didn't expect to be reprimanded by Li Zhaoda as soon as he entered the government hall. Yang Fan couldn't help but get angry. He replied coldly, "Prime Minister Li, I came here under orders to listen to your instructions, not to listen to your lecture. As the head of the Ministry of Justice, whether I don't do proper work, idle around, or not, will be judged by the public." In his anger, Yang Fan didn't even address himself as lowly official. Instead, he called himself a SOSO. Strictly speaking, even a bricklayer could call himself SOSO in front of a prime minister if he didn't want to bow and scrape. This wasn't considered rude, and Li Zhaoda couldn't find fault with it. Yang Fan continued, "As for whether I have let down the emperor's expectations and done wrong to the people, I don't know if Prime Minister Li can represent the emperor's wishes or the people of the world. Yang Fan didn't know how the sage would evaluate me. As for the will of the people, they all praised me as the reincarnation of justice. The plaque that was given to me by the people of Luoyang is still hanging in the yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Prime Minister Li, do you want to take a look?" Hearing this, Li Zhaoda flew into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "Yang Fan, how dare you speak to me like this?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "I'm not as powerful as Prime Minister Li. This is the government hall, the heart of the country's secrets, and Prime Minister Li is the Prime Minister of the country. In this dignified place, you call me by my nickname. I have my own surname. How can you call me Dr. Pestilence in this dignified place? I've always been like this in front of the sage, Master D, Princess Taiping, Prince Liang, and Prince Wei. I didn't know that Prime Minister Li was so powerful. If Prime Minister Li summoned me today just to show off, then I'm sorry. I still have many official matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. The people that Yang Fan mentioned were either of higher status than Li Zhaoda. Although Di Renjia was now a small county magistrate, when he was in the government hall, Li Zhaoda was still the youngest brother. In the bureaucracy, seniority mattered, and Di Renjia was also of higher status than him. Assistant Minister Gu and Censor Chun, who deliberately slowed down their footsteps and listened to the movements behind them, looked at each other in shock. This young Longzhong was really bold. Nowadays, all the civil and military officials in the court trembled with fear and respect when they saw Li Zhaoda, but a mere assistant minister like him dared to be so arrogant. Speaking of which, it was because he had a strong backer. In fact, even Yang Fan's backers wouldn't dare to be so rude to Li Zhaoda, who was full of righteousness. However, the two officials could only think of it from the perspective of their backers, who would think that they didn't have the guts not to bend down for a few buckets of rice. Dou Qin Wang and Tao Wenjie, who were waiting in the side hall, came out from behind the screen when they heard the commotion. When they heard Yang Fan and Li Zhaoda talking in such a manner, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Dou Qin Wang hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Yang Fan, shut up." Then he bowed to Li Zhaoda and said, "Yang Fan is young and impetuous and doesn't know proper etiquette. Prime Minister, please forgive me. Get out, get out. All of you get out." Li Zhaoda angrily waved his sleeves and chased out all the attendants in the two rooms. When the hall was empty and only the four of them were left, Li Zhaoda glared coldly at Yang Fan and said in a cold voice, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "I'm a bit arrogant. I don't get along with Prime Minister Li, the minister, and the assistant minister." Presumably, the entire court from the saints down would be happy to see this happen. Doesn't Prime Minister Li think so too? Li Zhaoda snorted coldly and didn't say anything. On the surface, it didn't seem like the entire Ministry of Justice was united. This was their strategy from the very beginning, but there was no need for it to escalate to the point where a Minister of Justice contradicted a Prime Minister. Everything that happened today wasn't part of their plan. Li Zhaoda had a straightforward personality, perhaps because he was born of a concubine and had received some unfair treatment in his early years. He always had a bit of an extreme and unkind temperament in his bones. Back when he was still a junior in the Political Affairs Hall, he dared to ridicule Liu Shida, who was an elder and had just made a great contribution. Now, he was even more so. When he was reprimanding Yang Fan, it was indeed because he was angry and didn't care about other people's dignity. As for why Yang Fan opposed him, it was because they had an agreement beforehand, and he wasn't afraid that Li Zhaoda would really fall out with him. However, it was also because he was really disgusted by Li Zhaoda's domineering attitude. Ever since Li Zhaoda monopolized the Political Affairs Hall, the unsociable, arrogant, mean, and merciless character that was hidden deep in his bones became increasingly obvious. Now, Li Zhaoda considered everyone beneath his notice and acted arbitrarily. For a short period of time, this image of a solitary official could ensure that he could be unscrupulous no matter who he faced. However, in the long run, it wasn't a good thing. When Yang Fan and the hidden sect were considering the officials in the court who they could ally with, they had already listed this person as a person that they couldn't associate with. Therefore, when Yang Fan used this as a pretext to purposely let others see that he wasn't on good terms with Li Zhaoda, it was also because of Yang Fan's far-reaching considerations. Li Zhaoda's faction is now an ally, but they definitely can't be true comrades. Why are you mingling with Taoist Sifong and old Nanjingwang? Li Zhaoda was a true disciple of the Confucian school and a pious disciple of the sage. He didn't care about those so-called gods and monsters. Once the conflict was revealed, he asked with displeasure. Yang Fan ridiculed, This matter doesn't seem to conflict with our objective. This lowly official heard that the 3 grand chancellors were imprisoned, so I hurried back to the capital city. It seems that Minister Li isn't anxious about this matter and actually has the leisure to inquire about this Yang's friendship. Li Zhaoda snorted heavily as he was asking for a snub again. As the saying goes, a barefooted person isn't afraid of a shoe-wearing person. He wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in a quarrel with Yang Fan, as the disparity between their statuses was too great. Yang Fan didn't need anything from him, and the few influences behind him didn't fear him either. He couldn't do anything to Yang Fan, and if there was any quarrel, it would actually help Yang Fan to increase his prestige. Dolu Qinhuang quickly changed the topic and said, "The people from the Imperial Censorate have started to retaliate. I didn't expect that after Lai Junshin left, they are still so vicious when it comes to biting people. In just a short while, 3 grand chancellors were imprisoned, and the entire court was shaken. I called you here to discuss how we should deal with this." Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Why were the 3 grand chancellors imprisoned?" Dolu Qinhuang let out a bitter laugh and wanted to say something but stopped. Watching them quarrel fiercely, Tao Wenjie sat at the side and smiled without saying a word. He was Princess Taiping's man, not Li Zhaoda's faction, and he couldn't wait to see them suffer a setback. Hearing Yang Fan's question, Tao Wenjie interrupted. "This time the matter is very tricky. The Imperial Censorate has conclusive evidence in their hands, and both witnesses and material evidence have been presented to the Emperor." Tao Wenjie explained in detail. Yang Fan listened carefully and finally understood the reason behind it. So the cause of this incident was the Grand Chancellor Zhang Shi. The Grand Chancellors of the Political Affairs Hall were each in charge of an errand. For example, Su Wei was in charge of the judiciary, while Zhang Shi was in charge of the selection of the celestial officials, and was in charge of the selection of officials. To put it bluntly, he was in charge of the appointment of officials, and the corresponding yamen was the Ministry of Appointments. This position had a lot of power, and the official in charge of personnel had always been popular since ancient times. A few officials with similar qualifications and popularity competed for the same lucrative position, and in order to obtain his approval and support, they would bribe him. In the beginning, he was still restrained and careful in his actions, but later he gradually became unscrupulous. He walked too much at night, and eventually encountered a ghost, and the people of the Imperial Censorate got hold of him. Now that the Imperial Censorate was attacked, they used this incident as a weapon to attack the civil officials. As for Su Wei and Chui Yuanzong, they were an unexpected harvest. The people of the Imperial Censorate did not expect to be able to fish out 2 big fishes. If they knew from the beginning that these 2 Grand Chancellors were also involved, they might have used this incident as a bargaining chip to seek reconciliation with the Political Affairs Hall. In the end, Zhang Shi was also a person without a backbone. He was afraid of suffering physical pain, and besides, the evidence was conclusive and he could not defend himself. But the crime of corruption could not take his life. After weighing the 2 factors, as soon as he entered the censorate, he confessed everything, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. He even confessed Su Wei and Chui Yuanzong. Su Weiwei and Chui Yuanzong were both prime ministers, and some of their official powers overlapped with his. Zhang Shi had received benefits from them, so if he wanted to do things properly, he couldn't do without Su Weiwei and Chui Yuanzong's help, so he wanted to drag them down. Su Weiwei's character has always been ambiguous, and she is unwilling to offend anyone. Chui Yuanzong has just become a prime minister, and his foundation is still shallow, so it is impossible for him to offend Zhang Shi. The 2 of them can only push the boat along with the current. Speaking of which, the 2 of them didn't get much benefits, and they didn't directly intervene in Zhang Shi's affairs. They just turned a blind eye to some of his actions. As a result, Zhang Shi was exposed, and the 2 of them were implicated and sent to prison together. Yang Fan's frown deepened as he listened. Since the censorate has witnesses and material evidence, I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven to rescue the 3 prime ministers. Li Zhaoda's face was gloomy. Why do such a futile thing? Su Weiwei was promoted by Di Renjia, so he can say that it was none of his business. But Cui Yuanzong and Zhang Xu were promoted by him. Now that the two of them have committed a crime, he is responsible for failing to recognize people and recommending them wrongly. Even if the Empress doesn't punish him, he will still lose face. Li Zhaoda's cheeks bulged. Gritting his teeth, he said, "These people don't know how to behave, so they only have themselves to blame. Now that the evidence is conclusive, how can we save them? If we compromise, the ruthless officials will become even more powerful, and they will become a great scourge in the world." He coldly glanced at the three people in front of him and said, "For the righteousness of the court and to eradicate evil, why should we cherish our lives? Moreover, the three of them have their own blemishes. I called you here because I want to ask, other than using people to impeach and beating around the bush, do you have any methods to directly attack them?" Dolu hurriedly said, "According to the original plan, the specific measures are the responsibility of Yang Longzhou." "Yang Longzhou, how are the preparations on your side?" Yang Fan said, "I have not slacked off for a moment and have been in the midst of preparation. To tell the truth, I have already cast my net. Even if this incident did not happen, it will be time to pull in the net in a few days." Li Zhaoda coldly said, "What methods do you have? Don't use those frivolous methods on those small shrimps. I want you to directly attack the heart of the imperial censor, take down their leader, and immediately return the favor." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Right now, there are only a few eagle claws in the imperial censor. Wang Hongyi and Ho Siji are two of the leaders. My first target is them. As for the methods..." A strange expression suddenly appeared on Yang Fan's face. He slowly said, "It is the same as their methods. It is just giving them a taste of their own medicine." Chapter 478. There were 3 antique shops in the north of Luoyang. 2 of them were very wealthy and reputable. Most of the antiques they bought and sold were rare in the world. They had a good reputation among players who liked to collect and play with antiques. The other shop, called Elegant Collection Pavilion, was not good enough. This shop was very small, and there were not many rare items in it. Although most of the items in the collection were antiques, there were not many rare items. It was said that they had even sold fake goods in the past. After a long time, the infamy spread. True players would never set foot in Elegant Hidden Pavilion. However, this Elegant Hidden Pavilion was still doing well. Even if the door was deserted, the shopkeeper still sat in the shop steadily. He never worried about the lack of business. There were no birds at the door today because it was raining outside. Spring rain was as precious as oil. The pitter-patter of rain drenched the uneven bluestone in front of the door until it was shiny. The rainwater converged into puddles and splashed onto the puddles. The shopkeeper, Shui Pingyin, sat behind the counter, holding his fat double chin and smiling at the rain. From time to time, he would take a sip of rice wine. He was very relaxed. Someone had come. He was holding an old oil paper umbrella. His face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of black cloth boots and a green robe that rippled with his footsteps could be seen. When the oil paper umbrella floated to the eaves, the rainwater on the eaves hit the surface of the umbrella, making a pong-pong sound. In just a moment, the person flashed into Elegant Pavilion. The oil paper umbrella moved away, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a mustache. When Shui Pingyan saw this person's appearance, he immediately smiled even more happily. Business had come. This person's first visit was 3 months ago. Shopkeeper Shui remembered very clearly that it was a snowy winter season. It happened to be snowing heavily that day. This customer was wearing a tight-fitting sheepskin cotton robe and a dogskin hat with ear coverings. He was dressed very rustic, but he was very good at identifying antiques. The antiques displayed in the shop could be accurately named, guessed the age, and estimated the price at a glance. There were a few fake antiques mixed among the low-grade ones. He didn't even touch them, knock them, or look at the inscriptions on them. He only glanced at them and accurately pointed out that they were fake. The shop assistant's face started to turn ugly. Fortunately, the shop's business wasn't good to begin with. People only came once every 10 to 15 days. At that time, there were no other customers in the shop, so the assistant picked up a broom and prepared to kick this customer out. Shopkeeper Shui looked on with a smile and didn't stop him. At this moment, the customer suddenly spoke. How much is this ear-lifting pottery pot from the Eastern Han Dynasty? He was referring to the fake item he had just mentioned. He was referring to the ear-lifting pottery pot from the Eastern Han Dynasty. As soon as the waiter heard that there was hope, he immediately retreated to the side. Shopkeeper Shui immediately walked out from behind the counter and said with a smile, 50,000. A real ear-lifting pottery pot from the Han Dynasty was worth less than a tenth of this price. Shopkeeper Shui clearly knew that this was a fake, but he still asked for 50,000. This customer was also very strange. He didn't slap Shopkeeper Shui's face. Then, he grabbed Shopkeeper Shui's collar and dragged him out to the street to scold him for being a profiteer. The man paid $50,000 without hesitation and left excitedly with the Han Dynasty earring pottery pot he had just made last month. He even said that it was cheap. Last month, the customer came again. This time, he spent $100,000 on a bronze sword from the Qin Dynasty. The rusty bronze sword was real, but it was only worth a tenth of $100,000. It was also this time that Shopkeeper Shui learned the customer's name. It was Zhao Yu. Today, Zhao Yu came again. Moreover, he came in the rain. It seemed that it was another big business, so Shopkeeper Shui smiled even more happily. Brother Zhao, long time no see. What would you like to buy this time? Zhao Yu's complexion didn't look good. He frowned and asked, Shopkeeper, is there any treasure worth 500,000 in this shop? It was very strange for an antique buyer to not choose an antique that he liked, but only buy it according to the price. Shui Pingyan was a businessman. Hearing such a big business coming to his door, he didn't look happy at all. Instead, he looked worried, which made it even more strange. He frowned and said hesitantly, Brother Zhao, this business seems to be quite big. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement and sighed. It is indeed quite big, but I believe that the customer can afford it. Hearing this, Shui Pingyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, In that case, Brother Zhao, how about this antique? Shui Pingyan took a large coin from the antique shelf and spread it in his palm. The coin was shaped like a bell and had 3 holes on it. Shopkeeper Shui said with a smile, This is a copper coin made in the Warring States period. It's a rare object. He opened his other hand and slowly raised it in front of Zhao Yu. He said in a deep voice, It's worth exactly 500,000. 2 hours later, Zhao Yu appeared in Yang Fan's detention room of the Ministry of Justice. Before he arrived, Yang Fan was watching the rain from the window. The rain fell on the newly grown leaves of the osmanthus tree. The leaves were bright green and pleasing to the eye. The trunk was thick and strong. This osmanthus tree was more than 100 years old. It was said that this osmanthus tree had been planted here since the founding of the Sui dynasty. Now that the Sui dynasty had been destroyed, the talented and bold Emperor Wen of Sui and the ambitious Emperor Yang of Sui had become a symbol in the pile of old papers. But the osmanthus tree was still alive and well, and even stronger than before. As soon as Zhao Yu arrived, Yang Fan closed the window. The handsome manservant, Anu, who had been leaning against him and watching the rain, also quietly retreated. She stood under the dripping eaves of the door and continued to watch the rain. With her there, no one could eavesdrop on the conversation in the room. In the room, Yang Fan and Zhao Yu sat opposite each other. Yang Fan said, Have you found out everything? Zhao Yu smiled and said, With me around, you can rest assured. He reached into his bosom and took out a tightly bound oiled paper bag. Pushing in front of Yang Fan, he said, The entire process of bribery, the people involved, the amount and location of each bribe, the requests, and even the place where he hid the money. Everything is recorded in detail. Zhao Yu sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. This Wang Hongyi is greedy by nature and loves to amass wealth. He has a nickname, Tao Dai. He used to be unscrupulous, but after Lai Junshin's downfall, he has become much more careful. He actually racked his brains to come up with such a good plan to cross the sea. It must have been hard on him. Yang Fan said with a smile, Yes, let my family open an antique shop first and sell some worthless junk there. Then let the people who asked him to do things or begged him to be lenient go to the shop and buy these worthless antiques at a high price. Then give them to him as a gift, as proof. It's a flawless plan. Unfortunately, he forgot that the censurate's best method is 3 people confess, and the crime is determined according to the confession. Now that I've found out how he took bribes, I'll do the same to him. I'm not afraid that I can't punish him. Anti-corruption had always been the most powerful weapon in political battles. In the name of anti-corruption, they could openly get rid of their opponents. Of course, the premise was that the other party was really corrupt. Wang Hongyi had a penchant for collecting antiques, and Yang Fan catered to it. Sure enough, he successfully obtained the evidence. He held the oiled paper bag in his hand and said to Zhao Yu, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to the yamen to work as usual." Zhao Yu smiled knowingly and stood up. "Goodbye, I won't see you out." With a bang, the oiled paper umbrella opened up under the dripping eaves, like a water lily spread out in a water tank in the corner, gently turning. Zhao Yu held the hem of his robe in one hand and the umbrella in the other as he quietly left. The Ministry of Justice in the rain gave off a lonely feeling. Walking in the rain, Zhao Yu's back also exuded a sense of loneliness. Alas, it's the same wherever I go. Anu walked into the room and sighed softly amidst the pitter-patter of the rain. She faintly said, "Young Master and Shun Mu are like this. It's still the same here." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you tired of it? Where there are people, there will definitely be fights. Even if you hide in the deep mountains and old forests to avoid the world, when your children and grandchildren grow up and the population gradually increases, there will still be fights. Fights over land, property, houses. This is human nature. Some people fight for the world, some fight for themselves, some fight for high positions, some fight for 3 meals a day, some fight against the heavens, and some fight against other people. In reality, what's the difference? As for me, in order to stop you from being afraid, in order for you and me to be together, I will fight against young Master Jiang. In order for my woman and children to eat well and wear well instead of worrying about 3 meals a day, I will fight for my position. Anu, you were not this depressed in the past. You are not even afraid of the Emperor. Why are you so afraid of young Master Jiang?" He walked to Anu's side and softly said, "I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. Before I have a perfect plan, I will not easily challenge him." Anu nodded and gently threw herself into his arms. Outside the window, the lonely rain seemed to have a hint of gentleness. The next morning, Yang Fan rode a tall horse and, as usual, rushed to the Ministry of Justice Yamen amidst the ringing of bells in the city. Before he got off the horse, 5 people rushed over from the roadside. There were men and women, old and young. They knelt in front of the horse, with a paper on top of their heads, and loudly cried out that they were wronged. The head of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Xue, also happened to be at the door. One of the 2 minister counselors of the Ministry of Justice had just been transferred away from his original post not too long ago, so the position of minister counselor was vacant. From that day onwards, Feng Xue would coincidentally arrive at the yamen at the same time as Dr. Yang every day. When Dr. Yang dismounted, the 2 of them would walk in together, chatting about qi, their bodies, and bonding. The 4 heads were now fighting for the position of minister counselor with all their might. For example, to show their loyalty to their superior and to give gifts, they were all doing it. But if they wanted to succeed, they obviously had to put more effort into the details. Today, Feng Xue happened to be at the Ministry of Justice at the same time as Yang Fan. When he saw this scene, he quickly ran over to chase them away. "Go, go, go. Don't you know the rules? What kind of case can go beyond the prefectures and counties? Even if it involves hundreds of officials, you should go to the censorate. This is the Ministry of Justice. How can our Yang Longzhong accept your messy complaints?" The leader, an old man, cried out, "This old man is suing an official in the imperial court. The Luoyang prefecture can't accept him, but this old man can't go to the censorate either, because this old man is suing an official of the censorate. I beg Yang Qingtian to redress the grievances of this lowly commoner, to uphold justice for this lowly commoner." Chapter 479. The prison of the censorate was empty, and the overcrowded scene was gone. There were only 3 people locked up in the entire prison, but these 3 people were still very important people. The censorate only caught big tigers, and the commoners were not qualified to be locked up in this place. The 3 people were Prime Minister Su Weiwei, Prime Minister Zhang Shi, and Prime Minister Cui Yuanzong. Cui Yuanzong sat there dumbfounded. It had been less than half a year since he became prime minister, and he was already in prison. In the end, he could not escape the curse of the prime minister of the Zhou dynasty. Cui Yuanzong wanted to cry when he thought of his ambition when he became prime minister and how he wanted to climb step by step to the position of chief minister. Zhang, she sat on the straw couch, facing the wall. He looked like Bodhidharma, but he did not know if he could leave a shadow on the wall and understand the true meaning of Buddhism. Zhang, she was like this because he was ashamed to see his friends. He was the one who confessed to Su Weiwei and Cui Yuanzong, and he was the one who dragged them into this mess. To be more precise, they did not take bribes on purpose. The reason why they accepted his gifts was not to help the officials who asked him to do things, but because they did not want to offend him as a prime minister. In the end, he called these 2 friends out as soon as he entered the prison. He did not do things properly, so how could he still have the face to see his old friends? Su Weiwei sometimes sat down, sometimes stood up, sometimes walked, and sometimes raised his head to stare blankly at the light coming from the vent. He hated Zhang Shi for not being loyal. He hated himself for not sticking to his nature. He regretted not showing mercy in the beginning. He was worried that his future would be ruined because of this. All these thoughts made his gray hair almost completely white in just a few days. At this moment, he was looking at the dark corner of the prison, thinking about his future. He had 4 sons. The eldest, 3rd, and 4th were all officials in other prefectures. He did not know if they would be implicated because of him. He only committed the crime of taking bribes. He hoped that the saints would be wise and not punish them. His 2nd son, Su Fun, was also talented and learned. Among his 4 sons, he was also one of the best. However, Su Wei knew that the career of an official was filled with endless temptations and dangers. Especially after Empress Wu's dictatorship, there were endless killings. In order to be safe, he did not let his 2nd son become an official. His 2nd son, Su Fun, was married and had children. He lived in Maishan County in Sichuan. He was the prime minister's son, plus he was very knowledgeable. He was now a famous local gentleman, so this official career turmoil should not affect him. In this way, even if there was an even greater change, the Su family would at least be able to preserve a branch of their bloodline. Thinking about this, Su Weiwei felt a bit more comforted. However, just as he was feeling gratified, he suddenly thought of his brother Su Weixian and couldn't help feeling a bit miserable. Su Weixian was his brother. The age gap between the 2 brothers was very big. Their father died early. He raised this younger brother like a brother and also like a father. He also taught him knowledge. Now he was an official to wash the horses of the crown prince. It could be said that he did not let his deceased parents down. He was very protective of this younger brother. But since he became the prime minister, the 2 brothers instead became more and more distant. Because Su Weixian saw that his older brother became the prime minister, he often asked him to do some unreasonable things. Every time Su Weixian refused, Su Weixian would become angry out of humiliation. Not only did he throw and beat his older brother, he even spoke ill of him. Su Weiwei always did not feel disobedient. He pampered his younger brother very much. It could be said that he fulfilled his role as an older brother. Now that he was in prison, Weixian still did not come a visit. Perhaps it was because the supervision of the council was strict and did not allow family members of the officials to visit. However, 3 meals a day were sent by his own servants, and Weixian did not do anything. How could Su Weiwei not know that his younger brother was angry at him, to the point that he did not care about his brotherly relationship? Thinking about it, he could not help but feel sad. This official position, to be in fear, to not get along with each other, it was so boring. Su Wei was moaning and groaning as he walked and stopped. He seemed to be at a loss. Wang Desho, who was patrolling inside the prison, saw everything. Wang Desho used to be a judge of the Imperial Censorate. Last time, when Di Renjia and the other 6 high-ranking officials were imprisoned, Wang Deso was envious when he saw other people using the case as an excuse to get promoted. He wanted Di Rengia to use other officials as a stepping stone for his own promotion. Who would have thought that Di Rengia would be so fierce? He hit his head on the pillar to show his determination, which scared him so much that he wet his pants. After Di Rengia and the others were acquitted, some of the imperial censors who were promoted through torture were exiled to the desolate border. He, who did not get promoted, escaped this disaster, but he was demoted from a judge to a prison official. Wang Deso watched the reactions of the 3 prime ministers coldly. He saw them one by one, and secretly remembered them. For many years, the imperial censor had been deceiving the superiors and the subordinates, which made the empress vigilant. This time, when the 3 prime ministers were sent to prison, the empress specially summoned him, the criminal official, to closely monitor the movements in the prison. Not only did he want to see how Wang Guojun and the others interrogated the 3 prime ministers, he also wanted to observe the reactions of the 3 prime ministers in prison. Wang Deso knew that this was a great opportunity for him to be reinstated, and he was very excited. Now that he was the emperor's secret agent, his heart was completely on the emperor's side. Su Wei sighed as he thought about his future, his brothers, and his son. He sighed again and again, feeling very regretful. He did not know how many times he had sighed, when the prison door opened, and a big man stood at the door and shouted, "Censor Wang, bring the criminals Zhang Shi, Su Wei, and Shui Yuanzong to trial." Wang Deso heard this, stood up, and took out a bunch of keys from his waist. Su Wei, who was pacing around the prison like an ant on a hot pan, could not help but shiver when he heard Censor Wang's name. The civil officials had fought with the cruel officials several times, and although they had suffered heavy losses, the cruel officials in the imperial censor had also withered and were no longer as prosperous as before. Now, there were not many famous cruel officials in the imperial censor. Needless to say, the censor with the surname Wang and the right to bring them to trial must be Wang Hongyi. It was no wonder that Su Wei was afraid. Wang Hongyi was an extremely tyrannical and ruthless person. Thinking back, in order to ascend to the throne, Wu Zetian ordered the cruel officials to fabricate charges and massacred Li Tang's royal family and officials who were loyal to Li Tang. At that time, Lai Junshun concocted evidence and accused the Xingzhou military governor, Wang Anren, of treason. Wu Zetian sent Wang Hongyi to interrogate him. Wang Hongyi rushed to Xingzhou and imprisoned Wang Anren and his son. Wang Anren refused to accept this and clenched his teeth, refusing to admit his guilt. Wang Hongyi did not care and brazenly chopped off the heads of Wang Anren and his son, and brought them back to the capital in a wooden box sprinkled with lime. When he passed by Fenzhou, Fenzhou's Sima Mao Gong hurriedly welcomed him and treated him like an honored guest. Wang Hongyi entered the city and attended Master Mao's welcoming banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, his expression suddenly changed. He scolded Master Mao, accusing him of being a rebel against Empress Wu. He immediately ordered him to behead both of them, using his spear to pick his head off. Blood dripped all the way back to the capital. Because of this, he immediately became a capable general under Lai Junshun. Wang Hongyi also had a method of torturing prisoners. In a hot summer day, he would spread a blanket in a small, airless room and cover the prisoner. After a while, the prisoner would die without a single wound on his body. Then, he would report that he had died a sudden death. His vicious reputation was so great that when his report arrived, the prefectures and counties trembled with fear and followed it even more faithfully than an imperial edict. Because of this, Wang Hongyi boasted, "My official documents are like wild kudzu. No one is not afraid of them. Now I want this person to interrogate me." Thinking of this, Su Wei's face was ashen. In the main hall, Wang Hongyi sat solemnly, wearing his hat neatly. Ever since Lai Junshun was demoted to a prefectural military officer, the imperial censorate's reputation had plummeted. The imperial censorites had tucked their tails between their legs and behaved themselves. The imperial censorate's prestige was gone, and it was difficult for him to earn money. For safety reasons, he even had to rack his brains to set up an antique shop. He only had one business every 10 to 15 days, which was nothing compared to the money he used to make. Now that the three prime ministers were in jail, the imperial court was shaken. If this case was solved, the imperial censorate's reputation would be restored. Wang Guojun had secretly instructed him, "The Son of Heaven is old. His jealousy is stronger than before. You must think of a way to turn this corruption case into a case of rebellion. As long as it involves rebellion, the Son of Heaven will be alarmed and will put the censorate in an important position." The reason why he was asked to interrogate the three prime ministers was because of his vicious reputation. Wang Guojun wanted to borrow his reputation to intimidate the three prime ministers into giving him the confession he wanted. "Bring the criminal." Wang Hongyi slammed the gavel and was in high spirits. At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the council chamber. There were 20 armed men with knives and 20 armed men with spears and sticks. They wore black scarves with feathers on their heads and wore blue uniforms with red edges. They wore black boots. There were 2 banners in front of them and 3 men on horses. They formed a triangular formation and went straight to the entrance of the council chamber. The guards at the entrance saw them and stepped forward to stop them. They shouted, "This is the council chamber of the imperial censorate. Who dares to trespass?" The man in the middle of the 3 horses was full of heroic spirit. On the horse behind him, a green-robed official raised a yellow scroll and shouted, "The Ministry of Justice is here to arrest someone. Whoever dares to stop you, stand down." The guards were shocked. Seeing the glistening yellow scroll in his hand, they thought he would not dare to fake an imperial edict, so they had no choice but to withdraw in fear. 3 horses led dozens of servants, and unexpectedly, they broke into the censorate courtyard. The officials in the censorate chamber saw this scene and did not know what was going on, so they followed behind them to watch. Not long after, more and more people came to the censorate chamber. There was a low-ranking official who ran out in a hurry. He did not even have time to put down the brush in his hand. It was quite funny. This was Yang Fan's second time entering the Senate. The last time, he came here as a prisoner. This time, he was followed by officials carrying shackles and iron shackles, but this time, he was the judge who came to arrest him. Yang Fan rode his horse straight into the censor's courtyard. Only when he reached the yamen did he flip over and dismount his horse. Placing his hands behind his back, he glanced at the man on his right. Beside Yang Fan were Feng Shihui, the head of the Ministry of Justice, and Yuan Han, the head of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan glanced at them. Yuan Han immediately shouted to a low-ranking official, "We are here to arrest someone. Where's the imperial censor Wang Hongyi? Ask him to come forward and answer." The low-ranking official's face changed. "Imperial censor Wang is interrogating 3 criminal officials." Yang Fan smiled. "Where is he interrogating?" Yang Fan smiled. The low-ranking official looked at him and felt a chill in his heart. His hand trembled, and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't recognize that this chilling official with a cold smile was the disheveled and dirty Yang Langjiang from the imperial censorate. The low-ranking official pointed forward while trembling with fear. Yang Fan turned his head to look, and with a shake of his chin, dozens of ferocious bailiffs pounced on him. Chapter 480. Officials like you have the emperor's great favor and enjoy the people's blood and sweat. Instead of thinking of serving the court, you actually take bribes, bend the law, and wantonly amass wealth. All kinds of shameful conduct are shameful. Do you know your crimes now? Wang Hongyi's face was full of righteousness, and his words were stern. Those who didn't know his background would have a good impression of him after hearing these sonorous and forceful words. If this kind of person wasn't an honest and upright official, then who was? Zhang Shi, Su Weiwei, and Cui Yuanzong all blushed at his question and couldn't help but lower their heads. Ever since the Eastern Palace's surrender case, the emperor didn't believe cases of rebellion so easily. It was too difficult to forcefully turn a case of embezzlement into a case of rebellion. Wang Hongyi didn't have Lai Junqian's methods and scheming. Just thinking about this matter gave him a headache. Before he could think of a proper reason, this case had to be dragged on and couldn't be easily closed. Thinking of this, Wang Hongyi coughed and said, Zhang, you've been in charge of the selection of heavenly officials for many years. When did you start accepting bribes? Which officials were promoted because they promised you benefits? Hurry up and confess. Zhang raised his head in alarm and said, "The criminal official has already confessed." Wang Hongyi laughed coldly and said, "There are only a dozen or so people on the list of names you confessed. Could it be that you've only accepted benefits from these few people these past few years?" Zhang stammered, Some are just favors, gifts from friends. Even if they didn't give gifts, they should still be promoted." Wang Hongyi slammed the gavel and shouted, "Whether they should be promoted or not, there will be a public opinion. You only need to tell us who you've received benefits from since you became the selection of heavenly officials, so that you won't have to suffer physical pain." Humph. Since you're bribing, you've already lost the word virtue. You still want to say that you should be promoted? What a huge joke. Wang Hongyi's voice had just faded when more than 20 officials suddenly rushed up from the hall. More than 20 people rushed up to the main hall, and the hall immediately became chaotic. The bailiffs standing in the hall were greatly startled. The supervisor immediately went up to them and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the hall?" Those people did not pay any attention to them and rushed into the hall. They split into two groups and stood in front of the bailiffs of the Senate. The two bannermen, with one hand on their sabers, proudly rushed to the front and pushed the startled supervisor to one side. They turned around and stood still. In a loud voice they said, "Invite the doctor to the hall." Seeing this, Wang Hongyi couldn't help but slowly stand up. His face was full of surprise. Su Wei and the other two couldn't help but feel a trace of hope in their hearts. From the looks of it, could it be that the situation has changed? More than 20 officials crowded into the hall. In the middle of the hall was a man, dressed in a ceremonial official's robe. It was none other than the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan. As soon as Wang Hongyi saw Yang Fan, his countenance changed abruptly. He angrily said, "Yang Fan, this is the censorate, not your Ministry of Justice's yamen. Why are you barging into my main hall?" Wang Hongyi asked in a righteous and confident manner, but an ominous premonition had already caused his hands and feet to turn cold. Yang Fan was not crazy. Of course, he would not bring people to barge into the main hall of the censorate. If he dared to come, he must have something to rely on. Wang Hongyi had a guilty conscience. In that instant, he made all kinds of conjectures. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Yang Fan stood in front of the hall and looked at the three prime ministers who were looking at him with hope on their faces. He sighed inwardly. In order to completely destroy the censorate, Prime Minister Li has already abandoned you. You all have stains on your bodies. It is difficult for me to do it alone. I really can't save you. Yang Fan glanced at them and no longer looked at them. He raised his left hand, and Feng Shihui, who was standing behind him, immediately handed him the imperial edict with both hands. Yang Fan slowly unfolded the edict and said in a clear voice, "The imperial edict is here." Wang Hongyi received the edict. Wang Hongyi was even more frightened. He quickly left the official desk and cupped his hands and bowed. The three guilty prime ministers were treated to the side because they were not the ones to receive the edict. Yang Fan read the imperial edict in a loud voice. "My men, today there are people complaining of injustice, accusing the censorate, Wang Hongyi, of falsely using antiques as a pretext and wantonly accepting bribes. Disregarding the law of the country and using it for his own use, order the Ministry of Justice to arrest and investigate." Below, the Assistant Minister of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and the Renayer of the Hall of Governmental Affairs signed their seals. This was an official document from the court. Originally, the Ministry of Justice did not have the authority to directly investigate the censorate's guilty officials. But with the Emperor's imperial edict, he could confidently interfere in this case. After Yang Fan finished reading the edict, he waved his hand and 4 strong men rushed forward. They took off his official hat and robe, and with a hualang sound, the iron chain was wrapped around Wang Hongyi's neck. Wang Hongyi's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. The officials of the Ministry of Justice looked left and right, each of them arrogantly. When had the Ministry of Justice ever been so awe-inspiring? Moreover, they came to the censorate to show off. Yang Fan was as awe-inspiring as Zhou Xing, but he was not as strict as Zhou Xing. He had already won the hearts of the officials of the Ministry of Justice. Take him away. At Yang Fan's order, Yuan Han led a group of officials from the Ministry of Justice and dragged Wang Hongyi out of the main hall. The bailiffs of the censorate on both sides saw that Yang Fan was carrying out an imperial edict to take people away. Their faces were blank, and they did not dare to step forward to stop him. When Su Weiwei and the other two saw that Yang Fan was about to turn around and leave, they could not help but feel anxious. Although Cui Yuanzong was Yang Fan's former superior, they had always been scheming against each other, and there was no friendship between them. Moreover, he was a prisoner today. How could he have the face to see his former subordinates? Because of Di Renjia, Su Weiwei could be considered to be familiar with Yang Fan. He threw away his old face and hurriedly stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Longzhong, this old man's case." When Yang Fan saw him salute him, he quickly stepped aside and returned the salute. He said, "This lowly official does not deserve Prime Minister Su's salute. This lowly official is here today to bring Wang Hongyi to justice. This lowly official has no right to ask about Prime Minister Su's case." When Su Weiwei heard this, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Yang Fan saw that Su Weiwei was no more than 50 years old. His hair was already mostly white, his hair bun was loose, and his face was haggard. Yang Fan could not bear to see him like this. He suddenly remembered something that Wan'er told him yesterday when he met Wan. He said, "The sage's eyes shine brightly and illuminate the world." If Prime Minister Su did not do anything wrong, he would definitely not wrongly accuse you. If you have done something wrong, you should sincerely repent. The sage is the reincarnation of Methreya. He has great compassion, and perhaps he will let you off the hook. When Yang Fan said this, he cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Cui Yuanzong and Zhang, she also heard these words. But these words did not hurt or itch. They were just ordinary words of comfort. When the two heard it, they only became more depressed and did not take it to heart. Only Su Weiwei, when Yang Fan was halfway through his words, his eyes met with his, and he faintly gave him a look. Su Weiwei saw this, and his heart suddenly moved. Looking at the back of Yang Fan's departing figure, Su Weiwei repeatedly mulled over Yang Fan's words and gradually felt something. If Yang Fan only said a few words of comfort, he would not have any other thoughts. This was very common words of comfort. Just like when there was a funeral in the family, people would say, "Restrain your grief and accept the vicissitudes of life." But with the deep meaning in Yang Fan's eyes, Su Weiwei did not think that these words were so simple. He still did not understand the reason, but he had already decided to try according to Yang Fan's words. Perhaps his hope was in this look, this sentence. When Yang Fan led his people out of the court, the outside was already surrounded by people from the censorate. When they saw that Wang Hongyi was locked up, there was an immediate uproar. Immediately, people surrounded them and questioned them loudly. Feng Shihui and Yuan Han did not hesitate and shouted, "Arrest him by imperial edict." After some hustle and bustle, those people heard that they were indeed here by imperial edict and did not dare stop them. They only looked at them with eyes of hatred. Yang Fan stood at the back and let them do as they pleased. His eyes swept across the crowd intentionally and unintentionally. He did not believe that the person in charge of the censorate would not show up. The Ministry of Justice had the imperial edict in their hands. If they wanted to arrest someone, no one could stop them. Even if Lai Junshun was still here, he would not be able to stop them. But coming out to ask about the situation, to appease Wang Hongyi, and even to leave behind a few harsh words to make up for the situation, was the duty of a magistrate. If not, the morale of the censorate would definitely be affected. As expected, they came. When Yang Fan saw Wei Suizhong and host Siji rushing over, he smiled to himself. However, he was somewhat surprised that he did not see the current vice minister of the censorate, Wan Guojun. Although this person did not have the charisma of a leader, he was much more scheming than Lai Junshin. He knew that at times like this, he had to come out and calm people down. However, it did not matter if Wan Guojun did not come. The person he wanted to beat down was Ho Siji. It would be the same if he told him directly. When Wei Suizhong and Ho Siji arrived, the people from the censorate immediately moved to the side, opening a path for them. When Wang Hongyi saw Ho Siji, he immediately said with agitation, "Brother Ho, where is Vice Minister Wan? You must help me." Ho Siji comforted him. "Hongyi, do not panic. Vice Minister Wan has not returned from the Supreme Court. When he returns, us brothers will definitely discuss a plan to save you. We, the censorate, are not pushovers. We will definitely seek justice for you." Yang Fan grinned and said ahem. This official has been ordered by the emperor to investigate this case. If censorate Wang is wrongly accused, this official will naturally give him justice. If he is really guilty, this is a case that His Majesty is concerned about. I am afraid no one can save him. Wei Suizhong's face was full of hostility as he sneered disdainfully. "Yang Longzhong, you are really impressive. My censorate has always been bringing people in, but this is the first time someone has been brought out from the censorate." Yang Fan smiled. "Censorate Wei, why are you making such a fuss? The censorate is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. If someone breaks the law here, they will not be able to escape punishment. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two. This time you only took one. Next time you may take two. You just have to get used to it." Wei Suizhong's nose almost became crooked from anger as he shouted, "Surnamed Yang, don't be too arrogant. Do you think that the censorate is easy to bully? Today you took away a censorate. So in the future, you will be compensated 1,000 times over." Yang Fan's expression turned cold as he said, "Censorate Wei, there are hundreds of officials in the imperial court and thousands of officials in the world. These loyal officials cannot be caught. On the other hand, do you think I'm done with just Wang Hongyi? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. You should plan for yourself first. Come, let's return to the Ministry of Justice." With a wave of his hand, Yang Fan pushed aside the crowd and escorted Wang Hongyi out of the censorate. Ho Siji, who was at the side, heard his words and couldn't help but be startled. "It seems like they have been watching the censorate for a long time. I'm afraid that they have something on us, otherwise they wouldn't be so unyielding." Looking at Yang Fan's back, Ho Siji suddenly remembered that she had something on him. She couldn't help but think, "No, just in case, I have to prepare." Chapter 481. Wang Hongyi still had a sliver of hope in his heart, hoping that Yang Fan had only gotten some groundless information. However, when he saw the shopkeeper of the elegant depository pavilion, Shui Pingyan, the waiter next to Shui Pingyan, Zhao Yu, who had given him 3 generous gifts and was now kneeling there crying, and the housekeeper who had witnessed all of his bribery, and his brother-in-law who had helped him keep the stolen goods, Wang Hongyi immediately broke down. There were not many people who had seen such a big scene. There was no need to use torture on them. They only needed to be interrogated separately and a little intimidation. The criminals who could not collude with each other would spill all their secrets. The Ministry of Justice was not a monolithic entity. Someone had already leaked the irrefutable evidence of Wang Hongyi to the people of the censorate. Wang Guojun, who had rushed back to the censorate from the Supreme Judiciary, felt a chill in his heart when he heard the news. He knew that Wang Hongyi could not be saved. If Wang Hongyi had fallen into the hands of others, he might have been able to exert pressure on the other party and turn a big problem into a small one. But since the opponent was the Ministry of Justice, would they let go of this opportunity to suppress the censorate? Especially when the person in charge of this case was Yang Fan, who was once a prisoner of the censorate. He hated the censorate to the core. He would never let go of this chance. Wang Guojun took a deep breath and said as if he had a toothache, "Yang Fan. What a good Yang Fan. What a good Ministry of Justice. What a good Government Affairs Hall." Wang Guojun sneered, his face twisted like a crazy gambler who had lost all his chips. "They would rather give up the 3 prime ministers to put us to death." Ho Siji seemed to have turned back into the ruffian who sold biscuits in Chang'an City. He said angrily, "We caught 3 prime ministers, and they only caught one of us, the censorate. This deal is worth it. I don't believe that all the officials in the court are clean. Even the prime minister has to take advantage of others. How can those officials be an exception? Let's find more evidence and catch more people. Let's see who can't take it anymore. Wang Guojun shook his head. It's not that easy. You think too simply. Zhang Shi sold his official position and used the imperial court's public tool for his own personal gain. This was something the emperor could not tolerate, so he flew into a rage. As long as it did not affect the overall situation, the emperor would not mind if he only received some benefits in the process of governing. The emperor understands this better than you and I. She will not allow us to capture and kill indiscriminately and throw all the officials into prison. Otherwise, who would clean up the mess in the court? You or me? Wang Guojun laughed coldly and said, The emperor is old but not muddle-headed. He understands very well in his heart. She knows what we are for and what we can do. Governing the people and presiding over the court still depends on those scholars. She will not rely on us. Wei Suizhong glared at him. Then what do you think we should do? Wang Guojun slowly paced a few steps in the room. Gritting his teeth, he said, They're hoping that we will fall into disarray. As long as we fall into disarray and randomly bite each other, when the time comes, they don't need to make a move. When the emperor sees that we have gone too far and weighs the pros and cons, he will have to kill us, these lackeys. Hosiji was not alarmed by this and quickly asked, Then what do you think we should do? Wang Guojun glanced at him and said calmly, The evidence of Wang Hongyi's crime is irrefutable. We cannot save him. Right now, they're hoping that they will save him so that they can use it against us. We will bide our time and deal with all changes by remaining unchanging. They can bear to lose 3 prime ministers, but we can't bear to lose 1 imperial censor. Wei Suizhong and Wang Hongyi were born ruffians and have always been on good terms. Wang Guojun was a scholar and did not have such a close relationship with them. Hearing Wang Guojun's words, Wei Suizhong was immediately displeased. He said, So they are not arresting you, Vice Minister Wang. As long as you are not caught, no matter which of us brothers is being schemed against, you will just stand by and watch. Wang Guojun angrily said, They captured Wang Hongyi in hopes that we will save him so that they can scheme against us one by one. Knowing that it is a trap, they still want to charge in? How stupid. Vice Minister Lai entrusted the imperial censor to me. It cannot be destroyed in my hands. When it is time to endure, we must endure. Wang Hongyi's crime is not worthy of death. At most, we will be demoted and exiled. If we wait for an opportunity, we will be able to save him. Hosiji heard the danger in his words and considered that there was still a scourge in their family that they had not yet dealt with. He quickly said, Vice Minister Wan's words make sense. Let's wait and see. The current situation is not in our favor. So what if we wait for a while? Isn't Vice Minister Lai still waiting for an opportunity in Tongzhou? Seeing that he agreed with his opinion, Wang Guojun's expression became better. He said, That's right. Who doesn't have tribulations? A temporary setback is nothing. Back then, Yang Fan was our prisoner. His life and death were in our hands. But now, isn't he riding on our heads and acting like a tyrant? If we endure it, we might have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Back then, when the imperial censor was in trouble, Lai Zixuan was banished to Jiaoji and Vice Minister Lai was banished to Tongzhou. Didn't they also endure it? Wei Suizhong remembered that he had contributed greatly to Yang Fan's release from prison. He never expected that today, Yang Fan would become the scourge of the imperial censor. He felt regret in his heart, and his imposing manner weakened. He asked helplessly, Then what about the 3 prime ministers in prison? Wang Guojun narrowed his eyes slightly and said gloomily, I'm afraid the original plan won't work. Let's put it aside for now and lock them up. If Wang Hongyi is really punished, Wei Suizhong said fiercely, then let the 3 prime ministers accompany imperial censor Wang. In the prison, Su Wei was no longer just sighing and groaning. It was probably because Wang Hongyi's arrest did not change the situation for the 3 of them. Su Wei had completely lost hope. He often sat cross-legged on the ground and wept sadly. Every day, he did not eat the most delicious food that his family sent him. Later, he even begged Wang Desho to bring him a pen and paper to write a will. In the will, Su Wei earnestly taught his 4 sons. His words were sincere and full of remorse for his violation of the country's law. He left behind family teachings that his sons must be upright and serve the court well in the future to redeem themselves. Because Su Wei was not involved in a major case of rebellion, it was not particularly difficult to pass on a letter. He was the prime minister, so Wang Desho still had to give him face. Wang Desho readily agreed to help him. After Su Wei finished writing, he took the letter and left. Soon, Su Wei's will appeared on Wu Zetian's imperial desk. Wu Zetian carefully read Su Wei's letter and gently placed it on the desk. She said to Wang Desho, "How have the 3 of them been in prison?" Wang Desho bowed and said, in reply to the sage, Su Wei sighed and cried every day. Zhang Shi sat facing the wall and did not say a word. Other than when he was eating, he did not even turn his head. Cui Yuanzong scolded Zhang Shi a few times and occasionally sighed. After Yang Fan locked up Wang Hongwen and left, Cui Yuanzong seemed to be more relaxed. He often walked around in prison and occasionally recited a few poems. These days, his appetite has also increased. "You have done well." Wu Zetian nodded and praised Wang Desho, saying, "As long as you are loyal to me and work hard, there is no need to worry about not being able to be promoted. Previously, you forced the D Kingdom's elder to accuse the ministers. It was a big mistake. It was not just a mistake, it was simply stupid." Hearing that there was a chance, Wang Desho quickly knelt on the ground and said with tears, "The sage's teaching is right. I was blinded by greed and later, every time I think about it, I am ashamed. I am guilty. I am ashamed." Wu Zetian waved her hand and lightly said, "Forget it. Seeing that you are sincerely repentant, you can be considered a promising talent. Nowadays, the imperial censorate is declining. Corrupt officials must be punished, but the imperial censorate cannot fall. I have the intention to promote you to be an imperial censor and serve the court well in the future." When Wang Desho heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. So he was a judge and was hoping to be reinstated. He did not expect that he would be promoted. Immediately, he kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic, swearing to show his loyalty. Wu Zetian impatiently said, all right, Su Wei, take this letter home and have someone send it back to the Su family." Wang Desho quickly agreed and respectfully took the letter and left. Shanghai Wana looked at his back and smiled. She said to Wu Zetian, "Does everyone intend to punish the 3 prime ministers?" Wu Zetian nodded and said, "The 3 prime ministers are trapped in prison and have not been punished for a long time. The officials are restless and no longer have the heart to do official business. It is time to punish them." She hesitated for a moment and said, "Waner, draft an edict. Zhang Shi, as the heavenly official, failed my expectations. He accepted money and sold his position. His crime cannot be pardoned. He is exiled to Xuanzhou, now Huizhou, Guangdong. Cui Yuanzong is his accomplice. He is stubborn and does not repent. He is exiled to Zhenzhou, now Sanya, Hainan. Su Wei is a great poet but was deceived by others. Out of consideration of his talent, I will give him a way out and demote him to the provincial governor of Jizhou. I hope he will understand my intention and turn over a new leaf." Shanghai Wana bowed and said, "Everyone is merciful." Su Wei was enlightened by Yang Fan's words. Although he lost his position as prime minister, he was demoted to be the head of a prefecture. Zhang Shi and Cui Yuanzong were more miserable, especially Cui Yuanzong. He was the same as Su Wei. He was implicated by Zhang Shi and was exiled even further than Zhang Shi. After all, he was one of the 6 branches of the Cui family in Qinghe. The nobles in Shandong opposed Li Ji's appointment of Wu Zetian as empress and protected Empress Wang. When Wu Zetian became Empress Dowager, he opposed Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne and protected Li Tang's line. Wu Zetian hated him to the core. Once she got the chance, she would suppress him. The 3 prime ministers were punished. This meant that the censorate had lost its support against the Ministry of Justice. Once the news spread, everyone in the court knew that Wang Hongyi was finished. The imperial court would rather give up the 3 prime ministers than let the censorate off the hook. Logically speaking, not to mention the 3 prime ministers, Even one prime minister was more important than Wang Hongyi, a mere censorate. However, over the years, countless nobles, generals, and ministers had fallen. All of them were caused by ruthless officials. These ruthless officials did not have high ranks, but they had great power. All the civil and military officials in the court had their eyes on them. Their power could not be measured by their official positions. The commotion caused by the Eastern Palace's petition last time was too great, and 7 officials were imprisoned. The Political Affairs Hall was almost wiped out in one fell swoop, leaving only Li Zhaoda. Once the matter failed, Li Junxin and Li Zixuan had to be severely punished. If not, who would be able to touch them? Therefore, although they exchanged 3 prime ministers for one Wang Hongyi, it represented a victory for the civil officials. Even if it was a battle of attrition, with a number of civil officials, the censorate would not be able to outlast them. Moreover, the imperial messengers were not strong enough. It would not be easy for them to catch the officials' weaknesses. Over the years, the officials of the censorate had been unscrupulous. Because of this, the ruthless officials of the censorate began to lie low and play the role of harmless little white rabbits. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Yang Fan finished his lunch and took a stroll around the various rooms of the Ministry of Justice. After chatting for a while, he returned to his own detention room and had just fallen asleep when Yuan Han rushed over excitedly. "Doctor, Ho Si has regained consciousness." "Oh, this bastard can really endure." He waited for 3 days before making a move. Yang Fan flipped over and sat up. He coldly laughed. "Let's go. Let's catch him and the evidence." Chapter 482. After leaving the Ministry of Justice Yamen, Yang Fan and Yuan Han immediately rode along Dingding Main Street towards the Dingding Gate. Once they crossed the Tianjin Bridge, the two of them sped up and galloped along the wide and straight Dingding Main Street. Yuan Han's subordinates, who were experienced in handling cases, had long since changed into civilian clothes and were quietly following behind the Ho family's ox cart. Ho Siji's second steward personally drove the first cart with 3 ox carts behind it, making a total of 4. They slowly walked towards the Dingding Gate and stopped just before the gate. Because the imperial court had just issued a ban on slaughter, it was still a busy time for slaughter. As the city gate with the largest flow of people, the Dingding Gate was not only the city guards, patrolling soldiers of the Jinwu Guards, and Luoyang prefectural officials in civilian clothes patrolled the area. There was also an imperial censor and his subordinates patrolling nonstop. The people entering and leaving the city gate were much stricter than usual, so the city gate was slightly crowded. Inside the carriage, a pretty woman in her 20s sensed that the carriage had stopped. She quietly lifted the curtain and looked outside with a slightly nervous expression. The Ho family's second steward, Ma Ju, sensed something and hurriedly pulled down his bamboo hat. As he vigilantly watched the people entering and leaving the city gate, he whispered, "Second wife, quickly sit back down. Don't worry, this is the Ho family's carriage. When you leave the city, there won't be too many difficulties." The charming and pretty woman replied in a low voice and put down the curtain nervously. "What's in the basket?" "Wild vegetables, and they look quite fresh. How much do you want to sell this for?" What's this?" "Stop right there." A country bumpkin carrying a large bamboo basket was being interrogated by the city guards. The officer lifted the cloth covering the basket and saw that it was filled with freshly picked wild vegetables. However, when the officer casually looked down, he saw 3 white striped chickens that had already been plucked and slaughtered. As soon as the plot was exposed, the countryman threw away the basket and ran away. The 2 officers immediately chased after him. The sergeant in charge of guarding the city gate picked up the basket from the ground. Looking at the 3 white striped chickens in the basket, he smiled from ear to ear. He looked left and right, but did not see any officials with a higher rank than him. He hurriedly picked up the basket and walked away. When Ma Ju saw this, he immediately raised his whip and urged the old bull to move forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Make way, make way. My madam is out of the city to enjoy the spring scenery. A bunch of ignorant Tian Xian. Get out of the way." In front of them, There were a few commoners dressed in brown robes, waiting to leave the city. Ma Ju urged his horse forward and shouted. The commoners were rather dissatisfied, but when they turned their heads to take a look, they saw that the decorations on the carriage were extravagant and did not seem to be that of an ordinary household. Furthermore, there were servants accompanying them on both sides. It was obvious that it was a wealthy household. The commoners did not dare to argue and hurriedly moved aside. Ma Ju took advantage of the fact that 2 soldiers had just left the gate and there were fewer people checking the place. Moreover, the 10-man squad leader had gone to hide the 3 white striped chickens, so the checks were even more lax. Ma Ju wanted to take this opportunity to leave the city. When the bull carriage arrived at the city gate, the guards blocked it with their spears. One of them said, "Halt! Who is in the carriage?" Ma Ju cupped his hands towards the guard and said with a smile, "Officers, you have worked hard. I am the coachman of the Imperial Censor Ho's residence. The madams of the residence want to go out of the city to play. The carriage is filled with women, and it is inconvenient for them to get off. I hope that you can make things easier for us." Just as he said this, Ho Siji's second wife lifted a corner of the sedan curtain and peeked out. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her face was flushed. She waved a handkerchief in her hand impatiently and said, "What's going on? Why do you have to interrogate us when we're leaving the city in broad daylight?" The guard saw that the carriage was indeed carrying a well-dressed woman. He also heard that she was the wife of an imperial censor. He did not want to cause any more trouble, so he straightened his spear and moved to the side. Just as he was about to wave them over, something unexpected happened. Yuan Han's subordinates led the oxen and donkeys, disguised as all kinds of people, and followed behind the ox cart. As soon as they saw the Ho family's carriage was about to leave the city, one of the strong men leading the oxen turned his head and gave a look. A man carrying a bamboo pole behind him suddenly grabbed the pole and used the pole with an iron tip to stab the ox's buttocks. The bull could not bear the pain and let out a loud moo. It spread its hooves and rushed forward. The man leading the oxen pulled the reins with all his might and shouted, "The bull is startled! The bull is startled!" He tugged hard on the reins, as if he wanted to stop the startled bull, but he pulled the reins and forced the startled bull to change direction. The bull lowered its head, and its 2 sharp horns slammed into the back of the Ho family's carriage, one side of the luxurious carriage. "I owe my mother." The magnificent ox cart was rammed by the crazy ox, causing the cart to tilt and almost flip over. The shed was knocked out of shape, and the curtain of the sedan was blown up. Just in time to see the 2 large horns stuck into the wall of the cart. The horn was lifted up and a big hole was torn open. The young woman sitting inside was Ho Siji's 6th wife. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She scrambled out of the cart and scrambled to get out of the cart. Ho Siji's 6th wife was only 16 years old. She had a slender body and was delicate. Her movements were not fast. As soon as she lifted the curtain of the sedan and ran out of the carriage, there was a crashing sound behind her. Countless bolts of silk and satin fell down and hit her on the back, forcing her to lie flat on the front seat. Seeing this situation, Ma Ju's expression changed greatly. The soldier who had already made way suddenly saw a mad bull ramming into Censor Ho's carriage from behind. A young woman fell out of the carriage, followed by a mountain of silk and satin, burying the pretty woman underneath. He could not help but stare with his mouth agape. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. He immediately raised his spear and shouted, "Take them down." Ma Ju panicked and didn't know what to do. There were 3 gates to Ding Ding Gate. The one in the middle was the widest. It was guarded by the Jinwu guards, the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, and the Imperial Censor of the Overwatch Council. Ma Ju was afraid that something might happen, so he purposely chose the left gate to leave the city. Who would have thought that something would happen? At that moment, the officials saw that something had happened and rushed over with the soldiers and bailiffs. They ordered the women in the 4 ox carriages to get off and sent people to search the carriages. The 4 ox carriages were all piled high with silk and satin, filling up almost all the space in the carriages. There was only a small space left for one person to sit down. No wonder the women who got off the carriages all had flushed faces and sweaty foreheads. They didn't dare to open the curtains along the way. The inside of the carriage was airtight, and there were piles of silk and satin everywhere. How could it not feel stuffy? Host Siji had stored a large amount of silk, so why was she so flustered? It turned out that although gold and silver were valuable, they still didn't have the function of money. People used copper coins to buy cheap goods, and silk, and embroidery to pay for large amounts of goods. Not only could it be cut into clothes and embroidered into shoes, but it could also be used as a large amount of money. Among these goods, silk was the most important. Silk was also gold. Its price was like gold, so it was called gold and silk. If the rich and powerful all stored silk, there would be no circulation of money in the market and there would be deflation. Therefore, the imperial court prohibited people from storing silk. Once it was discovered, there would be severe punishment. Now that Wang Xiaojia was fighting a war in the western region, Wu Sanci was repairing the Xingtai Palace, the Sanyang Palace, and the Tianshu Palace. The Ministry of Revenue was struggling to make ends meet and had to raise money everywhere. The Minister of Revenue was so anxious that he was about to hang himself. Every few days, he would go to the Political Affairs Hall and cry about poverty, which made Li Xiaoda angry. Li Xiaoda was the chief secretary of the Political Affairs Hall, so he couldn't push this matter to the Ministry of Revenue and ignore it. Whether it was the military affairs in the western region or the Tianshu Palace for the emperor to build the Tianshu Palace, they couldn't be delayed. If something went wrong, he would lose his position as the prime minister. Therefore, at the beginning of this month, the imperial court had just issued an even stricter decree. Those who store silk among the people will be killed without mercy. With this decree, many people didn't dare to store silk anymore. There was a large amount of circulating money in the market. Only then did the economy of the great Zhou dynasty, which was on the verge of collapse, stabilize. However, there would always be people who were extremely daring, and host Siji was one of them. Seeing the prices of goods skyrocketing, the price of silk, which was the equivalent of goods, was also rising. How could he be willing to sell it? If he kept these carriages of silk in a warehouse for a few more days, he could buy a few more acres of land. Now that Wang Hongyi had been arrested and Yang Fan had left behind such harsh words in the Senate, host Siji became more and more uneasy as he thought about it. He wanted to move all the splendid brocade in the house to the countryside. He was also worried that he had already attracted Yang Fan's attention, so he had his wives and concubines drive out of the city every day for the past 3 days. For 3 consecutive days, nothing unexpected happened. Only then did he move the silk at home into the carriages. However, host Siji was only a peddler. How could his scheming compare to the officials of the Ministry of Justice, who had been promoted from the various prefectures and counties? These people were all law enforcement experts. Whether the carriages were light or full of goods, these officials only needed to glance at the ruts to determine. However, host Siji knew nothing about this major flaw. Today, he finally fell for Yang Fan's trick of luring the snake out of its hole. There were 4 large carriages of silk worth tens of thousands of gold. Faced with so much stolen goods, the Jinwu guards, Luoyang Prefecture, and the supervising imperial censor all revealed awkward expressions. The Jinwu guards and Luoyang Prefecture really didn't want to offend the censor, especially since 3 prime ministers had just been demoted. If even the prime ministers could be taken down by the censor, how could they? However, under the watchful eyes of the public, if they were to let host Siji go, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Once this matter got out and reached the ears of those nosy officials, they would be held responsible for neglecting their duties. The supervising imperial censor was one of the censor's people. Faced with this situation, his face turned even more ashen. The officials from the various departments secretly scratched their heads. They all hoped that someone else would speak first, whether it was to let the Ho family's carriages out of the city or to hand them over to the Ministry of Justice. As long as someone took the lead, he would be able to extricate himself. Everyone had the same thought. For a moment, a very strange scene appeared. The people from the various departments all pretended to seriously examine the seized silk. No one suggested how to deal with it, but in private, they all sent people to inform their superiors to clean up the mess. Not long after, the Luoyang commandant, Tang Zong, arrived first. Seeing this scene, he also scratched his head. If only his people had seen this, that wouldn't be a big deal to let them go, and he could even use this action to curry favor with the censor. But now that so many people were watching, he was absolutely unwilling to bear this responsibility. Tang Zong's arrival was of no help. Under his orders, the 4 carriages were moved to the side of the road to prevent people from entering or leaving. Just as the carriages were moved to the side of the road under a tree, Ho Siji heard the news and rushed over. Chapter 483. Ho Siji hurried to the ding-ding gate. As soon as she saw the scene, she was secretly alarmed. In her anger, she went to look for the owner of the cow who had crashed into her carriage. That commoner had already taken advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the carriages filled with beautiful embroidery to slip away. Ho Siji had no choice but to put on an indifferent smile. She walked up to Tang Zong and cupped her hands in salute, saying, Young Master Tang, to be honest, these brocades were gifts from my colleagues and friends when I took in the 9th Madam last month. There are too many of them, exceeding the limits set by the imperial court. I supervise the officials and enforce the law for the country. How can I knowingly break the law and store brocades? I was thinking of selling these brocades, but I don't know where my wife heard that Luoyang brocades are not as expensive as Yangzhou brocades. Women are greedy for small profits, so they wanted to ship the brocades to Yangzhou for sale. Hi, just like that. My wife found a silk merchant and promised him some benefits, asking him to ship the brocades to Yangzhou for sale. Who would have thought that I would cause such a big trouble for your young Master Tang? I am ashamed. Young Master Tang, please look at this official's thin face and be magnanimous, haha. When Tang Zong heard this, his cheeks twitched a few times. These brocades would be shipped to Yangzhou for sale? You mother asterisk her, you want to ship them to Hangzhou for sale? You don't want to go by water, but by land, and you want to use several ox carriages to ship them there? Can you afford the wages of these people? Moreover, you have an enchanting beauty in one carriage, each of them sweating profusely. Could it be that you, Imperial Censor Ho, are also a human trafficker? Fine, even if these 2 reasons barely make sense. But you said that Yangzhou brocades are more expensive than Luoyang brocades. Is there any justice in this? Could it be that the brocades are produced at a higher price than other places? Even a ghost wouldn't be fooled by these words. Young Master Tang. When Ho Siji saw Tang Zong's hesitation, his smile gradually froze into a touch of cold frost. He said coldly, Brother Tang, are you not willing to give me face? At this point, Ho Siji's ruffian aura returned. It was as if he had returned to Chong and City and had become an arrogant and aggressive ruffian. Seeing his cold eyes, Tang Zong couldn't help but shiver. He hesitated and said, Since it is for consignment, who is the owner? Does he have city registration? When Ho Siji heard this, the frost on his face immediately turned into a warm spring breeze. He smiled and said, Young Master Tang, don't worry. I will not make things difficult for my friends. As for the city registration and the owner, I will personally send them to you. How about it? Ho Siji was famous for being ruthless and had a strong aura. Standing in front of him, Tang Zong immediately lowered his head. Hearing that Ho Siji would not make things difficult for him, and that all the formalities would be completed later, Tang Zong gritted his teeth and was about to go with the flow and let the Ho family's carriages leave the city when he heard the sound of galloping horses approaching. Then, with a long neigh, a burly man jumped down from the horse and landed firmly on the ground. He shouted angrily, Who is smuggling large quantities of brocade out of the city? Su Zifeng, come forward and answer. The tin man who had hidden the chickens just now hurried forward and saluted. Your humble servant Su Zifeng pays his respects to the commandant of the gate. These are the carriages that were used to smuggle the brocade. Now that we have caught the goods, please punish them accordingly. When Tang Zong saw that an officer of the Jinwu Guards had arrived, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to Ho Siji, Censor Ho, it is not that this Tang is unwilling to bend the rules, but, as you can see, this commandant of the Jinwu Guard has already seen everything. If he is unwilling, then this Tang. Hosiji raised an eyebrow, and a murderous aura surged out from between his brows. He sneered disdainfully. He is merely a commandant of the gate. What need is there for young Master Tang to worry about? As long as one is in Luoyang, who is not under the supervision of the Imperial Censorate. This official will go and meet him. Hosiji flung his sleeves and boldly walked up to the burly officer. He cupped his hands and arrogantly said, "This official is the left censor Hosiji. May I ask the name of this commandant of the gate?" "Oh, someone from the Imperial Censorate." The officer raised his thick eyebrows and revealed a slight smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "This one is the commandant of the Jin Wu Guards, Chu Kuanga. Greetings to Censor Ho." Hosiji did not put Chu Kuanga in his eyes at all. In terms of power, the two were worlds apart. If he sold his friendship today, it would be of great benefit to this commandant. He did not believe that this person would give up on such a rare opportunity. Hosiji repeated what he had said to Tang Zong and reservedly said, "Young Master Tang has already agreed. How about Commandant Chu also make things convenient for this official? After today's matter, this official will hold a feast at the Drunken Golden Hairpin to thank the two of you. From now on, we will all be friends." Chu Kuanga smiled. "Censor Ho, this Chu is willing to give face." A trace of a smile appeared on Hosiji's face, but Chu Kuanga's tone changed, and he said, "However, I do not dare to violate the laws of the country, nor do I dare to violate the laws of the military. As the commandant of Luoyang, I do not dare to violate the laws of the 9 factions. Censor Ho, these carriages of brocades are suspected of being smuggled. I do not dare to say whether or not they are innocent. It is better to hand them over to the Ministry of Justice to investigate. This way, Imperial Censor Ho's clean reputation and my duty will be justified." Hosiji's eyes slightly narrowed and a needle-like light appeared in his eyes. He said, "Hand them over to the Ministry of Justice? Which Yaman would dare to interrogate me?" Hosiji was not unaware of the seriousness of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have been so careful. If the Imperial Censorate was still at the peak of their arrogance, not to mention storing a few carriages of brocades, he would not be afraid even if they were to be domineering. But now he cannot. There were people in the court waiting to catch him by his weak points. However, many years of arrogance and the dignity of a high-ranking official prevented him from showing an expression of begging for mercy in front of Chu Kuanga. Even if he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, he still hid it very deeply and did not let Chu Kuanga see the weakness in his heart. He stared coldly at Chu Kuanga, hoping that Chu Kuanga would yield like Tang Zong. But Chu Kuanga's gaze went past him and looked behind his shoulder. Hosiji was furious. He could not stand this kind of contempt, but he immediately realized that Chu Kuanga did not want to show disdain for him. Instead, he was really looking at something. Hosiji suddenly turned his head, and his expression immediately changed. Yang Fan was riding on a red horse next to an ox carriage piled with brocades. There was another horse beside him, and the person sitting on the horse was the one who had captured Wang Hongyi in the council. Hosiji's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. At this time, he finally could not conceal his fear. Yang Fan acted as if he was coincidentally passing by the city. But how could Hosiji not understand that he had already fallen into Yang Fan's trap? It was impossible for this matter to be resolved peacefully. Yang Fan very coincidentally passed by the Ding Ding Gate, and very coincidentally saw several ox carriages piled with brocades. He also very coincidentally saw Tang Zong and went up to chat with him. The current Yang Fan's authority was far above Hosiji's. He was not as feared as Zhou Xing or Lai Junxin, but everyone knew that within the 3 departments of law, the Ministry of Justice was the most powerful. Within the Ministry of Justice, it was naturally this Minister of Justice who suppressed all other heroes. If Yang Fan wanted to, he could immediately be as awe-inspiring as Zhou Xing and Lai Junxin. Therefore, Tang Zong did not dare to hide anything. He embarrassedly explained what had happened. Yang Fan's expression immediately became serious, and he lectured. "Then why are the carriages still parked here? We are enforcing the law for the country. How can we allow officials to protect each other and corrupt the laws of the court. A few days ago, the court had just issued an order to reiterate the crime of keeping brocades. Today, there are people who are knowingly breaking the law. Young Master Tang, if you show mercy, be careful that the law's net is wide and will eventually fall on your head. Tang Zong's head was full of sweat, and he could only obey. The willow catkins flew over and hung on his eyebrows, slightly tickling, but he did not dare to brush them away. At this time, Chu Kuanga excitedly came up and shouted, "Erlang, are you going out of the city?" Yang Fan turned his head and saw Chu Kuanga. He could not help but be startled. He really did not know that Chu Kuanga was on duty today. It was obvious how dangerous the battle with the censorate was. Today, he indeed wanted to drag someone down with him, but that person was not his good brother. Otherwise, he would not have needed to arrange for the bailiffs to expose Ho Siji's secret. He only needed to instruct Chu Kuanga to stand guard here, and the ox carriages would not be able to escape. "Brother Chu, are you on duty today?" Yang Fan hurriedly dismounted and greeted Chu Kuanga. His eyes, however, fell on Ho Siji's face. Ho Siji clenched her teeth and said, "Yang Fan, how are you?" Yang Fan smiled and said unconcernedly, "Sensei Ho, I have always been very good, but it seems that my foot is not so good." In the political affairs hall, Li Zhaoda sat high up, his face full of anger. The three ministers of the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Works sat beside him. They looked like the three pure Taoists on the altar, their expressions unfathomable. In front of the hall stood Yang Fan, Tang Zong, Chu Kuanga, and Ho Siji, whose face was ashen. Today, Li Zhaoda had summoned the ministers of the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Works to discuss the same thing: money. He hoped that the Ministry of Revenue could squeeze out a little more money, and the Ministry of War and Ministry of Works could save a little more, at least until the war in the western regions was over. Now that spring had just begun, it was the time when the young and the yellow were in short supply. As long as they could last until the autumn harvest, they would be able to ease the financial strain. However, every yamen had their own difficulties. The three yamens all complained about their difficulties, trying to make it more beneficial for themselves. Li Zhaoda mediated in the middle, and just as he was busy, Yang Fan came with the Jinwu guards and Luoyang Prefecture as witnesses. He also detained Ho Siji from the censorate and asked Chancellor Li to deal with her. Li Zhaoda's expression was very ugly. It was not that he could not deal with Ho Siji, but once he did so, his power would be pushed to the forefront, and he would directly confront the censorate. According to his original plan, he wanted Yang Fan to be a pawn, and he would push it from behind the scenes. If he succeeded, he would unify the court, and no one would be able to compete with him. But what if he failed? Yang Fan was not stupid, and neither was Princess Taiping. In order to eradicate the censorate, Li Zhaoda could even sacrifice the three prime ministers of the political affairs hall. If he had to betray Princess Taiping and Yang Fan, he would not even blink. How could you expect a politician to be loyal and sentimental to you? In his eyes, there were only advantages and disadvantages. If Yang Fan reported this matter step by step, there was no doubt that in the end, this task would still fall on him, and he would directly bear the crazy revenge of the censorate. Li Zhaoda wanted to use Yang Fan as a spear, but this spear had its own independent will. Now that Yang Fan had turned against him, he had no other choice but to walk from behind the scenes to fight side by side with Yang Fan. Chapter 484. Li Zhaoda's dignified and cold voice resounded in the political affairs hall. At the beginning of the month, the court had just ordered that the people are forbidden from keeping brocade. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. You, Ho Siji, have committed such a great crime. Li Zhaoda could not retreat and could not retreat. He was the spiritual leader of the civil officials who fought against the cruel officials. When things came to a head, he could only advance. Moreover, the government order forbidding the people from keeping brocade also came from him. This was an important way for him to ease the economy. If he let Ho Siji go today, this government order would only exist in name. Brocade was a hard currency and a commodity in itself. If it was not strictly restricted by the law, the situation of deflation could not be alleviated. In ancient times, there were no paper money in use. Deflation occurred far more frequently than inflation. The overall damage caused by deflation was more serious than inflation. If it was not controlled, he, as the chief executive, would bear the greatest responsibility. Therefore, even though Li Zhaoda knew that he was being used by Yang Fan, he could only let Yang Fan lead him by the nose. A prime minister being schemed against by a young man made Li Zhaoda very angry. This anger could not be directed at Yang Fan, so he could only vent his anger on Hou Siji. Hou Siji, as an imperial censor, you have violated the law. Now that you have fallen into my hands, there is no reason for me to let you off lightly. Someone come, drag him away, and beat him to death with a cane outside the Meridian Gate so that the officials can warn him. Everyone in the hall was shocked. The Minister of Revenue could not help but advise, Prime Minister Li, Hou Siji is an official of the court. Even though he has broken the law, he should be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Only with the decree of the saint can he be executed. Now, Li Zhaoda was filled with anger. Hearing his advice, he could not help but say, how dare I not serve the country with the saint's favor? This person's actions cannot be redeemed, even if he dies 100 times. He should be executed at the Meridian Gate as an example. Even if I report it to the saint first, Hou Siji will not be able to escape death. As long as Zhaoda is wholeheartedly working for the country, the saint will not refuse any requests. What harm is there in reporting first and then later? Now that the country's situation was on the brink of crisis, there was no time to delay in saving the country. How could they cause the country to collapse and go out of control because of a single imperial censor? Hou Siji is no more than a 5th-rank official in the imperial censorate, but he can beat any official below 5th rank to death in court. Zhaoda is the current prime minister. Can't he beat a little imperial censor to death? The Minister of Revenue, Works, and Army, 3 ministries of war, saw his stubbornness. His words were unreasonable. Their hearts shivered, and they did not dare to say anything more. Li Zhaoda slammed his desk and shouted, warriors, seize Hou Siji and bring him to the Meridian Gate to be beaten to death. Hou Siji was stunned. When Zhou Xing was in the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice had such a domineering style. When Lai Junshan was in the censorate had such a style. When Qiu Xinji went to the local government, Qiu Xinji had such a style. But he never thought that Li Zhaoda would have such a style in the political affairs hall today. It wasn't until 2 warriors came forward and grabbed his arms that Hou Siji came to his senses. He shouted in horror, Li Zhaoda, how dare you? I, Hou Siji, am still an official of the imperial court. Do you dare to act first and report later? Are you breaking the law? Li Zhaoda waved his hand with a vicious look and said, drag him out and beat him to death. The warriors in front of the hall were only following orders. They did not care if it was legal or not. They just dragged him away. The warriors in the palace were all well-versed in martial arts. They tossed the stone chains that weighed 60 to 70 pounds as if they were toys. In the past, Hou Siji could be considered as a fierce ruffian who killed from the beginning of the alley to the end of the alley with a watermelon knife. But now, with his arms grabbed by 2 warriors, he did not even have the chance to struggle. Hou Siji screamed, the censorate can beat officials below the 5th rank. That is the law of the imperial court. What right do you, the prime minister of the political affairs hall, have to beat me to death? Li Zhaoda, you act arbitrarily and cover the sky with one hand. You will not have a good death. His cursing gradually faded away. In the end, he was dragged out. The 3 ministers felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They quickly got up and bowed to Li Zhaoda, saying, Prime Minister Li worries about the whole world. I am too short-sighted to only focus on my own yamen. I will go back now and follow Prime Minister Li's instructions to open up more resources and save more resources. We must ensure that the Western Punitive Expedition Army does not have to worry about the rear. I will take my leave now. Li Zhaoda didn't expect that killing host Siji would have such an effect. He became even more arrogant. He coldly snorted and said, "I still have official business to attend to. I can't send you off." The three ministers nodded and bowed, saying, "Prime Minister Li, please wait." After the three ministers left, Li Xiaoda kicked Chu Kuanga and Tang Zong out of the political affairs hall, leaving only Yang Fan. His face darkened, and he said coldly, "Yang Longzhong, you are really cunning." Yang Fan pretended to be surprised and said, "Why do you say that, Prime Minister Li?" Li Xiaoda sneered and glared at him, but did not speak. Yang Fan pretended to be enlightened again and said, "Oh, does Prime Minister Li want to hand host Siji over to you? Prime Minister Li, you have wronged me. I wish I could wipe out these ruthless officials from the court, but my words do not carry much weight. Most of the time, I do not have the strength to do so. Today, host Siji is guilty of hiding brocades and should be executed." Prime Minister Li decisively executed host Siji with the court's decree. Even the saints could not say anything. But if he did not use such a ruthless method and instead followed the normal procedure, it was hard to guarantee that the censorate would not think of a way to save him. If the saints took pity on him, the censorate would be able to keep his life. To kill host Siji, who else but Prime Minister Li can do it? Out of the three prime ministers in the court, two were exiled and one was demoted. In exchange, Wang Hongyi was sent to prison. Moreover, he did not commit a capital offense. The officials could not help but feel depressed. If Prime Minister Li killed host Siji, the officials would be able to hold their heads high. These words made Li Xiaoda feel comfortable. Even though he knew that Li Xiaoda could not escape the suspicion that he was using him, but since things had come to this, he could not shed all pretense of cordiality. He could only coldly snort and say, "In the future, do not try to scheme in front of me. Otherwise, do not think that with Princess Taiping looking after you, I cannot do anything to you." Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, "I do not dare." Li Xiaoda flicked his sleeve and said, "Step down." Yang Fan said, "Yes." Today, host Siji was killed in front of the Meridian Gate. We still need to guard against the cornered censorate. Prime Minister Li must be extra careful. Li Xiaoda coldly said, "What a joke. This old man has been an official my whole life. When I was struggling in the bureaucracy, you were not even born. Do I not need a little kid like you to remind me?" Yes. It is good that Prime Minister Li has his own ideas. Yang Fan had achieved his goal and did not feel offended by Li Xiaoda's cold attitude. In terms of official position, the two of them were worlds apart. In terms of age, Li Xiaoda was too young to be his grandfather. So what if he let him throw a tantrum? Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "I will take my leave." Yang Fan took 3 steps back and turned to walk out. Li Xiaoda stared at his back and scolded, "This kid is so cunning." Host Siji's body was dragged back to the censorate. A rotten corpse, blood stained the clothes. It was a horrible sight. Host Siji had to blame Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, for suffering such a heavy punishment. In the past, there were not so many rules for caning. Because of this, criminals who should not have been executed often died because of improper caning. During the reign of Tang Taizong, Li Shimin once saw a Mingtang acupuncture chart in the Imperial Hospital. He knew that there were many important acupuncture points on the chest and back, but there were few on the buttocks. He decided that caning would only be carried out on the 15th day of the 8th month. Therefore, the caning started with Li Shimin. Caning the buttocks was meant to punish someone without killing them. But Li Xiaoda's punishment was to caning host Siji to death. How much effort would it take to beat someone to death by caning? As a result, host Siji's corpse was beaten so badly that it was unrecognizable. This was only because the guard who used the cane was too tired from the beating and wanted to take advantage of the situation. He moved the cane up a little and smacked host Siji's waist, smashing his kidneys into mush. That was how he ended his life. Now, only host Siji's head and tail are intact. His entire waist and buttocks have become a pile of rotten meat. The imperial censors surrounding his body could not help but grieve for the death of a rabbit. Even though they were ruthless and merciless, they could not help but shed tears at this moment. Ever since the birth of Yang Fan, the censors of the Zhou dynasty had many firsts. This was the first time someone walked out of the censor's office unharmed. This was the first time someone rushed into the censor's office to arrest someone. This was the first time someone from the censor's office was tortured to death. The more the censors thought about it, the angrier they became. Wei Suizhong shouted, "Let's go. Let's find Vice Chancellor Wan. We will seek justice for Censor Ho." Only then did the censors realize that Wan Guojun was not present. They were even angrier. Wei Suizhong led a group of people to Wan Guojun's office. Bang! Wei Suizhong kicked the door open and shouted in a stern voice, "Wan Zhongxing, our censorate has been bullied and humiliated. Our colleagues want you to uphold justice for us." "Shut up." Wan Guojun's shrill roar came from the room. He was not someone who easily lost his temper. Once he did, everyone jumped in fright. Their desire to denounce Wan Guojun weakened by 30%. Wan Guojun stood in the shadows. His skinny body emitted a strong aura. Wei Suizhong, Huang Jingrong, Wu Rang, Zhao Jilong, and Lu Guangyeste. The rest, get out. At this moment, Wan Guojun was overflowing with a domineering aura, vaguely having the demeanor of a Tathagata minister. Everyone was forced by his power and actually retreated, leaving only the people he called out in the room. Wan Guojun sneered, "Shout. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, will you be able to avoid our crisis? Will you be able to defeat our enemies? They can't wait for us to make a move. They have no brains and are all useless. If this goes on, Ho Siji will be dead today. Tomorrow, it will be you, and me." Wan Guojun pointed to his nose with a trembling finger. His expression was ferocious. Wei Suizhong sneered. "Then what is Vice-Chancellor Wan's opinion? Do you want us to continue to endure? We want to endure and be a coward, but they won't let us." Wan Guojun slowly sat back in his chair, shrinking his body as if he was too cold. He quietly said, "Endure. Of course, there is no need to endure. However, it is even more foolish to go against the entire court. Didn't you see that Li Zhaoda can no longer hold back and is going into battle?" His eyes were bleak, like two the wisps on a grave. He said, "If we want to win, we can only rely on the emperor. If we want the emperor to feel that we are indispensable, then we must make the emperor feel that the world is not stable. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound will be cooked. What if the cunning rabbit is not dead?" Chapter 485. Zhang Shi, Su Wei, and Chui Yuanzong were exiled due to corruption, and the other was demoted to a provincial governor. How could Wang Hongyi, who was also guilty of corruption, escape unscathed? Li Zhaoda beat Ho Siji to death, shocking the entire court. Before the aftermath subsided, the Ministry of Justice announced Wang Hongyi's punishment. With Wu Zetian's approval, Wang Hongyi was sentenced to be exiled to Cheongzhou. Cheongzhou was the future Dingan County of Hainan Island. At this time, Cheongzhou was overrun with pests and snakes, and it was not safe either. The local government was useless. The people there were fierce, and there were pirates and bandits roaming the coastal waters and jungles. Being exiled, there was a slim chance of survival. In fact, when Chui Yuanzong was exiled to Zhenzhou, Sanya, Hainan, Wu Zetian had the same intention. She wanted him to die there when he was sick. However, Chui Yuanzong was very lucky. When he was in that barbarian land, he contracted dysentery, but he managed to survive. A few years later, Chui Yuanzong was pardoned. When he was crossing the sea on a boat, a strong wind blew and the boat sank. Everyone on the boat drowned, but Chui Yuanzong did not die. He carried a wooden plank and floated up to the beach. When the local fishermen saw him, there was a wooden plank stuck to his back. A long nail pierced several inches deep into his spine. He was already dying. Despite all this, he still did not die. When he was rescued, they asked him and found out that he was the old prime minister. The people could not help but sigh. A prime minister ended up like this. I'm just a commoner. They then stepped on the blood and pulled out the nail for him, saving him. After Chui Yuanzong recovered, he returned to the capital. He started as an imperial censor and was promoted to prime minister. He lived until he was 99 years old, exhausting all his children and nephews to death. In the end, because he could not move and had no children to take care of the household, Cui Yuanzong starved to death, just like Duke Huan of Qi. Let's not talk about this for now. Among the 3 prime ministers, 2 were exiled and 1 was demoted. The imperial censorate immediately had 2 capable generals, 1 exiled, the other beaten to death at the Meridian Gate. Both sides could be considered to be tied for the time being. Afterwards, the deputy imperial censor, Wan Guojun, submitted a request to inspect the place. This action was thought by the civil officials to be afraid of being attacked by them, so he took the initiative to show weakness. Li Zhaoda generously agreed. After Yang Fan heard the news, he hurriedly went to see Li Zhaoda. However, Li Zhaoda did not think much of it. In his opinion, Wan Guojun was useless in the capital. What could he do if he went to the countryside? Wan Guojun's action was clearly admitting defeat. Taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't in the capital, he would find an opportunity to demote and exile the remaining ruthless officials of the imperial censorate. After sweeping them clean, there would be a new world. At that time, even if Wan Guojun came back, he would be like the current head of the imperial censorate, Chen Yu. Yang Fan bitterly tried to persuade Wan Guojun, but to no avail. Wan Guojun had already left the capital after the imperial court gave its approval. He had no choice but to temporarily put this matter aside and start to deal with young Master Jiang, who had disappeared without a trace. Ever since he found out that the barbarian Mo Lei claimed to be the reincarnation of Wei Tuo and was the Methria's protector, Xue Huai became very close to the 3 swindlers. He wanted to use this matter to regain his position as the first face. Unfortunately, Wu Zetian was obviously more interested in Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. She often rewarded and promoted them, so Heir Zhang's position was like the sun in the sky. Gradually, Wu Sanxi, Wu Chengxi, and the others, who used to be respectful in front of Xue Huai, all ran to flatter Heir Zhang. They led the horse and pulled the stirrup for him, without the slightest bit of shame. On the other hand, the White Horse Temple was cold and deserted. Other than Yang Fan, almost no one else came to visit. Xue Huai became even more nervous. Every now and then, he would take the initiative to ask to see the Empress. Heir Zhang was very nervous because of this, afraid that Xue Huai would win back the Emperor's favor. The 2 of them quietly went to see Shanghai Wan'er and gave the rewards they got from Wu Zetian to Wan'er, asking for her help. Ever since Wei Tuaner was beaten to death, the palace had become the world of Wan'er. Nearly 80% of the palace maids and eunuchs were her subordinates. Not a single one of the important positions was left out. As long as Wan'er nodded, Xue Huai's news would not reach Wu Zetian's ears. From his point of view, the high and mighty empress was like sitting in a gorgeous cage. As long as others were willing, what they wanted her to know or not know was not up to her. Ever since Xiao Man became pregnant, Shanghai Wan'er seemed to have lost interest in Yang Fan. Every time she left the palace, 9 out of 10 times, she would change into casual clothes and sneak into the Yang residence. She would stare at Xiao Man's gradually bulging belly, drooling with greed. It was as if she had been bewitched. Even in her dreams, she hoped that she could have a child. More than once, she dreamed that she was pregnant with Yang Fan's children, and even that they would be twins in this lifetime. She woke up laughing in her dreams and cried when she woke up. Now, the thought that ran around in her mind all day was, have a child, have a child. But in front of Wu Zetian, how could she dare to get pregnant? Shanghai Wan'er racked her brains to think of how she could leave for a year and a half. Only when she was not under Wu Zetian's eyes would she have a chance. Now, seeing that the Empress favored the 2 Zhangs more and more, Shanghai Wan'er pinned her hopes on them. The 2 Zhangs were different from Xue Huai. They came from a prestigious clan and were talented, especially Zhang Yizhi, who seemed to have great ambition. He pretended to be considerate of the Empress's poor eyesight and took the initiative to read the memorials for the Empress. Gradually, after reading the memorials, he would casually make a few comments. His comments were often on point or handled appropriately. The Empress was so pleased that she transferred some of the errands that Shangwan Wan'er had been handling to Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Yizhi stayed by her side every day, lying in her little lover's arms, flirting with each other while dealing with the affairs of the state. This atmosphere was obviously more comfortable than Shangwan Wanner's company. Thus, Zhang Yiji not only had the opportunity to intervene in state affairs, but also promoted a group of good friends who were also members of noble clans, and gradually formed his own force. Now, although this group of new nobles had not yet made a name for themselves, they had already aroused the vigilance of Wu Chengxi, Wu Sanxi, Princess Taiping, and Li Zhaoda. But in the heart of Shanghai Wanner, compared to power and having a son, it was obviously more important to have a son. She hoped that Zhang Yiji could share more of her burden and change the situation where Wu Zetian couldn't leave her for a moment. So, she also had a request of the two Zhangs. The two Zhangs came to her, which was exactly what Wanner wanted. Wanner returned the treasures that they gifted, but readily agreed to the two Zhangs' request. From then on, Shui Huai's request did not enter the palace, and Wu Zetian could not hear any news about him at all. The two Zhangs were originally dissolute young masters, full of talent and knowledge. He had a good impression of this talented woman who weighed the talents of the world, so they became good friends as soon as they arrived. Once the two cooperated, it had a multiplying effect on each other's forces. The two Zhangs and Wanner had now become two powerful forces that could control the Empress. Shui Huai repeatedly requested to see the three Zhangs, but there was no response from the palace. Shui Huai began to give up on himself. He was too lazy to interact with the three Zhangs anymore. Every day, he would drink and party, riding his horse on the streets, and scrupulously showing off in Luoyang City. He also took in countless scoundrels as his disciples. All day long, he brandished his spear and played with sticks to relieve his loneliness and to vent his energy. However, although Shui Huai no longer had contact with the three Zhangs, Yang Fan was still very respectful to them. He often invited them to go out and drink, and their relationship became more and more intimate. On this day, Yang Fan accompanied the three Zhangs on a tour of the Dragon Gate. They were boating on the Yi River below the Dragon Gate. A large boat plowed through the mirror-like water, and layers of waves swayed to both sides. It was picturesque, green mountains and blue waters leisurely. Taoist Shifang stood at the bow of the boat, his face slightly tipsy. Yang Fan stood beside him and smiled. Immortal Elder is really an unworldly master. The Prime Minister in the human world, many people yearn for it, but Immortal Elder took the initiative to resign from the position of Prime Minister and wanted to return to Mount Song to cultivate. Such a person who does not care for worldly fame and fortune is a true unworldly master. Taoist Shifang laughed dryly and stroked his beard. He did not know how to respond to this compliment, but his expression was bitter. In fact, he really wanted to be an official. In the beginning, when Wu Zetian made him the Prime Minister, he was also very interested. However, he soon discovered that being the Prime Minister was noble, but he had no freedom. There were always a large number of servants and guards sent by the imperial court to protect him. It was not easy for him to amass wealth, and it was even more difficult for him to eat wine and eat meat. Being the Prime Minister was unspeakably bitter. At this moment, Taoist Shifang began to envy Mo. He was still free and unfettered. Everyone was a Zhang's, but he was the only one who amassed wealth confidently. Not only did he eat delicacies every day without any scruples, he even had a few young and beautiful concubines. Who asked him to practice wild fox Diana? Taoist Shifang wanted to resign from his position and seek freedom. Who knew that although the Empress agreed to his request and removed him from the position of Prime Minister, she would not let him go. In the imperial capital, Taoist Shifang had been acting like a Zhang's too much in the past, but now he did not dare to be presumptuous. He could only watch Mo having beauties in his arms, drinking wine and eating meat while he pretended to be a spotless living immortal. Now that he heard Yang Fan's praise, Taoist Shifang knew that he was suffering and could only say bitterly, "Yes, although I am favored by His Majesty, I am just a Taoist from the mountains. I have always been like a wild crane, and it is inconvenient to stay here for a long time. Unfortunately, His Majesty is reluctant to let me leave. Now, I'll only find some fun when I tour the Dragon's Gate with you." Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "Although there are many natural treasures in the palace, if you want to help the saint concoct the longevity pill, the herbs in the palace are probably not enough. Why don't you ask the saint for permission to look for herbs outside? Once you are away from the emperor with your identity, you can do whatever you want." Which local official would dare to say anything? Taoist Shifang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was immediately moved and said hesitantly, "Is this feasible?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Why wouldn't the saint be willing to find herbs for the saint?" Yes, what Erlang said makes a lot of sense. Taoist Shifang nodded and thought excitedly. There is Kunlun in the west, which is the legendary fairy mountain. But the west is too bitter and there is a war, so I can't go there. Not to mention the north is a vast desert grassland. How can I indulge in debauchery? The east, there is a legend that there is a fairy mountain in the east, but there are strong winds and waves on the sea. Once something happens, I will come back. So, I can only go to the south. Thinking of this, Taoist Shifang stroked his beard and said, "Erlang is right. The pills I concoct are indeed lacking a few main herbs, so I want to go to Lingnan to pick them. But if I leave the capital, His Majesty will definitely send people to follow me. The officials are too vulgar, and I don't like it. Besides, I will still lose my freedom if I travel with them." Yang Fan said with a smile, "What's so difficult about it? The biggest herb merchant in the two capitals is Jichuan Hall. Can't the Immortal ask for permission and let them help? Immortal is the imperial envoy, so the local officials will certainly make things convenient for you. With the Immortal's help, the business of Jichuan Hall can also be greatly facilitated. It is a win-win situation, so I think they will be willing to be used by the Immortal." Taoist Shifang was like a bird in a cage, looking forward to flying out and having a good time. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Erlang's words really woke me up. When I return to the capital, I will ask the emperor for permission to go to Lingnan. Yang Fan smiled and looked at the water in front of him. The sparkling water seemed to be plowed by his gaze and was quickly separating into two sides, layer by layer, and swinging to the shore. Jichuan Hall was the first name on the 3 pages that Zhao Yu asked him to write down. If he wanted to open the heavenly robe, he didn't need a seam, just a thread would be enough. Chapter 486. In the governor's office of Guangzhou, Guangzhou's Governor Huang Shirshan sat at the head of the table with an ugly expression. "Lieutenant Wan, those vagrants have always been peaceful in Lingnan. After they were sent to Lingnan, they settled in a few designated places and never caused trouble. Lieutenant Wan came all the way from Luojing. You must have heard some rumors." Governor Huang. Wan Guojun was smiling, but it was a horrifying smile. Even Governor Huang Shirshin, a powerful man, couldn't help but feel a chill when he saw Wan Guojun's dignified smile. Does Governor Huang dare to give them this guarantee? Haha, as long as you say that they have no grudges against the court and will never rebel, then I will leave immediately and never mention this matter. How about it? Wan Guojun's words silenced Huang Shirshin. He didn't dare to speak. Rebellion was a crime punishable by death. Who would dare make this guarantee? Why would he risk his life for the family of a group of criminal officials when he was still the governor of the empire? Transportation was inconvenient in this era, so the local people wouldn't know the situation in the capital so quickly. Guangzhou was even more remote and knew even less. Moreover, rebellion was a sensitive topic. Even if Huang Shirshin knew the power of the censorate was not what it used to be, he wouldn't dare challenge Wan Guojun. Wan Guojun sneered. Substitute Warrior Lu. This saying has been circulating in Lingnan for a long time. Governor Huang, as a high-ranking official, you have responsibilities. Haven't you heard of this? Of course Huang Shirshin had heard of it, but this rumor was new. It had only spread among the people when Wan Guojun arrived at Lingnan. It hadn't been that long. But what could Huang Shirshin say? He could only remain silent. Wan Guojun said coldly, "Lu means vagrant." It was obviously referring to these vagrants. Many members of the imperial family of the previous dynasty had wandered to Lingnan. Now that such a folk song was being spread in Lingnan, the intention was obvious. The imperial court attached great importance to this matter. This time, I, the Deputy Prime Minister, spared no effort to come to Lingnan to investigate this matter. I wonder who's so bold as to fabricate such bewitching words in order to incite the people of Lingnan to rebel. If something really goes wrong here, I'm afraid you, Governor Huang, will have a hard time absolve yourself from the blame. Huang Shushan's heart trembled, and he could only answer against his will. Huang Shushan is loyal to the imperial court, and heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Since Middle Minister Wan has come to investigate this matter, I will do my best to cooperate with Middle Minister. Wang Guojun smiled contentedly and said, "Good. Governor Huang, please sign the warrant." The mountains and rivers of Lingnan are inhospitable. Bandits run amok, and there are people with evil intentions. Whether I want to investigate the case or protect myself, I can't do without Governor Huang's help. Huang Shushan had no choice but to pick up a brush and write down an order to mobilize troops. After he was done, he took out his marshal's seal and solemnly stamped it. He said to Wang Guojun, "Now that there are no refugees causing trouble and no foreign enemies invading, although I'm the governor of a district, the number of troops I can mobilize is also very limited. Now I can only use a regiment of troops to listen to Lieutenant Wan's orders. Is that okay?" Wang Guojun laughed, and the frost on his face disappeared. He said with a face full of joy, "A regiment of troops is enough. Since Governor Huang is so cooperative, when I return to the imperial court to report on my work, I will definitely report your loyalty to the sage." He reached out to take the transfer order and looked at the bright red governor's martial seal on it. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a ferocious smile, and that smile made people shudder. Zhujiang, Yushan County Government. The county magistrate, Hu Shuyao, stood sideways to the side. Wang Guojun sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. The main hall and the open space outside the main hall were filled with people who were summoned to the county government. These people were dressed in rags, and there were men and women, old and young. There were even women holding babies in their arms. Looking at their behavior and complexion, they did not look like beggars, nor did they look like ordinary people. These people were the descendants of Li Tang's imperial family and the families of the civil and military officials who had been exiled to Lingnan before and after Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. There were not many direct descendants of Li Shimin left, but the imperial family of Li Tang still had many princes, dukes, and their families who had their titles reduced by one rank. It was still a large group. Wang Guojun asked County Magistrate Hu coldly, "Is everyone here?" County Magistrate Hu turned his head and whispered a few words to the registrar who was holding the name list. Then he cupped his hands to Wang Guojun and said, "Reporting to Deputy Prime Minister, the total number of exiled people in the 3 villages at the foot of Yushan is 317 men and women, old and young. Not a single one is missing. They're all here." "Good." Wang Guojun slowly stood up and looked at the exiled people standing in the main hall. He raised his voice and shouted, "All of you were exiled to Lingnan because you rebelled against the imperial court and were not loyal to the sage. Rebellion is a crime punishable by death. The sage was lenient and wanted you to repent, but who knew that not only did you not repent, but you also secretly harbored evil intentions. I have now found out that you have secretly colluded with each other and bewitched the villagers, intending to raise a flag and rebel against the emperor of Yu Gu Shengshan of the CI clan. Now that I am here, how can I let you traitors go? I will leave you with a whole body. All of you can commit suicide here." Wang Guojun's words made County Magistrate Hu, County Magistrate, County Lieutenant, and other local officials and bailiffs dumbfounded. More than 300 people were the family members of the exiled people. They had already been killed by the emperor once. The young and strong people and their families and relatives who were officials had all been killed. Now, more than half of the survivors were old and weak, women and children. Now, they were actually going to be killed. These exiled people, who were inexplicably summoned from the small villages, were feeling uneasy. When they heard the words, they were also shocked. After a moment, they came to their senses. The whole main hall suddenly fell into chaos. Some were shouting and cursing. Some were rushing up. Some were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. some were crying out loud, especially those women and children. When they heard that this official was going to force them to commit suicide, they were so frightened that they could not stop crying. Deputy Prime Minister Wan. Deputy Prime Minister Wan, please be careful with your punishment. Be careful with your punishment. The magistrate of Yushan District, Hu Xiuyao, was trembling all over, his scalp shivering with cold air. In a trembling voice, he advised, These people are all old and weak, women and children. How could they possibly think of rebelling? Even if there are people who are dissatisfied with the imperial court, it is still the actions of individual people. We should investigate the details and then punish them severely. This is the lives of several hundred people. Deputy Minister Wan, please have mercy. As county magistrate who spoke, he lifted the sleeves of his robe and knelt in the main hall. Seeing this, the county magistrate, the registrar, the county lieutenant, and the other officials also knelt along with the county magistrate. Wan Guojun glared angrily and yelled, Bastards! You dare plead for the lives of the traitors? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourselves? At this moment, the incomparably shocked and furious family members of the exiled people had already charged towards the official table. The bailiffs of Yushan District were in no mood to resist and retreated step by step. Seeing this, the group of soldiers that Wan Guojun had brought with him replaced them in blocking the way. These people were all the elite soldiers of the manner of subjugation. Each and every one of them was a strong and sturdy man. They were dressed in armor and carried sabers and spears. How could the old, weak women and children be a match for them? County magistrate, whose entire body trembled in fear. More than 300 corpses were strewn across his main hall. Just the thought of it made him shudder. These people were either the sons and grandsons of aristocrats or the descendants of officials. If any one of them died here, he would not be able to sit still. More than 300 people, just the thought of it made him dizzy. County magistrate, whose tears and snot flowed freely. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, Deputy Minister Wan, you can't do this, you can't do this. There are so many old, weak orphans and widows here. They are old people over 70 years old. How can we increase the punishment? How innocent are the infants in swaddling clothes? Deputy Minister Wan, this lowly official begs Deputy Minister Wan to be magnanimous. You must not kill them. Wan Guojun frowned. Hearing the cries and curses from inside and outside the hall, and seeing the attitude of Yushan District Magistrate and his subordinates, he felt that it would not be good to start massacre here. He rolled his eyes and said in a gentler tone, Since that's the case, then this official will investigate further. The mastermind cannot be let off. County magistrate, who let out a sigh of relief. Overjoyed, he said, Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your mercy. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your mercy. Wan Guojun said, However, although we won't kill them, we can't let them go back. Once they return to the village, those with ulterior motives will certainly take the opportunity to escape, and it will be difficult to track them down again. Take them all away and choose a place to settle them. We'll talk after this official gets to the bottom of this. Hu Xiuyao only begged for him not to kill them. He did not dare to say anything more and hurriedly agreed. The bailiffs of Yushan District shouted for comfort. Hearing that Deputy Minister Wan was no longer forcing them to commit suicide and was instead going to gather them for supervision and investigation, the families of the exiled people gradually calmed down. Wan Guojun escorted the more than 300 old, weak, women, and children out of Yushan District Magistrate's office, saying that they would be gathered for supervision. The officers and soldiers escorted these people out of Yushan District. When they reached the outskirts of Yushan District, they turned around a forest and continued walking deeper into the jungle. Some exiled people saw that they were walking further and further away and could not help but become suspicious. They didn't want to go any further. They pushed out a few highly respected elders and negotiated with Wan Guojun. Where is Wan Guojun taking us? We have no intention of rebelling, so we're willing to accept the investigation to prove our innocence. However, Deputy Minister Wan, please tell us clearly where you're going to place us. Wan Guojun saw that this place was hidden behind a forest, and there was a large river next to it. since there was no one watching, and he did not have to worry about these exiled people's families escaping, his expression immediately changed. He pulled on the reins of his horse and slowly turned it around. In a stern voice, he shouted, "The exiled people of Lingnan are plotting treason. They deserve to be executed. Li Piaoling, behead them all. Leave no one alive." When the exiled people heard this, they realized that they had fallen into his trap. Immediately, sounds of begging, crying, complaining, and cursing could be heard. A few elders were shocked and angry at the same time. They rushed to the front of Wang Guojun's horse. Wang Guojun waved his hand and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill them." The commander that Guangzhou Governor Huang Shirshan sent to Wang Guojun was a brigade commander named Li Piaoling. There were many barbarian tribes in Lingnan, and their people were tough. Every time there was a conflict, Governor Huang would often send this person to clean up and suppress them. This person was cruel and merciless, and he was one of Huang Shirshan's generals. Huang Shirshan did not dare to be perfunctory with Wang Guojun, so he specially sent this person to listen to Wang Guojun's orders. When Li Piaoling saw Wang Guojun's ruthless expression, he also felt a chill in his heart. He immediately pulled out his saber and shouted, "Kill!" Li Piaoling chopped down with his saber, and a gray-haired old man who rushed forward was cut in half. Blood splashed on his head and face, and the smell of blood filled Li Piaoling's chest. He shouted ferociously, "Kill them!" 300 soldiers pulled out their sabers and spears, and the old and weak people were no match for them. For a moment, an inhumane massacre began in broad daylight. A mother hugged her daughter and used her body to block him. The soldier, who was in a killing frenzy, swung his saber and chopped off her head and half of her shoulder. The saber flashed again, and the girl's head also flew up. Before it fell to the ground, it was kicked far away by the soldier. A gray-haired old man opened his arms in vain to protect his only grandson. A red-tasseled spear as thick as a goose's egg fiercely stabbed at him. The spear pierced through his belly, and the sharp tip penetrated the child's neck, stringing the grandfather and grandson together. A young woman, with a baby in her arms, was crying and running away. When she had nowhere to run, she fell to her knees and kowtowed to the approaching soldiers, begging for mercy. When the soldiers saw that she was a pretty girl, an evil thought arose in his mind. He snatched the baby from the woman's arms and heavily stepped on the baby's head with a leather boot that was 3 times bigger than the baby's head. The little head was stepped into the ground, and the brain and blood flowed out. Then, with a ferocious smile, he pounced on the woman and tore off her clothes. The rags flew up like butterflies, and the crying woman was soon stripped naked like a white sheep. The soldier pounced on her, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he began to shake his body in an ugly manner. The bloody massacre evoked the cruelest animal nature in the soldiers' hearts. In this environment where there was no discipline or legal sanction, the ugliness in their hearts was magnified infinitely. These soldiers, supported by the people, had become a group of beasts, and they bullied the old and weak, women and children at will. They killed and raped them, and there was nothing they wouldn't do. When Yushan County Magistrate Hu Xiuyao heard the news and rushed over, it was almost dusk. He rode a fast horse, and as soon as he circled the forest, he saw the hellish scene in front of him. His body went limp, and he slid off his horse. "Duke Ming, be careful." Seeing this, the Yushan County Lieutenant hurriedly slid off his horse and reached out to help him. County Magistrate, who didn't raise his head. He stared fixedly at a 5-leaf grass in front of him. There were a few sparkling and translucent beads of blood on the grass. Under the setting sun, they looked like sparkling and translucent amber. Because of the gentle breeze, they flowed gently on the grass. Suddenly, one of the leaves sank and a bead of blood slid down, landing right on his face. County Magistrate, who screamed in fright. The Yushan County Lieutenant was in charge of arresting thieves, so he was braver than County Magistrate Hu. He sighed and didn't continue to help the frightened County Magistrate. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene of the massacre in front of him. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. None of the corpses were complete. There were only a few naked corpses of women. They were probably for the soldiers to satisfy their bestial desires, so they hadn't been chopped into pieces. They had only been stabbed in the heart and died. They lay there facing the sky. Even though they were completely naked and their private parts were exposed to the setting sun, none of them felt ashamed to cover themselves. Only their eyes, which couldn't be closed, stared fixedly at the sky as if they were complaining to the heavens about something. The county lieutenant's hands were stained with human lives when he arrested criminals. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his legs couldn't help but tremble, and he almost fell to his knees. The Yushan County magistrate, whose face was as pale as a ghost, came over and said timidly, Duke Ming, Duke Ming. County magistrate, who lay on the ground as if he hadn't heard him at all. In the grass 2 feet in front of him, the head of a young girl lay there quietly. There seemed to be a trace of fear and doubt in her eyes, but there was no longer any life in them. Looking at the head, county magistrate, who pounded the ground as if he were crying, Why? They're just harmless old, weak women and children. They've long lost their original honor and status. They've been sent here as criminals to do the heaviest work and have the lowest status. They lack clothes and food. It's already a blessing that they're still alive. Why must they die? Chapter 487. Outside the Ding Ding Gate, Jichun Hall's fleet of carriages was majestic. There were about 40 to 50 of them. The carriages were 2-wheeled, long-distance carriages. The horses pulling the carriages were all strong and shiny horses of 3 or 4 years old. The carriages had the banner of Jichun Hall on them. No one dared to stop them from entering or leaving the Ding Ding Gate. This was because the carriages were not only merchants, but also imperial envoys of the emperor. The first carriage had the dragon flag of the emperor. Taoist Shifeng asked Wu Zetian for permission to go to the south of the mountains to search for herbs. When Wu Zetian heard this, she happily agreed and immediately gave Taoist Shifeng the position of an imperial envoy. She also gave him an imperial edict, ordering the officials along the way to provide him with all sorts of conveniences. Taoist Shifeng took the opportunity to say that the officials did not understand herbs and did not know the geographical distribution and growth of herbs in Lingnan. He hoped that Jichun Hall, the largest pharmacy in the 2 capitals, could help. Wu Zetian naturally agreed to this request. Thus, Jichun Hall became an imperial envoy. The status of the merchants was not high, although most of the famous merchants had backers, and the Jichun Hall, which had gathered the most famous doctors among the common people, was acquainted with too many powerful and wealthy families. However, it was not a bad thing to curry favor with an influential person. Nowadays, the 3 immortal masters were quite influential figures in front of the emperor. Helping the imperial envoy to Lingnan to gather medicinal herbs could not only gain the favor of Taoist priest Fong and form a relationship with this important person, but they could also make use of Taoist priest Fong's identity as the imperial envoy to provide a lot of convenience to their business in Lingnan. The 2 sides hit it off. This time, the number of carriages of Jichun Hall heading south was more than double that of usual. There were many people who went to the Tenli Pavilion to see Taoist Shifeng off. Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, Marquis, and officials of the Imperial Physician Bureau, relatives of the emperor, meritorious generals, and meritorious officials. It happened that there was no court meeting today, so everyone who could come came. The liveliness was comparable to the last time they saw Shui Huai off the capital. Yang Fan, who had been in close contact with the 3 immortal masters, naturally came as well. However, among so many important people, his status was not high enough. Therefore, he could only stand at the back of the group of people who were sending him off, tiptoeing and poking his head out. He cupped his hands towards Taoist Fong from afar and shouted, Bon voyage. Immortal Master has worked hard. In the end, there was only a buzz of well wishes. Other than Yang Fan himself, not many people heard what he said. Anu stood on the side and looked at Yang Fan with a strange look. She could not understand this man more and more. Yang Fan was not a person who liked to flatter people. Moreover, from their private conversations, Yang Fan did not believe in the magic of celestial beings. Why was he so enthusiastic about making friends with the 3 immortal masters? After Taoist Shifeng's carriages left, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi competed to invite the old Nun Jingguang and the Human Moliai to their mansion for a banquet. These two immortal masters did not want to offend anyone, so they simply split into two. The old Nun Jingguang went to Wu Qingxi's mansion, and the Human Moliai went to Wu Sanxi's mansion. The two princes went to accompany the guests, and the other dignitaries who came to see them off dispersed. You never seemed to believe in the magic of celestial beings, nor were you willing to serve the dignitaries. Why are you so close to the three immortal masters this time? Little Anu, who was dressed as a manservant, rode a pony and wore a small hat. She was even more handsome than her master, Yang Fan. She was half a horse's head behind Yang Fan and asked him curiously. Yang Fan gently shook the horsewhip and looked at a couple walking past from the side of the road with a smile. The man was strong and sturdy, while the woman was fair and pretty. The red man and green woman, dressed in new clothes and shoes, seemed to be a pair of newlyweds. The man was carrying a basket of red-skinned eggs, and the woman was gently holding the corner of his clothes. It seemed that they were going back to their parents' home. Yang Fan smiled as he watched the newlyweds walk past him. He answered leisurely, "It doesn't matter whether the three immortal masters are real, living immortals or not. What's important is that the emperor believes in them. If the emperor believes in them, then even if they are not living immortals, they have great magical powers like living immortals. Is it not worth making friends with?" His words sounded very thought-provoking, and there was a bit of profound Buddhist meaning in them. Unfortunately, Miss Anu didn't buy it. She rolled her eyes at Yang Fan and said angrily, "Are you trying to play witty words with me? I've cultivated in the tranquil monastery. Although I don't know many Buddhist scriptures, I can at least memorize 3 to 5 volumes. Do you believe that every time I talk to you in the future, I'll beat around the bush with my words?" Yang Fan thought of a beautiful little girl talking to him all day long, especially when they were being lovey-dovey. He quickly begged for mercy and explained, "The reason is very simple. It's because I'm close to them that some of the things I inadvertently say can be used by them. For example, I let them borrow the Jichuan Hall as the Imperial Envoy's carriage guard this time." Anu didn't believe that Yang Fan would do something so senseless. She thought for a moment and narrowed her eyes slightly. "Jichuan Hall is young master's property?" Yang Fan gave her a thumbs up and praised, "My Anu is exceptionally smart." Little Yao raised her nose and lightly snorted. She thought for a moment and lightly exclaimed, "In that case, you created an opportunity for old Nun Jingguang to get to know the abbot of the Sanli Nunnery, Master Beifeng, and take him as a disciple. Is this also a scheme?" Yang Fan smiled and said softly, "The abbot of the Sanli Nunnery is the younger sister of the former Minister of Works, Yu Qingshan, and Yu Qingshan is young Master Zhang's man." Anu asked, "Then what about Mo? Yang Fan said, "Mo likes to hoard gold and silver, so I encouraged him to build the 7 jewels prayer carriage. This carriage is made of gold and inlaid with countless gems. It's meticulously made by the Luo jewelry shop. As a result, his relationship with the Luo jewelry shop became closer." Anu said in surprise, "Luo jewelry shop? I've even bought things from there. Is this jewelry shop also young master's property?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "You've been by young Master Zhang's side for so many years. Why don't you know anything about him?" Anu said with grievance, "In the end, I'm just a maid by young master's side. There's no need for me to know these things. Sometimes, even though young master doesn't talk behind my back, I don't pay attention to him." Speaking of this, Anu said in surprise, "That's not right. Why are you trying to make the 3 immortal masters come into contact with young master's forces? Young master suffered a great loss in Chong, and then wants to make Luoyang his base. The 3 immortal masters are now very popular in the capital and can be used by him. Aren't you doing him a great favor?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Yes, I'm doing him a favor. Young Master Jiang wants to make a comeback in Luoyang and repay Shenmu. He can't wait for his forces to climb higher. Since I've provided him with a chance, I don't have to worry about what happens next. He will spare no effort to make friends with the 3 immortal masters and use their forces to achieve his goal. This is just like..." At this time, The two had already entered the city gate. Yang Fan used his horsewhip to point at the flags waving in front of the shops on the roadside and said, "This is just like the government building this flat and open road. There will naturally be people fighting to build shops on both sides. Those with foresight will even spend a huge sum of money to build a small shop here, because they're optimistic about the future of this place. However, if one day the government suddenly closes this road and announces that anyone who dares to step on this road will be beheaded, then do you think those shops that have spent a lot of money to build here will lose everything?" Anu stammered. "You're saying," Yang Fan said, "I'm saying that the three immortal masters are basically three swindlers. Three swindlers who use illusions to deceive the monarch. When young Master Zhang's forces fall deeper and deeper, and when the interests of the three immortal masters can no longer be separated, the three immortal masters will suddenly lose their standing and reputation. At that time, what do you think young Master Zhang will do?" Anu looked at Yang Fan in surprise. When Yang Fan met the three immortal masters, he often brought her with him. These things were all carried out in front of her eyes. Sometimes, just a casual word from Yang Fan would prompt the three immortal masters to do something, thus establishing a relationship with a certain force. Sometimes, when Yang Fan invited the three immortal masters to some place to play, they naturally got to know some people. Or when someone learned that the three immortal masters were coming, they took the initiative to make friends. All of these things happened so naturally that even someone like her, who was watching and listening, didn't realize that all of this was Yang Fan's intention, that he had some ulterior motive. She never expected that in these seemingly ordinary words and actions, there was actually a hidden killing intent. What was even more frightening was that Yang Fan didn't make any obvious moves. He only talked and laughed to give some inspiration, or to create an opportunity for the three immortal masters and young Master Zhang's forces to get to know each other. What happened next didn't require Yang Fan to say or do anything. The forces on young Master Zhang's side were like flies that had seen blood. They immediately took the initiative to contact the three immortal masters. In this whole incident, there was no trace of Yang Fan's handiwork. If it was the Yang Fan that she first met, he definitely wouldn't have this kind of skill. After several years in the officialdom, Yang Fan's shrewdness had become deeper and deeper, and his scheming methods had become more and more outstanding. Anu sighed with admiration and awe, but there was a little less joy. Of course, she hoped that her man was wise and intelligent. But for some reason, when she looked at this Yang Fan who could kill people without a trace while talking and laughing, she couldn't help but miss the Yang Fan of the past. At that time, Yang Fan was young and hot-blooded. He was impulsive. Perhaps his methods weren't as brilliant as they were now, but she liked him. She didn't want Yang Fan to become someone like young Master Jiang or Shenmu. At this time, dozens of fast horses suddenly galloped along Ding Ding Avenue. They saw many carriages of nobles and nobles with official banners flying in from outside the city gate. They didn't slow down at all. The black-clothed official at the front raised his horsewhip and shouted, "The imperial censor has been ordered to leave the capital. Everyone retreat." Yang Fan reined in his horse and looked over. He saw a group of officials escorting several imperial censors. Among them were Huang Jingrong, Wu Rang, Zhao Jiolong, Lu Guangye, Wang Desho, and a few others. He recognized all of them. These people did not look sideways. They whipped their horses and hurriedly galloped down the street. Their usual low-key demeanor was completely different. Yang Fan frowned. A feeling of unease suddenly welled up in his heart. Chapter 488. Yang Fan could not be clearer about this group of ruffian-born, ruthless officials of the imperial censorate. These days, they had been living with their tails between their legs and did not have any arrogance to speak of. For them to suddenly act so arrogantly, they must have something to rely on. Then what is it that they are relying on? Has something happened that he is unaware of? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He immediately said to Anu, "Let's go faster. We must return to the Ministry of Justice immediately." Before he finished his sentence, Yang Fan had already galloped away. Anu immediately chased after him. Yang Fan galloped back to the Ministry of Justice. He threw the horse to Anu and immediately rushed to the Ministry of Justice. Even if an official wanted to leave the capital, other than official documents, they must also have a travel permit. The travel permit is issued by the Ministry of Justice's Ministry of Justice. He wanted to find out the movements of the group of people of the Imperial Censorate when they left the capital. When Yin Xiaojun saw that Yang Fan had arrived, he immediately welcomed him with a face full of smiles. He laughed and said, "Yang Longzhong, why are you here at this hour? Is there anything that I can help you with?" Yin Xiaojun was a vengeful person. His nickname was Sweet Potato. The way that Yang Fan dealt with the Imperial Censorate was to his liking. In addition, the Ministry of Justice was the head of the Ministry of Justice's 4 departments. Yang Fan's authority was growing day by day. He was the most powerful person in the entire Ministry of Justice. He could not help but respect and be intimate with him. Yang Fan hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yin, there are many Imperial Censorates who left the capital in a hurry. I wonder where they are going and what official business they have. Does Brother Yin know?" Yin Xiaojun winked at him. He lowered his voice and laughed. "Haha, I know that you're keeping an eye on them. I, Old Yin, admire Erlang's character very much. Don't worry, I've noted down their whereabouts and was about to send them to your Ministry of Justice." Yin Xiaojun led Yang Fan back to the desk and picked up a dossier. Casually flipping through it, she took out a slip of paper and passed it to Yang Fan. Sure enough, the whereabouts of the Imperial Censors were clearly written on it. Yang Fan hurriedly skimmed through it. The Imperial Censors' destinations were all over the place. Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and especially Lingnan's 6 paths. Yang Fan asked in amazement, "What happened that caused the censorate to come out in full force?" "I did not ask about that," Yin Xiaojun said. "They were urging me very urgently, but because I have the imperial edict in my hand, I did not want to obstruct them." He only heard that it was closely related to the drifting people. "Oh, by the way, you can go to Old Sun's place and have a look. His office is responsible for managing all the captives, slaves, and exiled officials and their families. I heard that the Imperial Censorate has just handed over a list of names to him and even took away a few lists from him." Hearing this, Yang Fan hastily expressed his gratitude to Yin Xiaojun and hurriedly left for the Imperial Censorate. Imperial Censorate Sun Yushuan's nickname was difficult to write. This man came from a scholarly background, and the law was not his forte. He had been an official for many years, but he did not make the slightest progress. He always had a bellyful of difficulties when handling official documents and did not know how to write. At this moment, there was a lot of documents on his desk, piled up into 4 piles, as high as a mountain. Imperial Censorate's son was buried in the documents, one hand holding a pen, the other hand holding his forehead. He was frowning in distress. Yang Fan hurriedly rushed over, cupped his fists, and said, "Sun Xiong, did someone from the Imperial Censorate come today? What did they come for?" Sun Yushuan looked up and saw Yang Fan had come. He quickly stood up and said, "Ah, Erlang is here. Sit, sit, sit. I have too much official business here." The Imperial Censorate did hand over an official document, but I have not had time to look at it. As Sun Yushuan said this, he rummaged through the pile of documents, took out a document, and handed it to Yang Fan. He said, "Erlang, please take a look. This is the document. Did something happen?" Yang Fan took the document handed over by the Imperial Censorate. After only a few glances, his face suddenly changed, and his hands involuntarily began to tremble. Sun Yushuan worriedly said, "Erlang, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you have a fever? Do you need to find a doctor?" Yang Fan separated his hands, and the document shattered into pieces. Yang Fan heavily punched the table and shouted, "Wan Guojun, you deserve to die." With a loud bang, a sturdy pearwood table was smashed into pieces by Yang Fan's fist. The table that was piled up like a mountain suddenly collapsed. Sun Yushuan was so scared that he staggered back and stammered, Erlang, what's wrong with you?" Yang Fan's face was red, and his breathing was rapid. Even his eyes were red, and his iron fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Sun Yushuan was so frightened that he repeatedly retreated and his heel tripped on a collapsed table. He fell on his butt and was buried in the pile of documents. This friend's desk was really full of documents. Sun Yushuan hurriedly pushed the table away and poked his head out. He saw a few scribes rushing in after hearing the noise, and they were looking around curiously. But Yang Fan was long gone. Doctor, as soon as she returned to the Ministry of Justice, Anu became a competent servant again, and her voice was a little rough. When she saw Yang Fan rushing out of the yamen, she immediately went to greet him. Who would have thought that Yang Fan did not even pay attention to her and rushed past her in a flash? Looking at his fiery appearance, he was like an angry bull, or more accurately, a crazy bull. Anu cried out in shock, "Doctor, what's wrong with you? Where are you going?" Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "I'm going to the stables. You don't need to follow me." Then he disappeared without a trace. Anu was not at ease and rushed to the stables. She saw that the side door was wide open, and Yang Fan whipped the horse. The horse's 4 hooves flew, and in an instant it disappeared out of the door. Anu stood there in a daze and looked at the shaking door. She began to miss the mature Yang Fan who was talking and killing people on the streets of Luoyang, and who had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Sometimes a woman's mind was really hard to guess. Yang Fan whipped again, and the horse under his crotch was like an arrow released from a bow. Fortunately, this was within the boundaries of the imperial city, and there were no commoners walking in this area, and there were also no peddlers in the shops and alleys. Otherwise, with his speed, even if it was on a 500 feet wide Ding-Ding Street, he would inevitably bump into people. 317 people, 123 men, 194 women, 29 elders over 70 years old, and 92 children under 10 years old. Among them, there were 2 infants in swaddling clothes who had just been registered. Every number, every life, was like a needle, needle by needle, piercing Yang Fan's heart, riddling it with holes and dripping with blood. The official document handed over by the censorate was very simple. It only listed those people's age, name, place of origin, and identity, so that the Ministry of Justice could write these people off and put them on the death list. What was written in the official document was how these people incited the ignorant commoners of Lingnan to deliberately rebel, and how they used their status as members of Li Tang's imperial family to stir up trouble. But it was precisely those simple and emotionless descriptions of the numbers that were covered up by their simple words that transformed into a haunting and tragic scene in Yang Fan's mind. After he had avenged his family, he had thought that the scene that had become a nightmare in his heart since his childhood would never appear again. But now, he clearly saw it again. He saw the village on fire, saw the mutilated corpses, heard the mournful cries of despair, and saw the heads flying into the air with hot blood in their veins. When he saw the official document handed over by the censorate, he understood why the censorate, who had been pretending to be obedient dogs with their tails between their legs, were once again flaunting their strength. He also understood the true reason for the tragedy in Yushan County. The censorate had no way out and was driven to desperate action. They did not hesitate to use such a method that if they failed, they would be consigned to eternal damnation, to create the illusion that there were traitors everywhere and that the throne of the Empress was not secure. Only in this way would the Empress feel their importance and protect them. Only then would she not allow the officials to suppress them, because they were still useful. Yang Fan felt that this was his fault. If he had not pressured the censorate too much, perhaps these cruel officials would not have carried out such a heartless massacre on the families of the already harmless refugees. He felt that this was also Li Zhaoda's fault. If this arrogant and conceited prime minister had not been too headstrong and allowed these mad dogs to leave the capital, how could they have had the opportunity to inflict their sharp fangs on the defenseless and defenseless women, children, and the elderly? All kinds of scenes rotated in his mind like a merry-go-round. A pair of sunken eyes, a hawk nose, a grim face, a pair of thin and cold lips opened and closed, causing 2 deep wrinkles to twist. A fierce and gloomy voice echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let a single one go. That face suddenly turned into Wang Guojun, then into Zhao Jiolong, then into Wang Desho. The censorate came out in full force, separately rushing towards the Dian, Shu, Qian, Chuan, Gui, and Lingnan six paths. In other words, the souls of Yushan that had already been tortured had not yet dispersed, and there would be more people to suffer. The censorate had released a group of man-eating demons. Yang Fan whipped his horse as if it was flying, rushing towards Li Zhaoda's house. There was no court meeting today, and the officials were still working. However, because most of the prime ministers were old, other than the prime minister on duty, the other prime ministers could rest at home for a day like the empress. On the road ahead, a luxurious light carriage sped towards them. There were more than 10 black-robed guards accompanying the carriage. "Princess, it's Yang Langzhou." The coachman saw a flying horse from afar. He squinted his eyes and immediately called out. With a schwa sound, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a naturally charming and beautiful face. It was Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping looked into the distance and saw a person lying on the horse, his clothes fluttering in the wind, almost forming a straight line behind him. That ponytail was also flying in the air, and just like the clothes, it floated in a straight line behind him. His entire person formed a very powerful image that was moving forward. The red mane of the purplish-red horse flew like fire, covering the rider's face. However, as the face got closer, it became clearer and clearer. It was indeed Yang Fan. Erlang is really angry. Fortunately, I came in time. Princess Taiping heaved a long sigh of relief and shouted in a stern voice, "Quickly stop Yang Fan for me." Chapter 489. When the two riders in front heard the princess order, they immediately raised their horses and loudly shouted, "Yang Langzhou, please stay. Her Royal Highness the Princess summons you." Yang Fan had already seen Princess Taiping's carriage, but he was currently filled with anger and did not want to talk to her. When he saw the two riders coming, he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" While speaking, he was like a tiger and his horse was like a dragon, sweeping up a gust of wind as he charged towards the two riders. The two riders reined in their horses, and just as they closed in, Yang Fan rushed past them with a gust of wind. Io! The two riders were hit by Yang Fan's fast horses and immediately fell out. The horses staggered, and the two riders fell off their horses. "Stop him for me." Princess Taiping was very anxious and repeatedly ordered. Another 4 riders rushed forward. Yang Fan did not bring any weapons, and it was impossible for him to use them. He only raised his horse and rushed forward. Although the 4 riders had the mission to stop him, they all knew that Yang Fan and their Royal Highness the Princess had a very ambiguous relationship, so they did not dare to use force. They could only use their bodies and horses to forcefully block. For a time, several horses collided, and people shouted and horses neighed as they fell down. Yang Fan relied on his superb horsemanship to rush out of the encirclement of the 4 riders. But the date red horse under him had already slowed down because of the repeated blocking and was no longer as sharp as an arrow. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the earth trembled. 8 female sumo wrestlers rushed out from behind the carriage. The female sumo wrestlers were all tall and sturdy. Their fat and sturdy bodies were like mountains of meat. Most of these tall and sturdy knights would need 2 people to be as tall and sturdy as them. Every noble had a few personal bodyguards, and Princess Taiping's trusted aides were these 8 female sumo wrestlers. The 4 female sumo wrestlers took large strides and rushed to Yang Fan's height. They bent down at the same time, and with a pung sound, they grabbed the 4 horse legs with their hands and shouted in unison, "Rise!" The 4 majestic female sumo wrestlers were unparalleled in strength. They were able to lift up Yang Fan and the date red horse he was riding with a single arm. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians in the vicinity of the imperial city. Otherwise, this scene would be far too shocking. Yang Fan, who was riding on the horse, suddenly grew taller. He looked down and saw that the horse's 4 hooves were in the air. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Seizing the opportunity, a female sumo wrestler rushed to the side of the horse and grabbed Yang Fan's ankle, shouting, "Get down." Woo! With a thud, Yang Fan was forcibly pulled down from the horse. She grabbed one of his ankles and swung him a few times in the air before throwing him away. This female sumo wrestler didn't dare to hurt Yang Fan. Although she made Yang Fan dizzy, she used a lot of strength to throw him away, so she wouldn't hurt Yang Fan. Yang Fan fell to the ground with a poo sound. He felt that the ground was undulating like a sampan. He pressed his hands on the ground and wanted to get up, but he temporarily lost his balance and wasn't clear-headed enough. Princess Taiping was shocked when she saw this from the carriage. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't hurt him." The 8 female sumo wrestlers had accompanied the princess for a long time, and their relationship was very close. They weren't too afraid of her. One of the female sumo wrestlers who was holding the horse's left front leg laughed. "Your Highness, don't worry. Yang Longzhong is skilled in martial arts and has a strong body. These moves won't hurt him." Yang Fan shook his head. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, he suddenly felt the sky darken. He hurriedly looked up and saw 4 mountains of flesh covering the sky, smashing towards his head. He couldn't help but scream, "No!" Newton's second law of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration. The 4 strong women didn't dare to hurt Yang Fan, so they used their body weight as a weapon and smashed down on him. The 4 fat bodies piled up like a human pyramid, and Yang Fan's thin and weak body was immediately submerged in the rolling fat and disappeared without a trace. Even the sound of his miserable cries was gone. Are you crazy? That's the prime minister of the dynasty. He's the prime minister who is favored by the emperor. Even Wei Wang and Liang Wang don't dare to offend him. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to rush to his door like this? Are you the victim? Inside the carriage, Yang Fan sat opposite Princess Taiping. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but he was no longer in the sorry state he was when he was caught like a chicken. Yang Fan grabbed Princess Taiping's hand that was gently patting the dust off him. He gently moved it away and looked straight into her eyes. He said seriously, "I'm not crazy, nor have I lost my reason. Otherwise, I would be rushing to the Meridian Gate and not Li Zhaoda's mansion. I know very well that if the emperor doesn't come to court today, I won't be able to enter the inner palace, and I won't be able to see the emperor. I also know that with my current status, I don't have the right to criticize this important matter of the country, especially since this is the emperor's reverse scale. As long as there is a rebellion, there is no reason to argue and no evidence to argue. Even if there is only a trace of possibility, the emperor will make the most reassuring choice. Kill that possible threat." Yang Fan's voice was not angry, nor was there any anger, but Princess Taiping could feel that he was only suppressing all his anger. It was because his anger had already exceeded the limit of his restraint. The extreme anger made him seem unusually calm, like a brewing volcano. I also know that since the emperor has already dispatched people from the censorate to all parts of the world, it means that the emperor is already very vigilant about this matter. If I really break into the palace and see the emperor, the only result will be that I will be dragged out of the Meridian Gate and beheaded. For the throne, even if it is the emperor's own son, she will not hesitate to kill him. I never thought that she would give me a favor outside the law. So, I'm only going to see Li Zhaoda, not the emperor." Princess Taiping frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Erlang, what can you do if you see Li Zhaoda? Can he bring the dead back to life?" Yang Fan said calmly, "The hatred of the dead can be dealt with later. But this matter has just happened, and you already know it. Li Zhaoda is the prime minister of the dynasty, and the chief writer. There is no reason for him not to know. I can't see the emperor, but he can see it. But has he ever tried? The dead can be dealt with later, but what about the people who are about to die?" The censorate came out in full strength, and a group of murderous devils went to all parts of the country. What has he, as the prime minister, done? At least he should try to prevent new, unjust cases from happening, right? Princess Taiping sighed softly and said in a low voice, "The head of the censorate has been changed. Sun Chenyu, who did not do anything, has been retired and returned to his hometown. Mother has just issued an imperial edict to promote Wan Guojun to be the head of the censorate. Do you understand what this means?" Yang Fan's face darkened. Princess Taiping continued, "Yushan County Magistrate Hu Shuyao has already written to the imperial court, but Wan Guojun is smarter. Almost at the same time, when he slaughtered more than 300 old, weak, women, and children, he had already sent people back to the capital on horseback to report that the wife and children of the Liu family held a grudge against the imperial court and were plotting to rebel. It was he who found out in time and acted decisively. You know what Mother Empress is most afraid of? Any emperor who usurps the throne has always been most afraid of this. Mother Empress not only usurped the throne, but also became the emperor as a woman. So, she is more worried than any other emperor who has usurped the throne. Out of these two memorials, who will she choose to believe? Among those who were exiled were members of the royal family, the sons and grandsons of the royal family, the Liu warriors. This sentence was written by Wan Guojun in the memorial. When the Queen Mother saw this sentence, it was destined that these old, weak women and children had to die. It didn't matter if they really wanted to rebel or if they had the ability to rebel. The Queen Mother didn't care. She just wants to make herself feel at ease. Do you understand? Do you think the Emperor cares about a few hundred or a few thousand lives? No Emperor cares about people's lives. Emperor Taizong did not hesitate to kill General Li Junxian, who was nicknamed Wu Nyangzi, because of a rumor that Li Xingwu and confiscated his family. The Emperor doesn't care, but I do. But as long as there's a chance, I have to try. You also said that Li Zhaoda is very favored now. If he has any request, the Emperor will grant it. You should at least come forward to stop it. Princess Taiping smiled bitterly and shook her head. Erlang, you have been an official for so long, but in the end, you still do not understand the minds of those in the bureaucracy. Do you think Li Zhaoda cares about the lives of those people? Don't be fooled by how they shout about serving the country and the people all day long. Once they have a chance to attack their political enemies, they will not hesitate to sacrifice others. When 3 prime ministers were imprisoned, didn't he sacrifice them without hesitation? From their point of view, sacrificing some people to eliminate his threat would allow him to carry out his policies more smoothly and benefit more people. Thus, he would never feel guilty, regardless of whether it was his colleagues or innocent people who were sacrificed. Perhaps this move by the censorate is exactly what he wants. He can't wait for the censorate to go crazy like this. Erlang, it will be useless for you to go. Li Zhaoda is obstinate and self-opinionated. He thinks that he is the only one. He scolds the other prime ministers like they are his lackeys. Previously, when you talked back to him, he did not suppress you. This is already a sign that he sees you in a new light. If you bully him again, what will he think? Yang Fan said angrily. At worst, we will just break up. What else can he do? At worst, I won't be an official. What else can he do? Holding a righteous memorial arch. Does he think that he can let people do evil with a clear conscience? This kind of cold-blooded and heartless official, Li Zhaoda can be, but I, Yang Fan, can't be. No matter what, I have to try. Erlang. Yang Fan stood up and said, Princess, don't say anymore. A gentleman's official must do what he wants. Perhaps I'm not a wise man, but I can live up to my conscience. No matter what, I have to try. I have to try. Yang Fan cupped his hands toward Princess Taiping, turned around and walked out, leaving behind a sentence. I know you have good intentions, but don't stop me. Yang Fan only knew that Princess Taiping's eyes and ears were well informed. That was why she knew about this matter in time. Also, she could see through people's hearts, so she could guess his possible reaction. But he did not know that the reason why Princess Taiping guessed that he would have such a big reaction was because she knew exactly what happened in the Peach Blossom Village that year. She knew that today's tragedy, Yang Fan would feel the same. Because there was no order from Princess Taiping, the guards and the 8 maids who were trying to stop Yang Fan just now stood firmly around the carriage. Seeing that Yang Fan had come out, they did not move. Yang Fan led his horse, turned over, and rode away without hesitation. In the carriage, Princess Taiping looked at the fluttering curtain of the carriage. She sighed softly and faintly said, Alas, why do I like this kind of reckless bull that will not turn back even if it hits the south wall? Chapter 490. Li Zhaoda's mansion was full of distinguished guests. Those who came and were either great scholars or high officials. Li Zhaoda sat at the head of the table. One person toasted, the other toasted. The wine and flattery entered his mouth one after another. Prime Minister Li was already a bit tipsy. Husband. A man held a cup in front of him. Li Zhaoda stroked his beard and looked away from the dancers in the hall. He glanced at him and saw that it was his good friend, Yin Shanxi. He raised his cup and laughed. Ha ha! Old Yin, you have never liked wine. Today you are in the mood to drink. Come, sit next to me. Let's have a drink together. Yin Shanxi was the Minister of the Right and the Minister of the Interior. Although he was a close subject to the emperor, his official position was not high. He was just an admonishing official. In front of a powerful emperor like Wu Zetian, he was basically useless. However, he was very talented and learned. He was knowledgeable, so he had a good relationship with Li Zhaoda. Yin Shanxi sat next to Li Zhaoda, but he was not in a hurry to drink. Instead, he whispered in his ear, Husband, I heard that the censorate created a bloody case in Lingnan. They slaughtered more than 300 women and children. They also told the emperor that there was a rumor in Lingnan about a warrior named Lu, which made the emperor very afraid. Now the censorate. Li Zhaoda raised his hand to stop him. He sneered and said, Shanxi, you don't need to say anything. I already know. Li Zhaoda took a sip of wine and said hatefully, The censorate is perverse and devoid of conscience. What they have done is really infuriating. When I heard about their evil deeds in Lingnan, I was really angry. But you don't have to worry. These cruel officials are full of evil. They're digging their own grave. I want to see how long they can run amok. Yin Shanxi said worriedly, They are making such a scene. I am afraid Lai Junshin will also come back. The emperor lives in the imperial palace. The situation among the people depends on others. The emperor has always been apprehensive about rebellion. Now that Wang Guojun has painted Lingnan as if there are traitors everywhere, it is hard to guarantee that the emperor will not use him again. Li Zhaoda smiled proudly and said, So what? A featherless phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Do you think Lai Junshin still has the prestige of the past? Oomph. The more unjust cases they create in various parts of the world, the greater the resentment of the people. It's fine if Lai Junshin stays in the same prefecture, but if he comes out, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Yin Shanxi frowned and said, Don't be careless, my husband. You might be playing with fire. Li Zhaoda was a little unhappy and said unhappily, This servant has his own considerations. Seeing this, Yin Shanxi could only keep his mouth shut. Li Zhaoda's mansion was located at Li Di Lane, which was surrounded by water on all sides. Yang Fan exited the imperial city and headed north along the Luo River's embankment. He turned around a bridge and entered Li Di Lane. Li Zhaoda's mansion was renovated and rebuilt after he became the chief scribe. It was a huge mansion with a wide front yard and an extraordinary aura. As long as one entered Li Di Lane, they would know the location of the Li residence with a little inquiry. Yang Fan was stopped by Princess Taiping on the way. Although he still insisted on coming to the Li residence, he was much calmer and not as furious as he was at the beginning. He rushed to the Li residence and saw many carriages and horses parked in front of the gate. Yang Fan did not speak to anyone and only tied the horses to the posts. He strode up the steps and grabbed the bronze ring of the beast head and knocked hard on the gate. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan knocked hard. After a few loud bangs, someone behind the gate shouted unhappily, Who is it? With such great strength, can you afford to pay for breaking our gate? Along with the voice, the gate opened a little and an impatient face peeked out. He looked up and down at Yang Fan. Seeing that he was young and dressed in ordinary clothes, he did not look like someone from a noble family. His expression was even more arrogant. He lazily stretched out a hand and said, Give it to me. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, Give what to me? The man was about to close the door without saying anything. Yang Fan stretched out his hand to stop him and shouted, What are you doing? The man glared at him and said, You don't even have a visiting card and you still want to visit my house? This is the Prime Minister's mansion. Do you think it's some small family? You don't even have a visiting card and you still want to see my Alang. How dare you? Get lost, or I'll send you to the Yamen to eat the plank. Yang Fan did not get angry, but laughed instead and said, The Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. Unfortunately, I am a 5th-ranked official in the imperial court. It's normal for me to be in the Ministry of Justice. A seventh-ranked official like you is not enough. Get out of the way." Yang Fan stretched out his hand and pushed the two doors open. The door was pushed open and fell down like a rolling gourd. Yang Fan walked in big strides. The official's servants, guards, and coachmen waiting in front of the door were all dumbfounded. "Someone come quickly. Someone is forcing his way into the Prime Minister's mansion. He's out of control." The gatekeeper was lying on the ground and did not want to get up. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Many servants of the Prime Minister's mansion heard the news and rushed out. Yang Fan raised his voice and said, "I am the Minister of Justice's Minister Yang Fan. I have an important matter of life and death to see Prime Minister Li. Who dares to stop me?" Finished speaking, Yang Fan flashed his tortoise talisman. The official's identification card was originally a fish talisman, but later on someone ran to Wu Zetian and flattered her, saying that the Wu clan was in the imperial court and the black tortoise was one of the four symbols. Therefore, they should abandon the fish talisman and cast the tortoise talisman instead. At that time, the tortoise was one of the four spirits, the auspicious beast in the legends, the mythical beast, not an insult. As a result, the official's identity card became a tortoise. When the servants in the Prime Minister's mansion heard that he was an official of the Ministry of Justice and saw him flashing the tortoise talisman, they knew that his identity was not fake. They also heard that it was an important matter, so they did not dare to stop him. However, they were afraid that letting him in without permission would anger Ah Lang, so they followed him to the back of the mansion like a swarm of bees. "Lord Prime Minister, Wanrong offers you a bowl of wine." In the reception hall of the back of the mansion, some of the guests were composing poems, some snatched the musical instrument from the hands of the musicians and began to play, and some people were so happy that they sang and danced with the dancers in the hall. A tall and sturdy man took the opportunity to pick up the wine bowl and walked over to Li Zhaoda, who was stroking his beard and smiling. This man was called Sun Wanrong. His attire, his speech and intonation were exactly the same as that of a Han, but he was actually a Khitan man. In his early years, as a servant of the Khitan Day tribe, he entered the Tang dynasty as a hostage and lived in Chong and in Luoyang for a long time, so he could speak Chinese very well. Now he had become the leader of the Khitan Day tribe and was conferred the title of General of the Right Jade Palace Guards by the Tang dynasty, the provincial governor of Guicheng Prefecture, and was conferred the title of Duke of Yongle County. He was a vassal of the Tang dynasty. This time he had come to Luoyang to pay tribute. After paying tribute, he specially paid a visit to Li Zhaoda, hoping to become the Prime Minister's disciple and properly manipulate the situation to promote him. Sun Wanrong had not stayed in the Central Plains for so many years in vain. After he returned to his tribe and became the chief, he used the knowledge he had learned in the Central Plains to make the Day tribe even stronger, and now they had the strength to compete for the position of chief of the Khitan Tribal Alliance. Most of the chiefs of the Khitan tribes had received official positions from the original Tang dynasty or the current Great Zhou Emperor, so the ranks of the chiefs of the various tribes were about the same. If he could be promoted again, then he would be able to suppress the chiefs of the other tribes and have a greater chance of becoming the chief of the tribal alliance. The Khitan was a poor place. It could not compare to the ginseng, mink fur, winter pearls, and so on from the Heishui brown, Jurchen, to the east, nor could it compare to the various jewels and gold of the Turks and the western regions. In addition to paying tribute this time, in order to curry favor with Li Zhaoda, he scraped together everything he had and managed to scrape together 10 good horses, 100 sand fox skins, a pair of golden pork bellies, and a pair of golden saddles from Korea, 100 winter pearls extorted from the Heishui brown, and 50 stalks of ginseng over 100 years old. Ginseng had been used by the people of China for a long time. It was mentioned in the inscriptions on bronze wares of the Yin and Shang dynasty. At that time, it was something that could be cast on utensils, so it was clear how important it was to the people of that time. In the Divine Farmer's 100 Herb Classic written at the end of the Warring States period, ginseng was also listed as a top-grade tonic. Li Zhaoda was already advanced in age, so he did not care much about worldly possessions, but these 50 stalks of old ginseng were very much to his liking. As soon as he saw Sun Wanrong approach with a bowl of wine in his hands, looking at him eagerly, Li Xiaoda understood his meaning and could not help but smile, saying, "Ever since you became the leader of the Dahe tribe, they have been coming to court every year, paying tribute every year. They are on good terms with our great Zhou, and their respect far exceeds that of the other tribes. They can be said to be the role model of the vassals, so the court should commend them. You don't have to worry about what you want. I will personally speak to the sage about it." Sun Wanrong was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. Raising the bowl of wine, he said, "Wanrong toast Prime Minister, wishing Prime Minister good health and longevity." Li Xiaoda chuckled and picked up the fine porcelain wine cup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he heard a commotion. The dancers and guests in the hall all stopped in surprise and turned their heads to look. Li Xiaoda frowned and unhappily put down the wine cup. He angrily said, "What's the commotion?" The people in the hall parted to the left and right, revealing a person standing in front of the hall. The many servants of the Prime Minister's residence below the hall did not dare to approach. Only one person mustered up the courage to report. Ah Lang. This person claims to be the director of the Ministry of Justice and has an important matter to report to Ah Lang. He did not allow me to report and barged in. Only then did Yang Fan salute him and stiffly said, "Prime Minister Li, this lowly official has an important matter to report and came in a hurry. Please forgive this lowly official's offense." Even though Li Xiaoda was drunk, his mind was very clear. Seeing Yang Fan standing in the hall with a faint anger between his brows, he had already guessed the reason for his visit. Li Xiaoda waved his hand and ordered his family members, "All of you can leave." He then slowly stood up and smiled at the guests. "My friends, please enjoy the banquet and do not spoil the mood. Yang Longzhong has come to discuss something with this servant. This servant will go to the study room first. I will come back in a while to accompany my friends to drink." Only then did the guests of the Prime Minister's residence come to a sudden realization and resumed their relaxed smiles. They all saluted and flatteringly said, "Today is the Prime Minister's day off, but you are still concerned about the affairs of the country. You are truly an example to all the officials. Prime Minister, please go by yourself. There is no need to worry about us." Li Xiaoda smilingly saluted the guests and walked out of the reception hall. Yang Fan did not say much and only followed behind him. Li Xiaoda led him out of the reception hall and into the study room. As soon as he entered the study room, his expression changed abruptly. He slammed the table and shouted, "Yang Fan, how dare you? Time and time again, you have despised this Prime Minister and offended your superior. Do you think this old man cannot punish you?" Li Xiaoda's anger did not scare Yang Fan. He stood there like a spear and said in a deep voice, "Prime Minister Li is drunk." Li Xiaoda was startled and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you whether this old man is drunk or not?" A bloody shadow appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. He said word by word, "Drinking human blood can also make one drunk?" Chapter 491. Li Xiaoda's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice. "Lingnan Jade Mountain is now flowing with rivers of blood. Vengeful spirits are wailing and wandering the countryside. The Prime Minister is resting at home today with his friends, singing and dancing. You must know nothing about this?" Li Xiaoda would not lie in front of Junior. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "I already know about this." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, the Prime Minister already knows. What does the Prime Minister plan to do?" Li Xiaoda said, "Wan Guojun fabricated a lie, claiming that the exiles rebelled and killed 317 innocent people on Jade Mountain. His intentions are reprehensible, and he deserves death. I have already sent people to search for evidence of his crimes, so that he could be brought to justice." Yang Fan nodded. "Good. The Prime Minister is experienced in planning for the country. Yang Fan is a young lad with the courage of blood and vigor. His ability to plan is not as good as the Prime Minister's. The Prime Minister's action is considered appropriate. But now the censorate has gone to Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and Lingnan. They are about to raise the butcher's knife again. Yang Fan would like to ask Master Li, as the Prime Minister, what plans do you have?" Li Xiaoda frowned. Wan Guojun wrote to the Emperor, saying that the exiles are resentful and have evil intentions. They are plotting to rebel. If they're not dealt with quickly, there will be a disaster. The sage is suspicious, so he sent the censorate officials to inspect the exiles and investigate the truth. What's wrong with this? What else do I need a plan? Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed coldly. Do you believe these words yourself, Mr. Li? Li Xiaoda's expression darkened. Yang Fan sneered. Master Li, you don't even believe it yourself, yet you want to use this reason to dismiss me. Aren't you deceiving yourself? Li Xiaoda slowly said. The censorate has been suppressed by us. If they retreat now, it will not be easy for us to get hold of their weakness and get rid of all these cruel officials. Now Wang Guojun is in a mess and made this stupid move to try to save the emperor. Little did they know that they had already offended all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. After this incident, the entire world would view them as an enemy. They were courting death. Yang Fan, the group of cruel officials in the censorate, is a hidden danger to the country. You and I have the same goal. We both want to get rid of this group of cruel officials and restore peace to the world. Now is our best chance. When they have done their evil deeds, the heavens will be angry and the people will resent them. By then, no one will be able to protect them. This is a chance bestowed to us by the heavens. Yang Fan's body trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, Does Master Li really think so? Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Could it be that in Li Xianggong's eyes, human lives were as insignificant as a blade of grass, a tree, a chicken, or a dog? Wang Guojun had killed 317 people on Jade Mountain, 317 people. Now that the censorate had turned out in full force, who knew how many more lives they would kill in Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and the entire Lingnan? People only see a group of big shots fighting in the imperial court. Who could see how many white bones were placed under their feet? How many innocent people had become their stepping stones? Li Xianggong wanted to wait until the group of cruel officials in the censorate had done their evil deeds to the extreme before bringing them to justice. Do you know how cold-blooded your decision is? When the common people of the world praise you, Li Xianggong, for being righteous and getting rid of evil, when the history books record how many evil deeds those cruel officials had done, and when you, Li Xianggong, executed the evil officials to the satisfaction of the people, when your name is recorded in the history books, perhaps no one knew that you had watched them do evil with your own eyes, condoned them to do evil. But can your heart be at ease? Li Xiaoda's eyebrows stood erect, his anger flared up, but when he met Yang Fan's eyes, his anger could not be vented. Nowadays, very few people dare to look directly at him, but this fifth-grade petty official in front of him dared. Not only did he dare to look directly at him, he even dared to question him. His eyes were as clear as water and as firm as ice. Looking at that pair of clear and firm eyes, which contained pain and sorrow, Li Xiaoda's prestige as an official was somewhat unable to be released. He let out a long sigh and slowly released the dignified air that gathered between his brows. In a deep voice, he said, Your Majesty's will is as firm as steel. Once you have made a decision, no one can dissuade you. I have no intention of condoning the evil officials to do evil. I just cannot stop them. Yang Fan sneered. Li Xianggong sat at home, laughing, watching the music and dancing, drinking and singing. He did not try at all. And you say you cannot stop them? Li Xiaoda said in a deep voice. Is there a need to try? But when it comes to rebellion, the saint would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Don't you know? From before the establishment of the great Zhou, to after the saint ascended the throne, how many families have been ruined? How many people have been thrown into prison? Even you almost died in the censorate. The saint will not let off even if it is just a rumor. Don't you know? Over all these years, how many good officials, princes and dukes have died in the hands of the cruel officials of the censorate? If this group of scourges is not eradicated, who knows how many more people will suffer in the future? So what if some people die today? To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. Yang Fan questioned. This is what you were thinking, isn't it? As long as you can achieve your goal, others can die as much as they want. You have never thought of saving them at all. If among those people were your family and friends, your parents, wife and children, would you still be able to say it so confidently, without feeling any pain or itch? Presumptuous. Li Zhaoda finally could not restrain himself and roared at Yang Fan. Do you know who is standing in front of you? I see your sincerity. That is why I have repeatedly forgiven your offense. Do not take an inch and take a mile. You're the only one in the entire imperial court who dares to speak to me like this. Do you really think that I cannot punish you? Yang Fan said, I know that the person standing in front of me is the great Zhou's Prime Minister, Prime Minister Li. I know that you, Prime Minister Li, have killed Wang Qingji, who tried to persuade the Crown Prince, use a scheme to depose the glorious Wu Qingxi, and not long ago, you even killed the censorate Hosiji. If Prime Minister Li is angry, even if you kill me here today, the Emperor will only blame you a little. But I am still standing here, Yang Fan, not to offend Prime Minister Li's authority, nor to pretend to be a pleading minister for the people, to resist the powerful officials. I am here to beg you, Prime Minister Li, to turn the tide and take back those tigers and wolves, because in the entire imperial court, only you can do this. I have to come today. There are 310 vengeful spirits behind me, urging me to come. If I do not come, the vengeful spirits behind me will quickly increase to thousands, or even tens of thousands. Prime Minister Li, Yang Fan cannot bear the burden of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, and neither can you. Li Zhaoda's pupils shrank, and after a moment of silence, his flustered appearance gradually faded. He laughed and sighed. Yang Longzhong is strong and resolute, and his fiery temperament is just like this old man in the past. Fine, then this old man will make a trip to the palace to see the emperor. But don't have too much hope. It is impossible to succeed. Yang Fan said, if Prime Minister Li has this kind of thinking, then it is fine not to enter the palace. Before I met Prime Minister Li, someone advised me not to come. She said that I would not be able to convince Prime Minister Li. And now, Prime Minister Li has agreed to enter the palace. If Prime Minister Li can be as impassioned in front of the Emperor as Yang Fan is in front of Prime Minister Li, who knows if the Emperor will take back his order? Prime Minister Li has long had the idea that this matter cannot be done. How can Yang Fan dare to hope that Prime Minister Li can convince the Emperor? Li Zhaoda pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, this old man is the Prime Minister, below only one, above tens of thousands of people. I have a responsibility to support the country, and my body is related to the safety of the world. How can I not be cautious? Yang Fan's heart suddenly turned cold. Although he had finally persuaded Li Zhaoda to come forward to see the Emperor, Li Zhaoda was always calculating his own gains and losses. How could he wholeheartedly plead for those innocent people who were about to die? After all, he was a bureaucrat who had spent most of his life in the officialdom. He was cold-blooded, rational, and everything he did was based on weighing the gains and losses. This had become his instinct. If Li Zhaoda was not firm, how could he convince the Emperor? Yang Fan heavily spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said in a low voice, if that is so, I will have to trouble Prime Minister Li. Just now Yang offended you, but it was because I was worried about the lives and deaths of those people, and in a moment of desperation, I forgot my manners. He cupped his fists toward Li Zhaoda and said, if Prime Minister Li can persuade His Majesty to change his mind this time, that would be the best. If not, Yang still has a matter to trouble Prime Minister. I must ask Prime Minister to help me. Hearing him say this, Li Zhaoda could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. He thought, as long as you don't force me to provoke the Emperor, it's fine. He hurriedly asked, what is it? Yang Fan said, if it is really difficult to obtain the sage's approval to pursue the various imperial censors sent by the Imperial Envoy platform, then Prime Minister, no matter what, please ask the sage for another imperial edict. Li Zhaoda's expression tightened. What imperial edict? He asked. Yang Fan said, the Imperial Envoy platform's cavalry is out everywhere, and scrupulous. Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangximin, they're no less than tens of thousands of people. This time, I'm afraid they will all fall into their evil hands. If Prime Minister Li cannot persuade the Emperor to change his mind, then let's go with the flow. asked the Son of Heaven to send another group of cavalry to patrol the people and investigate the truth of the rebellion. As the saying goes, if you listen to both sides, you will be enlightened. I believe that if Prime Minister Li makes this request, His Majesty will definitely agree. Li Zhaoda was a little surprised at first, but then he understood Yang Fan's meaning. He could not help but exclaim, "Send another group of cavalry. Then it will be you." Yang Fan nodded his head heavily. "That's right. Everyone knows that I am the Imperial Envoy platform's archenemy, and the people of the Imperial Envoy platform are even more clear about it. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Only if I go will they be worried that I will have something to use against them. Only then will they be more vigilant and restrain themselves, not daring to kill without any qualms." Li Zhaoda said in a deep voice, "You better think about this matter carefully. This matter involves a high-ranking position. No matter who is involved, the saints will not be lenient. You sympathize with the people. Even if you go under the guise of inspecting the people, you will inevitably find that the people are biased. Those imperial envoys are accustomed to fabricating something out of nothing and insinuating insinuations. Once they accuse you of being one of the rebels, you will be in a place of eternal damnation." Yang Fan said, "As the saying goes, it is easy to be an official if there is someone in the imperial court. The Imperial Envoy platform has turned out in full force. There is the Prime Minister in the Imperial Court. My life and death will be entrusted to the Prime Minister." Li Zhaoda stared fixedly at him for a long time. His eyebrows gradually rose. In a deep voice he shouted, "Good! Impressive ambition! Outstanding heroism! Such a young man! The old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Do as you please. As long as the old man is in the Imperial Court, I will not let a word of greed slander you." Chapter 492. It had to be said that Li Zhaoda was very efficient. After Yang Fan left, Li Zhaoda immediately ended the banquet and entered the palace to see the emperor. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, Wu Zetian favored Li Zhaoda alone. Hearing that Li Zhaoda wanted to see her, Wu Zetian immediately had Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were serving on the couch, leave. She dressed neatly and received him solemnly. Li Zhaoda and Wu Zetian met for about an hour. Then Li Zhaoda left the palace. At the same time, he brought with him an imperial edict, announcing that Yang Fan would be the inspecting ambassador to the various provinces to inspect the Lurin. This imperial edict of Yang Fan was a proper imperial edict. Without going through the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the emperor's edict was equally effective because local officials rarely dared to defy edicts. However, without going through the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the imperial edict was legally illegal. It was not proper to call it an imperial edict. Later on, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang Dynasty did not go through the Hall of Governmental Affairs and issued his own edict to confer officials. However, that so-called imperial edict did not dare to use a level title. It was changed to a slanted title to show the difference. The word imperial also did not dare to use a red brush and used an ink brush instead. In the end, the officials that were conferred were called slanted titles by others. In the end, it was not righteous enough. The group of imperial censors in the imperial censorate received the emperor's edict and did not go through the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Because this edict of Yang Fan was requested by Li Zhaoda, after the emperor used the seal, he immediately returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs and stamped it with his own seal. Therefore, it was the most proper court order. The older one was in Jianghu, the more timid they became. Li Zhaoda was now only under one person and above millions. Although he was still loyal to Li Tang and hated evil, he could not help but start to consider his own personal interests when he did things. After he saw the emperor, he did not even try to recall the imperial censors in the imperial censorate. Instead, he directly suggested to the emperor to send another group of people to inspect the Lurin. Li Zhaoda looked as if he was thinking for Wu Zetian's sake. He listed the censorate's previous misdeeds of covering up the truth with one hand and deceiving the superiors and subordinates. He was worried that this time, when they went to inspect the Lu people, they would abuse their power for personal gain and harm the innocent people. He suggested that the emperor should send another group of officials who were not part of the Censorites faction to inspect the Lu people's rebellion to prevent anyone from deceiving the emperor. Li Zhaoda looked like he was wholeheartedly planning for the empress, and Wu Zetian's words were indeed pleasing to the ear, so she readily agreed. Perhaps Li Zhaoda also felt that doing this would be somewhat shameful to Yang Fan. So when he asked for the imperial edict, he did his best to fight for a great deal of power for Yang Fan. He fought for a brigade of imperial guards to accompany him on patrol. This was a special honor that the previous imperial envoys who patrolled local public security did not have. The imperial edict was sent to the Ministry of Justice. The edict said that the disciplinary officer Yang Fan, the commandant officer Sun Yuxuan, and the supervising censor Hu Yuanli were to inspect the Lu people. Yang Fan was to be the inspecting ambassador, and Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were to be the inspecting deputy inspectors. In addition, Yang Fan was allowed to bring the imperial edict to the Longwu guards and transfer a brigade of guards to accompany him. Sun Yuxuan was a member of the Ministry of Justice, and the supervising censor Hu Yuanli was a member of the right censorate. These two people were the enemies of the left censorate. With these two people as his assistants, they would definitely not hold Yang Fan back. Moreover, with these two people accompanying him, Yang Fan's every move would have witnesses. It would not be easy for others to falsely accuse Yang Fan of being a traitor. As soon as Yang Fan saw the imperial edict, he knew that this was Li Zhaoda's care for him. Regardless of whether or not Li Zhaoda had recalled the ruthless officials and argued in front of the emperor, with Li Zhaoda's unyielding, unkind, and domineering personality, it was already a great care for him to do these things. The daily affairs of the Ministry of Justice had always been Chun Dong's responsibility. Chun Dong was a man who had a desire for power and profit, but he also had a sense of ambition. When he discovered that not only did Yang Fan not deprive him of his power, but he also allowed him to be like a fish in water, making it easier for him to display his strengths, he firmly stepped onto Yang Fan's pirate ship and formed an unbreakable alliance with Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan wanted to leave the capital, there was no need to hand anything over to him. He only needed to say a word. Yang Fan notified Chen Dong and then went to see Minister Do Lu. For something as important as leaving the capital, he had to see the officials of the Yamen and give them an explanation. It's hard to write. Sun Yuxuan received the imperial edict in high spirits. In his view, leaving the capital this time, no matter where he went, it would be better than being buried in that pile of documents that would never be finished. He confidently threw the mountainous pile of documents in his hands to the pitiful Duguan Yuan Weilong, and then tossed aside his brush and rushed off to see Do Lu Qinwang. Minister Do Lu knew that it was Li Zhaoda's intention for Yang Fan to leave the capital, so he naturally opened the door for Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan. The handover of the Ministry of Justice went smoothly, and they could leave the capital early the next morning. After receiving a definite answer from Minister Do Lu, Yang Fan immediately returned to the Ministry of Justice and began to pack. Anu had long received the news. Seeing that Yang Fan was packing, she anxiously followed, her large eyes flashing as she looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw that she was following him in circles. She didn't have her usual liveliness, and she didn't have the coquettish tantrum she had when they were alone. She was as obedient as a child whose parents were about to go on a long journey. He couldn't help but look at her strangely and said, "Why are you following me around? Aren't you going to pack?" Anu was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Are you going to take me? I thought you were going to keep me in the capital." Anu cheered and ran behind the screen. Anu usually disguised herself as a servant and stayed at the Ministry of Justice at night. The tatami behind the screen in Yang Fan's office for afternoon naps was her small bed at night, and there were also some things that only women used. Hey, before Yang Fan finished a sentence, Anu twisted her slender waist and flashed behind the screen. Yang Fan thought for a moment, shook his head lightly, and continued to pack the things on the desk. In the backyard of the Yang family, flowers were in full bloom in the garden. In the middle of the flowers, there was a beauty couch. The beauty couch was covered with a thin quilt. Xiao Man was lying on her side on the couch, using a round fan to gently cover her face, letting the warm spring light shine on her body. She was half asleep and half awake, very comfortable. The strange fragrance of flowers filled the entire garden. There were butterflies fluttering among the flowers, and there were dragonflies flying over the budding flowers on the pond, flying into the flowers to join in the fun. I caught one. The third sister ran to Xiao Man happily, holding a red dragonfly in her hand. Xiao Man didn't allow them to catch butterflies, but the little girl was very playful. Seeing the butterflies fluttering around her, she felt a little itchy. The mistress didn't allow her to catch butterflies, so she caught dragonflies instead. The third sister ran to Xiao Man with a red dragonfly in her hand and said with a smile, "Madam, look. Well, it's very cute." Xiao Man smiled and said, "Take a gauze net to wrap it up. When it's fresh, let it go. It's also a little life. Don't waste it to death." "Yes." The third sister agreed crisply and happily went to find the gauze net. Xiao Man gently stroked her bulging belly and smiled slightly at the back of the third sister. Since she was pregnant, her heart was much softer, and she didn't even want to hurt a little dragonfly. A little life was being born in her belly. The child was still small, but she could occasionally feel the movement of the fetus in her belly. It was a very wonderful feeling. She knew that her little baby was growing day by day in her belly. She often fantasized about the appearance of the child when it was born. When she thought of it, there was an indescribable satisfaction and joy in her heart. Every time Sister Wonder came out of the palace, she would find a way to run home, but not to see Yang Fan. Most of the time, she stayed by her side and looked at her belly enviously. Every time Xiao Man saw Wonder stroking her belly, she couldn't help but laugh with fear and trepidation. When she laughed, her belly would tremble, and then Wonder would be very nervous. It seemed that if she laughed a little louder, she would scare the little baby in her belly. At this time, Xiao Man had a sincere sense of pride. She was grateful that God had given her a perfect husband, a complete family, and a lovely baby. The flowers parted, and Yang Fan passed through the middle. Although the Yang family was now considered a well-behaved family, Yang Fan was the most unruly one in the family. He rarely walked around the flower paths, but directly walked through the flowers covered in pollen, and sometimes even got a few petals on him. "Langjun, why are you back so early today?" As soon as she saw Yang Fan, a sweet and happy smile appeared on Xiao Man's face. She wanted to sit up, but Yang Fan hurried forward and supported her, saying, "Slow down. You're always so impatient. You still have a child in your belly." Xiao Man wrinkled her nose and said angrily, Child. Ever since I had a child, Langjun talks about the child and doesn't care about me anymore." Yang Fan laughed and said, "What are you talking about? As a mother, are you jealous of your own child?" Xiao Man made a face at him and said with a smile, "Of course. My baby needs to be in pain, but Langjun can't stop loving Xiao Man after you have a baby." "How can I not be in pain?" Yang Fan scratched her nose, sat down beside her, gently put his arm around her shoulder, and asked, "Is the baby naughty today?" Xiao Man beamed and said yes, he was just punching and kicking inside. "At first glance, I can tell that he's not a quiet little guy. Why did you come back so early today?" Yang Fan said, "I was just about to say." He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Originally, you were pregnant, and I shouldn't have left your side. But now something big has happened, and I have to leave the capital." Yang Fan told the whole story to Xiao Man. Xiao Man already knew what had happened in the Peach Blossom Village that year, and she knew that it was her husband's eternal pain. Now, her husband felt the same way about what had happened to these people. Moreover, the reason why these cruel officials were like this was because they were forced by her husband to do something desperate. He felt very guilty in his heart. Hearing him talk about the people who had been killed and heard that there were babies in swaddling clothes among them, Xiao Man, who was about to become a mother, felt so sad that she wanted to cry. She said in a low voice, "Langjun, just go. Do what you have to do. I'm fine at home. It's not like there's no one to take care of me. You don't have to worry." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, that's not what I mean. You know, I'm planning to deal with young Master Jiang. According to my original plan, I have to make arrangements for you in the near future. Now I have to leave the capital to fight with those cruel officials. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer a great loss from them. I have to make arrangements for you in advance." Xiao Man asked doubtfully, "Lang Jun, do you mean?" Chapter 493. Yang Fan asked, "You said that Miss Gong's son is now living in Chang'an?" "Yes, why?" Xiao Man answered. Yang Fan said, "I remember you said that you and Miss Gong's son are like sisters. At that time, I thought that maybe I could let you live there temporarily. Shunmu is also in Chang, and so he can take care of you nearby. I believe that with the power of Aunt Pei's family and Shunmu's power, your safety can be guaranteed. In this way, I can fight without any worries." Xiao Man was a little surprised. Since Yang Fan was not in the capital, it was not a big deal for her to go to Chang'an. Moreover, she had not seen Miss and Aunt Pei for many years. She really missed them. But when she thought of Yang Fan's arrangement, it was obvious that there would be many dangers, so she had to be prepared in advance. Xiao Man became worried. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't think so much. It's not that dangerous. It's just that the last time I was imprisoned for no reason made me vigilant. This arrangement is just a precaution. If I can't defeat those ruthless officials and end up in their hands, I won't have to be trampled on by them while you're in Chang'an. If things don't work out, I could just leave." Xiao Man gently nodded and leaned her head on his shoulder. She whispered, "I'll listen to Elder Brother's arrangement. But if something really happens, what about Sister Wanner?" Yang Fan whispered, "Most of the time, when you encounter some things, you must make a choice. As long as you have a choice, there will be gains and losses. How can you have everything all at once? Don't worry, if that day really comes, we will think of another way." At this time, Mo Xuanfei's voice sounded in the distance. "Alang, Alang." Xiao Man said angrily, "This Mo Xuanfei is getting more and more outrageous. I already said that no one is allowed to enter the backyard, but he ran in again." Yang Fan got up and said, "This kid is usually very law-abiding. Maybe something big happened. I'll go take a look." Yang Fan got up and walked out. Before he had taken a few steps, Mo Xuanfei ran over through the flowers. Garden paths should always be built in a zigzag way, so as to create artistic conception and interest. Logically speaking, Yang Fan should be the only man in the Yang family's back garden, and only Yang Fan would dare to walk through the flowers unscrupulously. But now, Mo Xuanfei had violated both of them. Even though Xiao Man was generous to her subordinates and always had a gentle temperament, this time she was also somewhat unhappy. She raised her voice and scolded, "Xiao Xuanzi, why are you so rude?" Lady Ouch." Only then did Mo Xuanfei realize that he had knocked down a bunch of flowers and plants in a hurry. He hurriedly tried to avoid it, but he lost his balance and sat down on a bunch of flowers and plants. Yang Fan smiled and said, "All right, be more refined, lest the baby learns his mother's rudeness. Sit down, I'll ask him." His words were more effective than anything else. Xiao Man sat down quickly. She was really afraid that the baby in her belly would find that his mother was not gentle enough when she showed off her power. Yang Fan reached out to pull Mo Xuanfei up and asked, "Don't be so impatient. What happened?" Only then did Mo Xuanfei remember and hurriedly said, "Alang, go to the front hall quickly. The Emperor's imperial edict is coming to our house." Yang Fan asked curiously, "Imperial edict? The Emperor's imperial edict?" Mo Xuanfei nodded repeatedly and was very excited. Not everyone was qualified to receive the Emperor's imperial edict. Mo Xuanfei was so excited that he was almost speechless. "The chief steward is in the living room with you." A eunuch from the palace came and said that the Emperor's imperial edict is for you. Xiao Man, who was sitting on the couch pretending to be a gentle lady, suddenly stood up. She had been in the palace for many years and knew more than Mo Xuanfei. Most of the Emperor's imperial edicts were issued to a certain yamen or a certain government order. Occasionally, they were directed to individuals, but they were mostly appointments or dismissals. It was rare for an imperial edict to be directed to a specific person, and it was even rarer if it was an imperial edict. Although Xiao Man was surprised, she did not panic. Since it was an imperial edict, it was unlikely to involve important matters of the court. It was likely to be a relatively private matter. However, even when Lang Jun was on duty in the palace, he was not a close minister of the emperor. He was neither a close minister of the emperor nor a member of the royal family. What imperial edict did the emperor give him? When Yang Fan heard that the emperor's imperial edict had arrived, he did not dare to neglect it. He hurriedly agreed and hurried to the front hall. In the front hall, the old steward of the Yang mansion was respectfully accompanying the guest from the palace. When he saw Lang, he was relieved. Yang Fan looked at the person and found that it was an old acquaintance. It was Yuna Gao from the palace. He had known him when he first served in the palace. Yang Fan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yuna Gao, long time no see." "Ha ha." Yuna Gao laughed before saying anything. His trademark duck voice, "Ha ha," sounded for a while. He laughed and said, Yes, long time no see. When I first saw Erlang, I felt that Erlang would have a great future. You see, there are many young fifth-rank officials in the capital, but 90% of them rely on their fathers to inherit their positions. Those like Erlang who rely on their own ability can be counted on one hand. Among the handful of people, Erlang was the only one who held such power. Ha ha ha, ha ha, Yuna Gao is flattering me. Yang Fan accompanied Yuna Gao and laughed for a while. Then he said, Yuna Gao has worked hard. I wonder if the sage has any edict. Yuna Gao said. He took out an imperial edict from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Fan. He said, This is everyone's secret edict. I won't read it. Erlang, take it and read it yourself. Yang Fan took it with both hands, opened it, and read it. He was stunned. Yuna Gao said with a smile, Erlang, how is it? At least give me a message so that I can answer everyone when I return to the palace. Ah. Yang Fan came to his senses and put away the edict. He cupped his hands and said, Yang Fan understands. I will respect the sage's edict. Yuna Gao nodded and said with a smile, That's good. Erlang, I will go back to the palace. At this time, the eunuchs didn't have that much power and didn't dare to show off outside. Yang Fan stuffed him with some money for running errands and saw the old eunuch out of the mansion. He didn't return to the mansion and just stood outside the mansion in a daze. Mo Xuanfei poked his head out of the door and saw Lang in deep thought. He did not dare to disturb him. After a few times, Yang Fan suddenly said, Xuanfei. Mo Xuanfei hurriedly stepped out of the door and answered, Lang. Yang Fan said, Bring the horse, I'm going out. Tell Madame that I'm just going to take care of a small matter. Tell her not to worry. Mo Xuanfei quickly agreed. He went back to saddle Yang Fan's horse and led out of the mansion. Yang Fan mounted the horse and left. Shangshan Square, Princess Taiping's mansion. Yang Fan slowly put down his arm, and the heavy red lacquer door was slammed shut. Princess Taiping was not in the mansion. It was almost dusk, but the princess was not in the mansion. Yang Fan did not believe it. He thought that the princess was avoiding him. But what could he do? He had just broken into the prime minister's mansion, and now he was going to break into the princess's mansion? Even Xue Huai had never done such an arrogant thing. Most importantly, the emperor had issued a decree. What was done could not be undone. Even if he found the princess, what could he do? The edict that Eunuch Gao brought over was not an official imperial edict, and it did not contain any official language. It was just a piece of paper that Wu Zetian had casually pulled over and written a few words. It was truly a private matter. In the imperial decree, Wu Zetian said that Princess Taiping wanted to go to Chang and to worship the ancestors. She asked Yang Fan to escort her there and then inspect the various roads. Chang was where Li Tang's ancestral temple and mausoleum were located. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne and changed the Tang to Zhou, she built 7 temples of the Wu family in Luoyang. As for the Li family's ancestral temple in Chang, and it was renamed Xiangde Temple, and was used to worship the 3 founding emperors of the Tang dynasty. Although Wu Zhou destroyed Tang and established itself, there was an inseparable relationship between the two. Wu Zetian's father-in-law was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Her husband was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and her son was also the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She could not deny this relationship. In addition, She was harsh to the living of Li Tang's royal family, but very generous to the dead. Preserving the ancestral temple of Li Tang was a moral thing to do. In this way, it could show the world that Zhou and Tang were one. It could also appease the royal family and the old officials of Li Tang, and ease the pressure from all levels. However, the ancestral temple of Wuzhou in Luoyang never missed 4 ceremonies a year. The Xiangde Temple in Chang, and was only held when it was remembered, and the ceremony was not grand. Now, that Wu Zetian wanted to worship the ancestral temple. She was old, and the emperor who had usurped Tang. It was impossible for her to go. Crown Prince Li Dan and Prince of Luling Li Xian of Fangzhou were both under house arrest, so Princess Taiping could only go. If Li Tang's ancestral temple did not offer sacrifices for a long time, it would inevitably attract gossip. However, even if they did offer sacrifices, they could not do it with great fanfare. They had to eliminate the influence of Li Tang unknowingly. In this way, it was reasonable for Princess Taiping to keep a low profile during her trip to Chang'an. "But why do you want me to escort you?" I said. "Even if you have good intentions, don't stop me." Yang Fan clenched his teeth, full of anger. Previously, Princess Taiping had tried to stop him from going to Li Zhaoda's mansion. Now, the emperor's decree ordering him to inspect the world had just come down, and Princess Taiping had invited the Mother Empress and issued this decree. It was clear that she did not want to give up and wanted to use this to keep him by her side. She did not want him to take such a big risk and cause trouble. The censors of the censorate had gone to different places, but Yang Fan only had one group. If he went all the way, he would not be able to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. He did not know if he could stop those cruel officials from harming people. Now Princess Taiping wanted to use this method to protect him. She wanted him to escort her to Chang, and so that he could stay out of the rebellion. It was a good plan, and it was indeed for his sake. But this involved countless lives. Yang Fan looked up to the sky and sighed. He disappointedly got on his horse and rode out of the square. He had just walked out of the alley where the princess mansion was located when a group of guards of honor suddenly came in front of him. Yang Fan looked up and saw the official banners on the carriage. The left banner was Taiping, and the right banner was Princess. More than 10 guards in black robes and armed with sabers were guarding a green oil cleaning carriage. It was Princess Taiping's carriage. Chapter 494. Princess Taiping rarely went out with such a formal guard of honor, unless it was to enter the palace. Could it be that Princess Taiping had just returned from the palace? This time, it confirmed Yang Fan's suspicion toward her. Yang Fan's anger surged, and he immediately raised his horse to meet them. Seeing someone riding a horse and not giving way, the guards of the princess's residence immediately held the hilt of their knives. But when they looked closely, they recognized that the person was Yang Fan, and they couldn't help but be startled. The groundless story between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had been spread to the outside world. The guards of Princess Taiping were also confident that it was true, especially after the last time when Princess Taiping stopped Yang Fan and the two of them met in the carriage. They no longer had any doubts. Now that they saw Yang Fan coming over aggressively, he was probably a bit unhappy. So should they stop him or not? If they didn't stop him, it would be a dereliction of duty. But if they did, they were afraid that their efforts would be in vain. The little lovers would fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. At that time, they would be in a lovey-dovey situation. While the guards were hesitating, Yang Fan had already passed through their ranks and went straight to the front of the carriage. Su Hao saw him coming over and hurriedly pulled the reins. The Chuewa oil-cleansing carriage stopped in the middle of the road. A little girl dressed in white opened the curtain of the sedan and walked out. She put her hands on her waist and said in a silly voice, "Are you home? Why are you?" Seeing the fire-breathing dragon like Yang Fan, the little girl turned around and quickly climbed back into the carriage. She recognized this man. She remembered that day when she was massaging Her Highness the Princess' legs in the Juiyu Pavilion. This man came over aggressively, and the princess told her to leave. The little girl had never seen anyone who dared to have an audience with Her Highness like that. When she walked past this man with small steps, she almost fell into the pond. Today she saw this man again. His eyes were spitting fire, his nostrils flared, and he seemed even angrier than the last time. The curtain of the sedan was lifted and Princess Taiping's face peeked out. Seeing Yang Fan, Princess Taiping suddenly revealed a happy expression. But seeing Yang Fan's angry expression, Princess Taiping couldn't help but restrain her smile. She turned her head and said something to the carriage. The little girl came out and sat next to the coachman, Su Haoed. She timidly looked at Yang Fan and clenched her small fists, looking somewhat afraid. The curtain of the sedan chair was gently lifted. A golden hook was hanging on the curtain cage. Princess Taiping was sitting quietly in the carriage with her hands folded on her knees. Her posture was elegant and noble, like a lotus flower coming out of the water. It seemed like an invitation was silently transmitted to Yang Fan's ears. Yang Fan dismounted from the horse, boarded the carriage, and let down the curtain. The carriage was very wide, and there was a cushion at the door. Yang Fan sat on the cushion, put his hands on his knees, and said stiffly, "The emperor has just issued an imperial edict. He wants me to escort the princess to Chang and to worship the temple, and then go to various places to inspect the people. Is this the princess's idea?" Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up, as if there were two clusters of fire starting to burn in her eyes. Her voice also became stiff. "Are you asking me or questioning me?" "Of course I'm asking you." "Huh, you're asking me?" "Returning to Chang and to worship the temple, why didn't you ask the emperor who issued the imperial edict, or the Zongjing temple who is in charge of the ancestral temple? But you asked me? You have long believed that this is my arrangement, right? The imperial family wants your highness to go to Chang and to worship the temple. Who can escort you? How is it possible that just after you ordered me to inspect the people of Zhu Daolu, you immediately gave me an imperial edict to escort your highness to Chang'an? You tried to stop me from seeing Li Zhao the last time, and now you want to use this to keep me here, right?" Princess Taiping had a strange expression on her face. She stared at him for a long time and suddenly laughed. She nodded lightly and said, "Erlang is smart and quick-witted. I can't hide it from you. That's right, I was the one who asked the empress." "So what? So what?" Yang Fan became even angrier. "Do you really think I don't know the danger?" Yang Fan is not an illiterate boor. I have read a few history books. Since ancient times, as long as there is a disturbance caused by a rebellion, it must be a reign of terror. No matter if it is a wise ruler or an incapable ruler, they have never been ambiguous on this issue, and they have never minded killing. I know this. The words of the substitute warrior Liu have caused the emperor's fear. Whoever wants to interfere in this matter, one careless move will bring disaster upon themselves. I also know this. You care about me, don't want me to put myself in danger, and do everything you can to stop me. It is for my own good. I still know this. But why don't you know my character? How can you decide for me what I should do?" Princess Taiping's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the two clusters of flames seemed to be about to burst out of her eyes. However, a layer of mist suddenly appeared and quickly shrouded her eyes, making them soften, like a pair of pearls in the mist. She smiled. It was a bitter smile, and it felt like her heart was broken. Taiping smiled and said, "Why? Because I asked for the imperial edict. Now that the imperial edict has been issued, you have to send me to Chang, and whether you are willing or not. Otherwise, what else can you do? Leave the Zhou dynasty and become a wanderer? A Jianghu person who breaks the law with martial arts? In that case, even if you don't sleep or rest and run for your life, how many people can you save?" Yang Fan shouted angrily. "I only ask you, why do you want to do this?" "Because I am cheap." Princess Taiping's body trembled violently. She clenched her fists tightly, and her joints became snow white. "Because I know that you don't like me, but I still like to pester you. I know that the more I want to stall you, and not let you put yourself in danger, the more you will hate me. But I do it without any regrets. Tell me, if this is not cheap, then what is?" She tried hard to raise her face, not allowing the tears in her eyes to condense into water droplets. Her snow-white cheeks were so delicate that they could be broken by the wind. Her slightly raised expression had a kind of arrogance that was cultivated from a young age. This arrogance especially made Yang Fan angry. Yang Fan's expression became cold, and so did his voice. Good. I came here today to inform your highness that your highness should prepare tonight, and we will leave early tomorrow morning. Your highness is delicate and noble, and may not be able to bear the bumpy road. But since the escort is arranged by me, it will be hard on the road. Princess, it is better to travel light. Yang Fan turned around and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair with one hand. Without turning his head, he said, Princess, it is better to bring less things. The more you take, the more you can save. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Your Highness, please accumulate some virtue. Yang Fan coldly left these words and walked away. His voice did not carry a trace of emotion, and not even a little bit of anger could be felt. This scared Taiping more than a sudden burst of anger, because his anger at least meant that he cared about her. But now he was so calm and indifferent, which could only mean that she no longer existed in his heart. The conversation in the carriage was clearly transmitted to the front. Su Hao sat quietly in the front seat, as if he did not hear a word. Some things really should not be heard by him. The little girl in white sat next to him and turned her head, as if she wanted to ask him something. But seeing his expression, the little girl cleverly closed her mouth. With a neigh and galloping horses, Yang Fan swaggered away. Princess Taiping sat in the carriage, listening to the fading sound of the horses' hooves. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Late at night, the Yang residence was still busy. Lang and his wife were about to leave Luoyang, so there were a lot of preparations to be done. When she learned that they were going to move to Chang, and Xiaoman hurriedly found the shopkeepers of each shop and made a careful arrangement. Although it was a little rushed, fortunately, Xiaoman had been concentrating on taking care of the shops these days. Under her arrangement, each shop had a set of mature and perfect procedures, so there would be no problem even if the master was not here for the time being. Even so, just dealing with the business had dragged on until very late. In the end, all the shopkeepers had dinner at the Yang family's residence before they left before the curfew. In the evening, Su family's car shop also sent a large car. This large car was custom-made by Yang Fan from their place. Su's carriage was the best carriage in Luoyang. The long-distance carriages they made were suitable for all kinds of road conditions. The carriages were strong and flexible, and they added a lot of shock absorption measures. So much so that the name Auntie Yu's boat was named after Auntie Yu. The name of this carriage was also named after their owner, which meant that it was an achievement in the industry. The carriage of Su's carriage was called Wooden Fish Carriage because the owner of this carriage was surnamed Su Muyu. Muyu's carriage was called Wooden Fish Carriage by the common people. The carriage that Yang Fan custom-made was for a pregnant woman, so when Yang Fan custom-made it, he specially added 30% of the wages and repeatedly emphasized that the carriage must be smooth and light. Because of Yang Fan's high status, Su's carriage did not dare to neglect him. Su Muyu, who had not personally made a carriage for a long time and only let her apprentice do the work, made the carriage herself this time. With the proficient car-making skills of Su's carriage, it usually only took 10 days to make a carriage, but this long-distance carriage made by a shopkeeper Su took 2.5 months. The carriage was sent to the Yang mansion, and Mo Xuanfei curiously got on the carriage to test it. Sure enough, it was like walking on flat ground. He deliberately turned the carriage over the steps, and the carriage's left wheel rolled up and down a stone step, but he did not feel much vibration. Under his buttocks was a hard leather seat, and the carriage was padded with a soft and thick fur blanket. One could imagine how comfortable it was. Not only was the carriage specially made, but Yang Fan also asked shopkeeper Su to help him buy 2 tamed horses that were used to walking on the Guangzhou road. Seeing the carriage, Xiaoman believed that her Langjun had planned to send her to Chang, and for a long time, and it was not a temporary idea because of the Lingnan murder case. In that case, her husband's trip to the capital might not be as dangerous as she had imagined. Xiaoman was relieved. Under the candlelight, Yang Fan and Xiaoman snuggled together and said softly, "Everyone in the family can stay except Tao Mei and third sister. They are your people, so you could get used to them. In addition, When I leave this time, it is not good for Nu to continue staying in the Ministry of Justice. I will let her accompany you to Chong, and so that she can take care of you." Xiao Man said strangely, "His Majesty ordered you to escort the princess to Chong, and since the princess is also going to Chong, and aren't we going together? Why do you need to tell me so much?"